is actually going to be strategy. You guys are going to be given an opportunity to go to one of the tactical training rooms, and you'll be given full access to that chamber if you wish to stay there. You'll be given basic lessons about general strategy, tactics, maneuvers, orders, flight formations, deployments, and specific armaments of non-mech based weaponry, such as orbital platforms, space stations, main carrier ships, transport ships, which are some of the most valuable ships in the fleet. So afterwards, you'll be given, due to the accelerated progress of your group, and certain individuals having extremely high clearances, a lot of the restrictions are going to be lifted on access to certain parts of the base. If you wish, you can visit the concourse. The reason they specifically prohibited recruits from going to the concourse is because you don't have any money to spend. That's not true anymore. So you guys can go to the concourse now if you so choose. It's kind of a little shopping mall for people to congregate and chat and do a little shopping. You also will have free time to pursue personal projects. Your training is going rather quickly. A lot of it's just, even for 2 weeks, you'll get pretty much covered for about everything you need. Your physical conditions are far beyond the norm. The two people they're concerned about, technically, only one person needs to work out, which is Cody.
Hey.
Working out does not do anything for Luna. Jackie, you're fucking ripped. Nyx, you're also ripped. You guys are pretty good on the physical fitness side, but Cody could use a little bit more beefing up before he makes his transition.
Hey.
This is why, for scythes and or special enabled individuals, normal boot camp does not work. It's literally pointless. They do modular boot camp on the fly, and it's up to the recruiter and other analysts to determine day by day where you are at in your training. Technically, if they just did mech training and tactics for the next 3 days, like straight, you guys would be deployed, because that's how good you guys are. They're going to extend it for the full 2 weeks so that you guys, because some of you have specific programs that you guys are on, and specific access to specific assets and personnel that is really important on base. So, with that said, you guys will be starting in a different room today, which I went out of my way to put together for y'all, because I'm a cool GM. Alright, let's move you over to my new map that I made. The Ares Tactical Training Room. Doop doop doo. Shoop. Alright. Welcome to the Ares Tactical Training facility, and there are multiple different areas in which you'll need to point your attention to. This is the main tactical combat simulator. It's not a pilot simulator. It's actual overall battle tactics. You need to be invited to this booth or into this particular grouping. You can't just sit down. you got to earn your way into being a tactician. These are going to be tactician simulators for tier 1 and or base level tacticians. This is the tier 2 booths. And these are pilot simulators. So you'll be given a choice of mechs, you can customize it, and you can deploy into any number of simulations. Be warned, these are pretty realistic, and you will be kind of hot simmed into it, as if you're literally in the pilot seat. For the tier 1 in the back, that's going to be the safest. It's going to be less realistic, but it is going to give you battle experience. The tier 2s, most of the people level out there. That's where you're going to be given the most specific engagements, simulations, all the different battle conditions. The tier 3 is where you basically, this is the equivalency of the Kobayashi Maru situations. This is, you're screwed. Find a way out. Survive. Beat the enemy. All of them are impossible stims. But they're all simulations successfully done by somebody. Not all of them are aces either. Somebody completed this. There are also other theoreticals that people have uploaded into the playable files, which are clearly located as theory, and you can play those as well. You can upload your own. You guys are going to be here till lunch, and after that, you can come back. You can pursue personal projects. You can go about the base. You can work out. Every other day, you guys are going to do mech maneuvers. But a lot of the time, up until your deployment, is going to be alternating between free time and then mech maneuvers. I think that was Liam.
That was Liam.
Hello, Liam.
Hello, Matt.
Howdy, howdy.
Hello, guys.
I
said hello, guys.
Hello.
Johnny had to go to work for a short bit because they're having Wi-Fi issues, and that's
He's
his
their
life.
IT guy.
Yep. So we have moved on to the next day because you guys went to bed.
Yes.
So for you and everyone, the current regiment that you guys are going to go through is today. Half the day is going to be you guys are going to be put into the tactical training room, and the second half of the day is free time. And every other day is going to be mech pilot training. We're actually going to be in a mech. And then every other day is going to be time off. Basically, you get to plan your day.
I see.
Mostly because only Cody needs physical training. Physical training does nothing for you.
I'm a robot.
Yeah. And the two other sites, they're just jacked because they're new gens.
Oh yes, let me just make the jacked man more jacked, and
working out does also mean you can pick a fight and or get trained by some of the other veterans in hand-to-hand combat. Never underestimate hand-to-hand combat training, because certain sites will pick a fight with you, and if you can't defend yourself outside your mech, it's kind of like didn't see that coming.
I mean, I definitely saw that coming.
Mm-hmm. Do you see the new map I set up for you?
Yeah, I mean the big circle room.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did see it.
Okay. So this is the main tactical theater. This is invite only. The left middle, initiate tacticians. This is where you get your training wheels under you. The right side, advanced level tacticians and theory. If you can graduate from this, you might be invited to the main area. The simulations on the bottom, those are going to be your pilot sims. Tier 1 just gets you some battle experience. Tier 2, that covers pretty much all the scenarios. The Tier 3 is all Kobayashi Maru scenarios.
Yes, the not supposed to win scenarios.
Right. The main Kobayashi Maru scenarios, they have all been completed by somebody. Because they were actually, this is tactical data. And this was actually recovered by somebody in the field. So all the
They're real life.
simulations.
They're real life situations that
Right.
happen.
Somebody did this. This is not theory. But there are uploadable programs that other people have put into the simulators that you can try if you'd like. And some people have completed them. Some are literally the impossible scenario where it's just the record. The whole point is survive as long as you can.
I see.
Yeah. So, but you'll be here for half the day until lunch, and then you're to do whatever you want.
I mean, for the most part, the plan is going to be programming because I have some things to work on before I go raid a sector I definitely am not going to be in 100%. No,
Exactly.
because I need to get my software prepared if I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
Yep. Snips is going to only supervise you for a little bit today, and then she's going to go about her business. Actually, she's going to go join the main simulation. You guys are going to be given reign of the place. Try not to pick a fight. Sometimes there aren't enough seats in the areas you want. You could chat with the people. Some look like they're in the simulation because these are hot simmed. Some people are just hanging out in the seats chatting, or just dicking around with the settings.
So 3, 2, 1. Are those like the levels of difficulty, or
Yeah,
is that just
3 is the worst. 1 is the baby stuff.
All right? Well, I'm just gonna head back to a 1 slot because that's logical. There's a back corner over here.
Right. Mix is just going to head over and hop into the initial tactical seat that's open.
I claim the 1 slot. Boot it up, see what we got.
That's it.
Because I don't know what we're dealing with here.
I don't think any of us do.
No.
Sorry, my roommate came by and begged me for some bourbon. So I share with him because honestly, I don't need a whole bottle of bourbon for myself. It's better if I don't drink at all.
Obviously, you need to become an alcoholic. It's the only choice in life.
Yeah. I mean, I drink enough beer as it is, so. Oof.
That's not being an alcoholic. That you gotta go through a bottle of bourbon a day. Like an
Jesus
old
Christ,
timey
that's a lot of
detective.
bourbon.
Like an old timey detective.
Didn't you just empty that flask? I had another flask.
I have many flasks, my friend. How is your liver like functioning? It's not. Falls over.
Brutalized. Overworked. Underpaid. Like
How's
myself.
how is your liver still functioning? It's not. Gone.
All right. For those at the. Oh, Cody went for tier 2 immediately. Okay. All right. So we'll start with Luna. So, Luna,
Yep.
You sit down. There is a hood, basically a ball that just covers you. So you're in a little dome, and it's very dark. And then these panels boot up, and it actually puts you inside of a cockpit. and certain panels rotate down, and then these reflective.
Can I
Um,
adjust it to be a reflection of the cockpit I have?
yeah, that actually is you take your data pad,
Mhm.
and then you input the settings into the terminal,
I
because
haven't
it gives you
done.
a default analog cockpit to start, and you have to customize it, and it takes a good bit of time. It takes you about 30 minutes of setting up to get it to
Well,
be
I,
what you
I
want.
have one of the box standard virtuals, so it like I haven't altered mine beyond that. That's the only upgrade I did.
Right. So getting the settings correct though, it takes
Alright.
about 30 minutes, even with an analog cockpit.
Alright.
But that setting, you can save it to um,
Profile.
your profile, and then you pull up your base profile, and then you go preset save 1, and then it automatically configures to it, and you can just go.
Yeah, so it's a one-time setup thing. Okay.
So this will just actually be a series of rolls. For the tier 1, it's going to be your awareness of the situation, your piloting ability, your choice of tactics, of course, which doesn't need a roll, and of course um, your ability to get out of the way and your ability to attack. So technically 4 rolls and a tactical decision.
So awareness, pilot, what else?
Your ability to dodge, your ability to attack.
Dodge. So dodge and then what
Yeah.
have you? Weapon skill, ballistic skill.
Yeah. So yeah.
That's cool. Phew. Well, we start rolling down, I guess.
Hold on. Awareness, pilot, attack, defend, defect.
Defank.
Defank.
Defank!
Defank!
Defank! I will defank! I failed
like-
the awareness!
Sounds like something some German commander would scream during a cheesy beta flick.
I'm going to just watch as I fail across the entire. Oh, nope, I'll pass that one. Alright. And okay, so I can pass 2.
All right. And your tactical choice.
I will. Well, I'm actually going to slap a boon on each of the ones I failed just to bring them up to. Actually, to the operate surface is still.
Yeah, they'll pass with a +20.
Not the operate surface. That'll at least make it. I won't bother on the operate surface because I don't feel like spending 2 on this.
Okay.
And then, what's the actual tactical situation I'm presented with? Just give me a brief
Basic
overview.
swarm. It's actually a simulation that you've been introduced to by word of mouth. This is the standard enemy engagement. They send out a wave of enemies, drones, and they're very stupid. You could be a stormtrooper and you will hit something. That's how many there are, even in the engagement of space. Those get wiped out pretty easily. Behind them are the fire ships. These are they look like red spear spindles, and they go fucking fast. They are designed to hit strategic base emplacements, very large mechs, and ships. These are not going after individual mechs. These are meant to literally crash in, suicide, and then destroy whatever they come in contact with.
It's a fire ship, yeah.
Yeah. And they are bright red, crimson blood red. They are so hard to miss. But they go faster than any of the stuff non-Leah tech that you've ever seen. These things are just these are mass accelerated.
The only other question I have at that point is, am I solo?
No, you have a whole bunch of people. You are given the unfortunate realization of how many Mickeys are deployed and how many just don't make it.
How many Mickeys are there?
125.
How many actual advanced combat units do I have to work with?
The The Vanguard.
Yeah,
You're given 50.
50.
Mhm.
All right. So
And then you actually have an ace.
I've got one ace,
hmm You don't have control of them. You only have control of your mech.
but I can give orders.
No, you cannot. You
No.
are not in the chain of command. This is just
Oh,
you participating
well,
as part of this advance.
that was what my question was originally, Matt.
Oh no, sorry, my bad. This is just you participating as a pilot in a mech.
Oh, well, I mean, am I rolling what my actual combat roll is going to be here?
Yeah, this is you participating. So
What?
those were your roles for the combat.
So I have like my. I'm asking if I'm supposed to be operating as an ECM suite, like I'm going to be.
Yeah, if you want.
Well, I mean that's what she's supposed to be training for, I presume.
These are basic engagements. Like you can put your machine in there and you can use your ECM, but it's not really required. The drones and the fire ships, they're kind of isolated. They're sent out. It's the elites that are the ones you want to ECM against. And yes, you can roll for the ECM or UWS, whichever
Well,
your
there's not.
tech use.
Okay, so it doesn't take into the actual. So this is just how do you fight, not how do you operate in your role.
Right. This is a tier 1. When you get to the tier 2s, that's when all the idiosyncrasies are more capitulated. This is just to get you into the heat of the battle. To have you see what it's like.
Well, at that point, I'm dealing with swarm tactics, right?
Yep.
And
Swarm, then fire ships, then elites, and then
I'm just
another swarm.
I'm just a cog in the machine in this fight if I'm not operating in my actual operational capacity.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna let the Mickeys be my meat shield.
Yeah, they by
You
the
get
end of
meat
the
shield.
fight, there's about 7 operational Mickeys.
Yeah, not my problem. If
Pretty
I was
bad.
if I was like the commander of this situation, I would handle it differently. But I'm not in charge of this shit, so whatever.
Mhm.
Um, so I'm just gonna use the Mickeys as a meat shield, and well, I'm a lighter mech, so I'm just gonna keep on the edge of combat. I'm not going to engage anything heavy directly. I'm gonna use the Mickeys as meat shields, and I'm just gonna operate however I can with my weaponry.
Okay. You take some space debris, minor damage. That's about it. You survive the battle. You get to return. Um, Pick one of the core stats that you rolled on.
I mean, I'll go ballistic at that point.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a 1d2.
Mm-hmm.
Increase your ballistic skill by 1.
Yep.
And you guys can come back to these things over and over and over again.
Yeah,
And
I'm gonna have to go into the next upgrade up to be able to make any progress. Move on to somebody else for now, though.
all right, Cody, you hopped into tier 2 immediately. All right. There are a plethora of options as this kind of kaleidoscope dome closes around your unit.
Mhm.
And it's pitch dark except for the front screen, and then these kind of lights pop on, and then the analog cockpit configuration descends down from mechadendrite arms that just kind of literally piece what an analog cockpit looks like. The spaces in between are filled by holographic squares to fill in the dead space.
Mm.
And you're in a cockpit.
I'm going to take time to set up the Apollo.
Okay. Takes about an hour.
Yeah.
Ugh, God, there's so many different.
And then, but once it's set up, I'm just gonna save
Actually,
it.
roll me mech design, because the base does not have the heavy gyroscope cockpit configuration.
Okay.
You'll have to literally build it into the system as an option.
Alright, only a +1.
It's just,
There you go.
yeah, you kind of just throw the data from your data pad onto it, and the system's like unregistered cockpit configuration. Build new.
Yes.
You literally have to send all of the specs of this cockpit, like real specs, because this thing does very realistic simulations. And you eventually get it in there pretty quick because you already have the schematics.
And then the only thing he's going to switch out is the machine guns for a single lance spear.
Okay. All right. What type of engagement are you looking for? The tier 2s have thousands of simulations, unlike the tier 1s, which have 50 of the basics, 50 basic encounters.
Cody is going to try and do reconnaissance.
Okay. So,
yeah.
You don't need to roll anything. The tier 1 reconnaissance mission is nothing happened. You get to go see some pretty sights. You get to sit in the cockpit for a really long time.
I thought he was in tier 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a realistic scouting mission. Nothing
But
happens.
it's the tier 1 mission in the tier 2 pod.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The tier 1 pods, the level 1 pods, they all are combat engagements. The tier 2s, the level 2 pods have missions that nothing happen. So you can be like, where's the combat? And you're expecting combat, and the tension builds, and you get a little panicky, you get a little sweaty, and you're just like, where's the combat? And then nothing happens.
Could just take a moment to kind of like scroll through to find more combat-oriented ones.
All right. There's a couple. There's 10 different types of recorded scout missions. There are 2 of them that there's recommendations in red that says do not click or do not select. It's for your health.
We'll avoid those. We'll just go to basic combat then.
Okay. So these are going to be by the wire, because if you fail some of these rolls, you die on the spot.
Okay.
So first is awareness, because that is your goal as a scout. Are you aware?
All right. And do I get my frame stats to this or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Which means if you have a specialized beagle system, or if you have something that increases your range of detection, or
right,
that'll actually be a tech use afterwards, because it's your ability to see, and then it's your ability to use your components.
Yeah.
Awareness. All right, and then your tech use for your tools. Space is big. Sometimes it's hard to pick stuff out.
But yeah, we're good.
Most of your wing is taken out by the time you have realized that they are among you. These are range ambush units. Seeing them and detecting them with the Apollo stats is not particularly the Apollo's got a long way to go to pick these things up. But once they fire, they're very noticeable. What do you want to do?
We're going to fire barrage missiles.
All right. Roll your attack. All right. You slam several of these with missiles. One of them looks like it's absolutely just inoperable. Several of them look grazed. Roll me dodge. They will return fire.
Ouch.
Yeah, you're gonna get shot through. The Apollo does not have enough armor to handle the weapons these things are using.
Yeah.
You get you actually get to see just because the cabin, when the dome enters, actually pressurizes this thing, and it actually simulates hull breach, cockpit breach, loss of power, system failure, drifting, and this is full on panic, Cody. This is bad.
Yeah. I mean, hell, that's why we have an emergency ejection system.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll eject.
Pick one or two.
2.
All right.
Question: before I eject, could I send it off towards one of them?
Send off which?
Just send the Apollo off on like a suicide bomb.
Sure. If the canopy actually fired.
That's fair.
Because it's not. You go to program it, starts rocketing in towards the intended target with whatever thrusters and power it's got left. The reactor's set to overload, and you go to punch out, and you hear a screech and a pop as several bolts give way, and the whole thing lurches. You're stuck.
All right. Oh, we shouldn't do that. Can I roll a mech building to try and
This will be a tech use. You know exactly what to
use?
do. Your mech building is so high that you know
Yeah.
what needs to be done. It's getting it done in time.
All right.
To not getting to punch out before you get too close. That even punching out gets you sent into space.
Nope.
Unfortunately, you're trying to get out, and you finally get the thing to go, and you realize you've already impacted.
Yep.
And then the whole screen just goes KIA.
Yep.
All right, Nix. You sit down at the tactical simulator. This is you're not in a cockpit. Nothing closes over you like the others. This is you get to sit down and actually play a real-time simulation of a holographic engagement. And it starts as very simple. You get to have polygons of different shapes and sizes, each that does something different, and it's just tactical. It teaches you even juvenile basic tactics. It may sound insulting, but it does it regardless.
Yeah. He's gonna bite the bullet and see what it's like.
Roll me logic if you got it, or int if you don't. Int, since it's tier 1, it won't be any negative.
I do has logic.
Okay, roll logic. Okay. Really basic stuff is stupid basic. Increase your int by 1. There was a couple moves in there that were like, oh no, I'll file that away. That was that was adolescent in its efficiency, but oh man, no one would expect that. Because who would do that?
Fair enough.
Actually, some of them kind of look like football maneuvers. Like you send a couple Mickeys in, the enemy expects them to be expendable, but you pull them away like they are not obeying orders,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like fleeing, and put your forces into a bad position. But then they flank around and hit them.
It's a feint.
Yeah, it's a
Mhm.
feint. Yeah, so there's some really juvenile stuff, but it works. Next tier. This is going to be a -5 logic test if you have logic. It'll be a -10 if you don't have logic. It gets you with a couple really silly stuff, really cheesy shit, and you're sitting there like,
Now I have to ask: is this an important moment? I'm
No.
assuming not, but
well, your entire time in this tactical room before lunch is important training for you, so spare them,
I get my
use
so
them
I get-
sparingly. And yes, you can give your allies rerolls.
Okay.
Through Fire and Flames works here,
Okay.
or both versions of it.
He'll give it a shot because why not?
You remove the negative because you're going in. It's the same stuff. It's once you see you only get the
No,
negative the
he's
first time.
doing a reroll on the second time.
Okay. Okay. But no,
Can't roll higher.
I see what you're fishing for. All right. Aha. All right. Unlike last time, the original description, they do something really cheesy, but you grit your teeth through it, and instead of falling for a very obvious but very annoying issue, you hold the line, and it prolongs the exercise for about 15 minutes, longer than you'd prefer, because this is basic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if you had reacted at any point, you'd have lost the engagement, which was the point. It was basically the enemy's goading you into a play.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could win if you come in here, but further in, your men scouted out, and it was a very obvious ambush that was hard not to group your
Go
forces
after,
up and have a direct confrontation and punch it out, but you would have lost. Go ahead and increase your logic by 1 check mark.
Yay.
All right, so let's get you, unfortunately, a -10 logic test on the next series. We're gonna do this one and one more after, because they're pretty straightforward. All right. You gonna use a reroll?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it just because.
You don't have to. You're gonna get more than one try, and you can come back at any point you want to use downtime.
No, that's fair. I'm not gonna waste it then.
Okay. The thing just blatantly cheats. The pieces on the board, obviously you were going to win. It had some cover, but it got reinforcements from a rear vector and just cleaned you out because it didn't announce it. It was just like, here's an overwhelming force. Sorry, suck it. And it's just, you want to punch the screen. What the fuck?
This is like,
And it was
Yep.
only when you were stuck in and like you were ready to overwhelm and crush the enemy despite their defensive positions, you had played it perfect, and then just from behind.
yep, up the butt.
Yep. We'll give it, since you know what's coming, but not the vector in which it's coming from, it'll just be a basic logic roll. Now that you know the trick.
I'll give that one a reroll.
if you'd like.
Oh well.
Yeah. It's two smaller forces, but the two separate vectors. But only when you're stuck in.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, I see what's going on. All right, Luna.
Who's I?
You. What do you want to do?
Move to the freaking level 2 because this is boring already.
Okay.
It's just that moment of, oh, this is more baby than I thought. And yes, I do need more training on my combat and stuff, but I don't need to do it in the most basic, I don't know how to hold a handgun fashion.
Well, that was actually really realistic. That was a
I'm
nasty
not
drag
saying
out fight.
I'm not saying it's not realistic, but I'm also saying that she's a specialist and she knows she's going to be operating in a specialist role, and she would rather have more options for specialist things rather than just you're out of your element, go into a fight. She'd rather have at least some greater possibility of something else happening because she's going to have
Sure.
the system randomize whatever she gets into. She's not picking a situation this time.
Oh, just completely random?
Yeah, because she's just going to put herself in level 2. She's going to let the system pick. Maybe she ends up in direct combat. Maybe she ends up having to operate in her role. Maybe she's completely out of her element. Whatever.
It does a
Deal with
roulette
it.
wheel.
Yeah.
So there's 1,000+ engagements in which you can run into. You may either have a random configuration.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it do its thing.
All right. It spins.
Maybe I end up
and-
in something completely incapable of handling. We'll find out.
Yeah, no. You get a engagement, a named engagement, something that happened.
Yeah.
And this is called the Fall of Beru Fortress.
Okay.
Fall of Beru Fortress focuses around a entrenched asteroid outpost. This is the furthest outpost asteroid that has been constructed with multiple massive jet engines from basically reclaimed ships that were destroyed, and they can literally fly it around. This thing is so entrenched and so built up as a basically an impenetrable frontline fortress that they actually bring it into battles, like a battle barge. And this actually is a major engagement against a hive ship. They catch one of the main hive ships refueling at an ice belt, and they Leah jump this sucker within probably 10 million kilometers, which is
knife fight range in space.
Yeah, knife fight range. And the whole hive, you can't even see the ship when it deploys its full force. The thing is just a giant swarm, million strong. And you get blasted with so many different orders. It's a series of orders from not only Thunderhead, but addendums from the Ace. And the Ace goes, detecting 2 predators on the field. Deploy to engage. Support if can. Do not get their attention.
Okay.
Protect the base until main cannon fires.
So I'm operating more within my own role this time, though, correct?
You're attached to a squad. This squad is Iron Eaters through and through. These guys are absolutely nasty, built up, battle-hardened elites, and you were given the ECM slot with tech you've never heard of. This is not your sneaky stealth unit. This is a ECM, like, super spec.
That's fine. That was kind of why I was doing this, was to put myself outside of what was necessarily my
You
comfort
will
zone.
have something called a mercurial core. The mercurial core allows you to switch from a solitaire core on a bonus action to a basically opening yourself up to use your abilities.
I have no idea what a solitaire core is.
Solitaire core is a complete isolationist. You cannot be ECW or EWS does not work on you. Period. You cannot be hacked.
It's either you're in or you're out type of thing.
Yeah,
Closed
it's
system.
basically you get to play peekaboo with the ECM of the area. So if you come across
Well-
something that's just like I'm gonna hack you, you're just like I'm a solitaire.
Yeah, I'm gonna start off by playing peekaboo to see what kind of situation we're dealing with. I'll start
Okay.
gathering information, find out what's trying to attack our sensor network, and support the squad as necessary.
I want you to roll me your best chiropractor roll, because as you're actually linked into this, like the guy is. You actually are closely resembling. They put you in this particular seat because the guy who also piloted this is a robot, and he also has chiropractor-like skills.
So the security to take use at that rate.
Yeah.
I guess I could do computer coding instead, but I don't know what the Zeno stuff looks like yet, so.
Yep.
I'll operate in a security. Oh, there you go.
Okay. EWS against the enemy is disrupting psionic communications. It's not. They do not have computer systems. They actually have biological psionic systems that operate like computers.
Interesting.
It like with your energy abilities, you can actually just grab hold of some of the less protected units and just squeeze, and the
I'm
whole unit just
gonna
shuts
have
off.
to. I'm gonna have to actually program that into the system, aren't I? My fucking
Yeah, on the
energy
fly
stuff.
because you were a different pilot.
I'll throw you a coding test to
Sure.
actually insert the right coding for
Go
my
ahead and
energy.
increase your security by 1 check mark.
Oh, my security's max, my friend. I can't increase that.
What I'm gonna do is give you psionic warfare as a forbidden skill.
Interesting.
Psionic warfare is rolled with your security bonus on top of whatever check marks you have in it.
All right. So mine's just slapping in trained for now.
Yes. Well,
All
it's
right.
it's a forbidden skill. It's a forbidden lore. Yeah, it's trained with 1 check mark.
I will pre-boon the coding to get my to program in my energy shit at the same time of dealing with everything else, because that's
So
good practice. That's good on the fly practice.
I will say this for you, even outside your mech, because of who you are and your energy manipulation, you can use psionic warfare just as a robot. If you weren't a robot with special energy manipulation abilities, you can only do this with special modules in your mech. And this has some specialized modules.
All right. So I've got my shit set up now. I'm rolling.
You have a psionic warfare amplifier in this machine that gives you a plus 30 to psionic warfare against the enemy.
Interesting. Well, I can't fail psionic warfare rolls in this machine.
It's opposed.
Well, then it's a question of how badly I crush them. I guess I'm gonna go up. I guess I'll just start crushing people, smacking bitches, being.
All right. The standard engagement, there are no Mickeys on the field. This is all Reginalds. That's the basic one with shields, heavy weapons.
Yeah, I figured. By the description, I doubted any Mickeys would make a significant difference.
Right. This particular engagement goes bad from the start. The amount of drones on the first wave is enough to block your view from not only the hive ship, but the ice belt and the planet is surrounds.
Actually, you know what? Curious question.
Yep.
There are a bunch of drones that are operating in a very mass environment.
Those are actually closed off. You cannot. You can kill swarms, like clusters, with your psionic warfare.
Well, that's where I was going with that. Is like there's got to be some sort of command structure in there. So there's got to be like like a command unit somewhere mixed in the middle of all
The
that. Good lord,
drones are
right?
given one order, and then they are sent into battle. They are not actively controlled.
Then I'm not going to worry about the drones because much as it's tempting, other than to shoot at them, of course,
Mhm.
much as it is tempting to try to dick with them, there's so many of the fucking things, and if they're
Mhm.
that simple and they don't really have a connection, that's not my focus.
Yep.
Not my
You
job.
have thousands of soldiers firing, just raking the
Yeah,
drones.
I'm,
The
I'm,
nasty
I'm
bit are the thousands of fire ships afterwards.
cool. Can I mess with them?
Yes, you can destroy one at a time.
Well, what I was thinking is, can I? No, I don't. I don't know. I don't know how valuable it would be to try to set one off in the middle of the swarm.
They're spaced enough.
Well, I'm not trying to blow up more than one fire ship. I'm more trying to take out swaths of the drones that way while getting rid of a fire ship at the
Yeah.
same time.
What you
Basically, get its
can do
hold.
is the fire ships are going to go in as a barrage.
Uh-huh.
They are going to pick specific targets, but most of them are going to hit big installations. What you can do is pick fire ships with specific courses to intercept those and make sure those explode so they don't hit crucial stuff. Because this is an asteroid; it can take a beating.
Well, that was the general plan either way, but I more wanted to see if I can det their payload before it.
Absolutely, you can. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna start. I'll just pick out the most important targets, the ones that are targeting shielding units. Maybe anything that's going because they're going to be going after the actual mobile base behind me. So anything going after main armaments, thrusters, shield units, or reactors is the first priorities.
Yeah.
After that, it would be launch pads and
Hangar Bay.
hangar bays.
Bear Fortress is also equipped with a satellite of smaller asteroids
Mhm.
for basic cover and or firing platforms.
Honestly, they're secondary.
Yeah, I know.
If
Well, that's where you're located. You're on one of the satellite asteroids, so you have cover. You have a stable position.
That's fine. I was assuming otherwise, but that's fine. Yeah, I'll start getting rid of fire ships.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me awareness and logic to see your ability to determine threat assessment. You're not alone, so if you do fail, there's so many other people doing the exact same thing.
The awareness, hopefully somebody else will be able to cover for me. Got to rely on the team for that. Logic, pass.
Yeah, you were given so much telemetry that you can pick out. You're actually given targets.
That's fine. If
Go
somebody
ahead and
has
roll me.
valid targets.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me Psionic Warfare.
I'm just gonna roll it with because it's the plus 30, and then
Plus-
the bonus from tech is.
And then you get another plus 30 for the component.
So I'm just gonna even on a really bad roll.
Oh yeah, no, you kill all of yours, and you actually help a couple others that people are struggling against. But in a flash, your squad lead is, we're moving out. The elites have taken the field.
Yep, following commands. No problem. I'm a cog in a machine.
Okay, so the battle's pretty straightforward. The battle, you guys are handling the elites. You guys are in perfect unison. There's telemetry data. Everything's going fine. There's a roar of cheers as one of the ace just rips apart one of the predators. And
Where's it
the
go
other
wrong?
wounded one rips the ace's left arm off, which is not the main arm, but it was kind of a sacrificial move to take out one of the predators.
Mm.
And the fight goes kind of in balance. The ace kind of just dances around fighting the predator, making sure it can't regenerate. And then there is a brief moment where one of the Vanguard units actually plays kind of martyr, and they end up killing the second predator. But the ship, the hive ship, it takes a huge hit, and kind of starts the list into the ice field. And something on the sensor, the ace kind of is like, oh no. And starts to send a series of orders. There is a third predator with a different color variation. The armor's different, the look's different, and it moves like lightning. And it does not stop for the ace. It does not stop for the vanguard. It kind of bends space, and it's into the hangar of the Bear Fortress. And there is just disaster.
Mm-hmm. So we're dealing with now something highly dangerous that has entered into the middle
Right.
of everything.
So the scenario is a losing scenario, with the one exception. The hive ship, the ace makes a hard decision. Barrage Fortress is fucked, but the hive ship is taking critical damage. It can repair. It's in the middle of an ice field. That's plenty of mass. They can put itself back together. The ace tells all Vanguard forces to engage the hive ship. Stamp it out.
We're going to lose the fortress, but they lose the hive ship.
Right.
A trade. Try to
Battle
get
barge
an
for a
even trade.
battleship.
Yep, even well, I guess it slightly outweighs it, but
Yeah, it's a huge loss. But you do clear out a hive ship.
yeah, no, I'll do what I can. Following the Ace's lead at that point. The Ace has made a decision, and decision's accepted.
All right. The Ace actually, upon retreat, he actually says, "I'm going to engage. Everyone retreat back to the main ship. It's going to do a hot jump. I'm going to force Beru Fortress to self-destruct if it's still possible. I'm going to hold the damn thing off so it doesn't rip our escape avenue to pieces."
What are the odds of the Ace actually accomplishing that?
The Ace is missing. It's the Ace's mech is in
on
tatters.
A technical side.
10% chance of it actually doing enough to hold this thing off to actually hurt it. Holding it off, it'll hold it off, but it'll cost the Ace.
I'll definitely cost. Well, the one way or the other, it's going to cost the Ace. My question was more: he's planning to debt the. Basically, he's planning to try to debt the fortress, right?
Yeah, there's too much gear in there.
Does
there's
he
also
have
Leah tech in there? They can't let the enemy have it.
on a technical side? Is there anybody that can assist him with deading the fortress?
Yeah, there's a direct line to Thunderhead. Thunderhead, the Ace gives the order, the Thunderhead goes self-destruct sequence activated.
So having somebody with engineering skills or even electronic skills here to handle it in person would not be beneficial.
Any assistance you can, because he says because the connection could be cut off due to the damage inside.
Then fuck it. I'll stick around. I will act as a secondary access for Thunderhead. I've got the correct energy codes for it to be able to access through me.
Okay. And let me make a couple rolls.
And I'm not going to be engaging, and instead, I'm actually going to put myself into the fortress itself so that I have the bulk of it, whatever's left of it, to act as a shield of sorts.
Okay. With your energy control, you're able to access several down shield modules, several barriers, several cut off and damaged systems that need direct connection access. And with your help, you're able to successfully initiate the self-destruct. And this predator, very clever, very smart, it realizes, well, damn, I can chance it, but if I lose, I die in the process, or I can rip my way out of here and fuck up every one of you. And that's what it picks. And it beelines right for the Ace, and the Ace says, mission objective is complete, get out.
I mean, is Exodus even possible for me at this point? I don't think so.
If you do a hard burn, like absolutely just burn out your engines, yes, you'll make it.
These juggernauts, or what are they called? The predators. The
Yeah.
predators. How psionically powerful are they?
Enough that you need to be in solitaire mode to not have your unit just, lose control of your unit.
I'm debating on a suicide move on the predator. Because
Well,
I'm
tell me what
kind
you
of
debate.
I'm kind of thinking one as powerful as I can throw it out, Sonic Pulse, to try and disrupt its movements. I'm not looking to get out of here at this point. The actual purpose is bring it down with me and the ace at that point. Because if we can take out it too, that makes the loss. That's a battleship and a high level predator gone.
Yeah.
That levels this out completely in our favor.
Right.
Tactically.
Sure. All right. I'm gonna have you roll psionic warfare. Roll as best you can.
I'll throw. You know what? For shits and giggles, because this is she's having fun. I'll throw in 3 of my boons at the start, like
All right.
before
I
even.
made my secret GM roll.
Because of my thing, I get a bunch of. I'm getting a plus 90 from the boons because I'm throwing 3 of them in. So 150. Because boons are hilarious.
Okay. You are able to distract it enough with a kind of a surprise energy lance, psionically, that the Ace is actually able to capitalize on just a moment, but he's not able to kill it. And within a moment, you guys are in pieces.
Yeah, but
Which hurt.
well, what I was hoping is that when the ship goes up, it'll maybe take it with it. So
No, it
if not,
moved it
oh well.
far enough away. This is a named predator. This is called the White Devil. It's
Hey.
stark white. It does not have a hive ship, and it operates like a lone wolf, hunting all Enigma forces that it comes across.
All right. Well, I made an attempt. I failed. Moving on.
But that's the type of damage that the predators alone can do. They are the sole single threat. Besides the hive ships, everything's just chaff. But you are going to get a rank marker. You are a top 5 placed for this scenario on base.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you did exceptionally well. You also stuck around. You get a huge bonus multiplier because that ace by the scenario was torn to pieces in seconds, and you guys lost half of your retreating forces before they could get to the ship. And the ship jumped prematurely, leaving another 25%.
Oh, and then by dragging it out longer, by actually making it focus on the fortress ship that went up, and then delaying it and wounding it with the
You actually
ace,
stunned
slowed
it.
down.
It ripped you up, and it was not able to operate for several moments. And then it was sluggish to actually reach out and, enact its wrath upon the retreating forces. You were able to recover all retreating forces and jump out safely.
Worth it.
Yeah, top 5 score. Because every person you get out of that scenario gives you a multiplier to your score.
Yeah. So who has the top score?
Base commander.
Of course. What? Well, that's also probably having studied the scenario a few times
Yes,
too.
the base commander. You actually shows the amount of attempts at this.
Mhm.
Base commander has over 1,000 attempts on this scenario.
What number am I at?
You have 1 attempt, and you are placed 5.
Neat.
First attempt, top 5 placements. The other guy at placement 4 He has 112 attempts at this scenario. He's only a couple points ahead of you, about 1,000.
Oh, must have gotten more forces off the battlefield.
Or more kills.
One of the two. Well, I wasn't focusing on kills. I was, so
Yeah, the
more kill. Yeah, if he was engaging in the front line, doing more damage. Is the ace on the list?
mm-mm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, I'm done. She's like, yeah, I take that.
Um,
I got a new skill out of it.
pick awareness, your pilot skill, or one of your tech skills, and increase it by a check mark.
Yeah, I'm gonna slow down on my pilot.
You'll notice that there are no indicators on
Actually,
any of the top 5 placements called scenario reversals. Scenario reversals are basically somehow you won
well, the only way to win in that particular
is to
scenario,
kill the white devil, and no one's figured that out.
which I have an idea, but it would take a lot of planning to execute, and that would be
If you do
basically
1,000
100%.
attempts, you probably can figure it out, especially with your unique skill set.
Well, the only way I can see it working is a single concentrated brute force strike psionically, because physically it has been around long enough, fought long enough, consumed enough enemies, and adapted enough that at this point, taking it on in direct one-to-one combat with any of our existing technology that isn't Magitech, that's a key thing there. If it's not Magitech, because I don't know how Magitech works, so I
Yeah.
can't assess how it will function against the White Devil. But with our current tech, that is the only way that it has anything even resembling a.
Yeah. The downside to this scenario is even if you know going in, every other individual in part of the scenario does not know that there is a third predator. And even if you go, hey, there's probably a third predator, I know for a fact you were.
You
It
can't.
actually
It won't
makes the
work.
scenario worse.
Yeah, it's not going to work. For piloting in space, is that void or for
Aeronautica.
operate? Aeronautica.
Void will be for ships. I
Cool.
had to save it for that. If you
I'm
pilot
slapping that. I'm slapping that check mark into Aeronautica because I don't have Aeronautica yet, and I could probably use.
No, you should have 2.
Should I?
Yeah, because you rolled that 1, and that was
Right.
not supposed to be pilot
Right.
surface. That was actually supposed to be pilot Aeronautica for your mech.
Well, I'll put it in that either way. I'll have it there. You can move on to somebody else.
Surface is for either. Surface
Yep.
is actually going to be for ground mechs and like trucks and cars.
Yeah,
and things.
I got. That's what I was asking. We're good.
Okay. Good job. That gets you noticed really quickly. Top 5 placement for a first try and a recruit. That'll get you noticed. Because these scores, anyone can look them up. And some people subscribe to the training room to let them know if they've been dropped in a ranking and or somebody has been placed in one of the named scenarios in the top 5.
So whoever I just kicked out of number 5 is going to be coming to have a chat.
Yeah, you actually kicked him out by a very serious margin.
Oops.
So, I mean, he was holding on to it tenuously anyways, because seat 6 was like hundreds away, 100 point. And these point multipliers go up to like 1 billion points. Like the other huge numbers. So when having a 100-point difference is laughable.
Well, Matt, you can move on to somebody else.
Cody,
Yo.
you finish your scenario, and you had to do a lot of custom building. You had to do a lot of tinkering with the cockpit. You before you even finish, you actually see Luna kind of disgustingly just, ugh. I'm not a child. Get up, go to the second tier, hop in, and you finish yours about the same time because you're unfortunately the scouting patrol, the first one, was a long time of nothing.
Yeah.
But it gave you a good experience to see what scouting is when nothing happens and there's nothing to report, which is nice. And Apollo fucking goes fast. You actually
Yeah.
cut several hours off of the patrol because of the speed of the Apollo. Your second one, you go in and you kind of pop back out, and Luna's dome is still closed. And what do you want to do?
Fuck it. Round 2.
You want to go back into the same scenario or kind of do something else?
Nah, Cody, he doesn't back away from challenges that he can't surmount. So he's gonna do some fine tuning on the Apollo real quick,
Sure.
and go back in.
Same scenario?
Same scenario.
Okay. Same 2 rolls. Awareness techies.
Okay.
Okay. You are eliminated so fast.
I was gonna use a boon on the awareness though.
Okay.
I can't do anything for the tech use
well,
there.
I'll do you a good one. You can get eliminated and then just re-kick it back up,
Yeah.
so you can save your boon.
Yeah.
It is so fast, and you're like glued to the screen. You're like, where's it coming from? Where's it coming from? From behind, directly behind, within knife fight range.
Okay.
And you're like, how do you get there? Did we fly past you? Did you ghost in behind us? Did you teleport? What the fuck? All right, round 3. Okay, tech use. All right, this time you do kind of get a gist. So these are from you're actually flying in. You're looking up curiously what is killing you. These are basically the assassin units. They're called the Null Point Guard. They have a black carapace as dark as the stars, which actually reflect the stars themselves. So there's no like negative that you can take. So the stars are supposed to be there, and then there's a blank space. Even your computer can't tell, let alone your eyes. They are dead as space. None of your instruments pick it up. The only time your computer can pick up anything is if they move even slightly. But they're like floating space debris. Invisible floating space debris. And they can move out of the way, but as long as they don't move their actual physical form, as long as they can drift, you can't pick them up. And they have these massive sniper rifle like guns that replace one of their arms, and they stabilize with the other. These are enough to punch through most medium mechs, even with shields. And there's usually a group of 3. And they always pick a separate target, and they just, by the time you can react, they've already killed like 4 to 6. This is why the scouts just don't come back.
Yeah.
And that's why the Apollo's just, the gun just lances right through everything. It's not strong enough.
Yeah. Then again, I don't think most things are that strong.
Well, like if you're able to get any of your weapons trained on it and hit them, they come up. They get torn to pieces. They're not very durable.
Got it.
Yeah. So they are quintessentially an ambush glass cannon. They have a powerful weapon, but they can't take a hit. If you could get that type of weaponry on the Apollo, though, or a Apollo model, with that type of stealth, that could be an idea.
Yeah.
But you do detect a blip for the briefest of moments. What do you do?
We're going. Fuck it, we're gonna go full speed.
You're just gonna charge a motherfucker, just like, shing.
Well, we're gonna take evasive maneuvers. Using
Okay.
our rocket speed.
Okay. That'll give you I think it was a negative to be hit.
It was a negative to be hit. Yeah. A -50 to range units.
Do you give this telemetry data to any of your wingmates? There are 4 others in
Yes.
a chevron shape.
We'll give them to the teammates.
Okay. I'm going to roll a series roll for each of them. All but one is like, I don't see it. You got to point it out. The other guy's like, immediately peels off hard in a kind of evasive burn. All right, go ahead and make me a weapon skill test as you are going to use your lance.
Yeah.
Okay. You do get a charge bonus, which is a +20.
Right. So plus. Oops, not that.
And they aren't particularly moving.
Yeah.
They're kind of drifting, so.
So I just make sure I have all my bonuses done correctly.
Nice. Okay. They do not have enough momentum to get out of the way. They are kind of drifting. That helps with the stealth and the being able to be pinpointed. Makes them very immobile. The lance you use rakes through the guy with barely any resistance, and you just bisect it. The guy next to you, the other guy that noticed, also lances forward and bisects the guy. The one remaining no point guard does shoot through one of the unaware Apollos, just coring it. The other two, now that the weapon has been fired, fire a barrage of missiles and take out their remaining no point guard. You have completed this particular engagement of the scenario. It is not over, though. You survived an ambush. On to the second part of the scenario.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll me a awareness. Roll it twice. Pick the better of the two. Very good. All right. There is something to find. There is a cluster. A cluster is it's kind of a birthing pod unit attached to some sort of celestial object, whether it's an asteroid, a planetoid, a moon, some sort of large chunk of ice. And what it does is it spits out a very specific type of alien unit. It only makes one. It's like a manufacturing line, and it uses the resources around it. And the clusters are particularly bad because the hive ship doesn't care fuck all about it. They will not come back to defend it. They will not come back to reclaim it. If it runs out of resources, it just dies. But it spits out these units with whatever order it was given to tell these units to do, and just plague an entire area with this particular enemy unit, which are the null point guards. And this cluster will, of course, be defended by several divisions of null point guards, which is just a bunch of invisible snipers.
Yeah.
You will have your Leah tech for this. I will need you to roll me a pilot test to activate your Leah, because you will be shot to pieces. Because you need to phase jump out. There are too many guns trained on any
So
information gathering attempts.
I'm gonna have my AI do. I'm gonna have Lexi do that for me.
Perfect. And what do you want to do?
I'm just gonna
Clusters require heavy ordnance to take out, such as an
Alright.
arrow missile,
which I don't have.
which you don't have.
But you can like
And
make a Leah bomb.
I can make a Leah bomb.
Make the world go
Um,
boom.
I don't think I'm gonna make it out of this though. And scouts are just supposed to
Report, get
report
back.
back. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going for try and get as many of our units out of here as safely as possible.
This is a particularly nasty cluster. It doesn't produce as many units, but the units are quality over quantity, and this particular cluster takes a lot of resources to build from the hive ship.
Mhm.
But the amount of havoc it wreaks across an area or a sector is worth it.
Mhm.
So it needs to be destroyed, but due to the reaches of space, you don't have a Leah communicator, so you need to get back to basically say, hey, we need somebody with some missiles and just bomb the
some
shit out of
heavy
it.
ordinances. Yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna retreat back to base command.
Okay.
And
Your
I'll
Leah
start
jump, I
raiding
need
when.
a pilot roll at a -40
All right. Ooh, this is gonna hurt.
to not get shot to pieces. You could have your dodge bonus.
Okay.
So whatever your dodge is, the check marks, you can add that whatever
Only one
bonus.
check mark. So
You only have one?
Yep.
So it's just basic.
Yeah. Could I add my how would the minus hit work to hit me? What
You haven't engaged.
fair.
You did a Leah jump and then you got a burn, but there's a brief moment in which you'll get shot to pieces. You need to do a maneuver, and then you're just out of there.
I think I have nothing else for this.
Yeah, it's probably just a basic roll.
Unfortunately,
several will nick your engines and you will explode.
Yeah.
Checking the leaderboards, the top 100 have operation reversal. Basically, not only did they succeed in their reconnaissance, they blew up the cluster in all enemy units with a scout lane.
Interesting.
But you'll do notice that the scout unit that you did, it has to be medium class, and whatever you pilot, all the others pilot the same.
Right.
So it's all Apollos.
Yeah.
And if you look into any of the top 100, they're all custom spec Iron Eater class. And you see Hornet in the top 3. So imagine 5 Hornet class scout units. Of course, they're gonna wipe this thing easily without taking a single casualty.
All we're hearing is they cheated.
They did cheat. Absolutely, they cheat.
But Cody's gonna take all the battle data for this.
Yeah.
And it's just all right, this is what I need.
You'll do notice Hornet is in the top 3 with only 4 attempts.
Fair.
The top 1 is actually a name you don't recognize. And he had 14 attempts, but the score is so fucking up there that it's kind of hard to believe. You're like, how does it get that? You got to score that high. It's like it's like 100 million above the tier 2 score.
Okay. And then Cody's just gonna spend the rest of the time, if no one's looking for him, just like respecting the Apollo. Basically doing, you know, when you start a new Skyrim game and spend way too much time on the.
Yeah. Go ahead and
new
add another
character.
checkpoint of dodge. You did some pretty darn good stuff there. All right. We're gonna jump the next.
Do you want your fries and stuff too?
Sneak.
Sneaks. All right, my friend. You were getting into the thick of it.
So
Then
let's
the
see.
module is starting to cheat. Starting to cheat bad.
Time to cheat by being OP.
Yeah, you guys just got to be OP. All right, so go ahead and roll me a logic test with a plus 10 this time. Because you know what you're looking for. You know it's going to cheat. You know it's going to modulate its
Are
cheating
you?
strategy depending on what you do. You actually
I'm,
know it's reactive.
I'm giving it that reroll because
'Kay.
I'm fucking tired of it.
You roll like I do in the Thursday session.
Are you? Fuck. Oh,
Dude, breathe. It's fine.
I hate you.
It be how it be, my friend.
Right?
All right. Go ahead and try it 2 more times. The second time will be a plus 15. The third time will be a plus 20. You're getting the hang of it. It's the program. The reinforcements are completely reactionary to how you deploy your forces.
Finally.
You actually can really crush the reinforcements that are supposed to be overwhelming by spreading out your forces, because it sends out a bunch of individual squads to overwhelm single groups.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can have individuals group up and then destroy each individual sectionalized squads before they can regroup with overwhelming force. And you basically do a revolving door.
Make it seem like I'm running around with a bunch of squads doing tactical stuff when it's actually groups of squads working together to entrap.
You actually learn that any squads that you hide and don't use for the engagement push forward, as long as they stay hidden for a specific period of time, the amount of forces that you send to engage the entrenched force determines how big the reactionary force is. So if you have a small skirmisher force engaging the much more potent and larger number entrenched force, it sends a really small reactionary force. And then you can deploy the 90% you just hid and then just crush the reinforcements and then overwhelm
Counter cheat. Yep.
Yeah, counter cheat. Yep. And it makes you think. And you're like, oh. Go ahead and add another checkpoint of logic.
Okay then.
Yeah, this thing is gonna hurt you. But it's gonna teach us some seriously cool strategy. It started juvenile, but now it's like, okay, maybe it's not cheating per se. It's using variables that I can't foresee, but I should potentially expect.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This one will be a minus 20 logic test. There are 2 more modules on this particular unit before you need to go to the other side of the room. Nice.
Ah, yes.
You actually catch what it's about to do almost before you can, because you're just sitting there, you're staring at the screen going, this fight is totally screwed. Totally screwed. There's nothing. Let me check my data. There's a lot of debris around here. Maybe it's not so useless. Sure enough, there is some things you can utilize. There's a lot of dense space debris, and one of the nastiest things you remember from your training, especially with what Snips has been telling you, space debris is one of the most potent occurrences of battle damage. And there's a bunch of big chunks, and if you just maneuver the space debris and shoot it at the incoming overwhelming force, the space debris just wreaks havoc and just completely annihilates the enemy force which is a 100 to 1 situation.
Gotta love it.
And you're just like, oh geez, Space Spray is not to be fucked with. Damn.
Yep.
All right. Minus 30 logic test. You can add 3 to your int after that scenario.
Very nice.
You said minus
Yeah.
30
And you're just
logic now?
just juiced. You're just sitting here just kind of gripping the control. Just like, what do you got for me next? Ah.
I really am. Holy shit.
Oh Jesus. Okay. This is like playing chess because you have reserve forces for this one. You have to decide what to deploy because you have 5 different shapes and they all do different things and they all have different stats. And you have to actually catalog, how much damage they've taken, what do they do best, orientation, facing, and it's actually now, instead of a 2, like a grid that you would see on checkers or chess, it's a 3-dimensional grid. And it's playing 3-dimensional chess with reserve pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a even matchup from the get-go with different configurations. And you get it. It clicks. And you just have a stupidly lethal deployment, and you just clear it. So go ahead and add a +2 to your int and a logic check mark. Do tell me when you
That just
have
maxed
reached.
my logic.
Nice. And the module goes, you have completed all tactical scenarios. Please move to secondary training unit. And the other two kind of look over like, because they're on the last engagement. And they're like, fuck, that was good. Because they stopped what they were doing and they were watching you just sweating at this thing. And the thing is, you don't have time to think. Pieces move constantly. And you have to deploy order. It's basically like playing StarCraft. This is RTS. Just go there, do that, attack that, orient this way.
It's
It's
one
crazy.
of those. It's one of those. He just looks at the two. Tip for a favor.
There's like,
I'll give you a tip. You owe me a favor.
No.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
stupid. You can give us a tip because you completed it and you're better than us, but we're not going to owe you a favor. We'll figure it out. We're not dumb.
You're like, all right, fair. Memorize what your dudes can do, and rely more on reaction than plan. As he gets up and walks away.
Huh. Just kind of like, but I did memorize. Well, you suck at reaction. Well, you suck at sucking. I suck at sucking, which means I'm good? Well, you haven't completed that module any better than I have, so you still suck. Shut up, bitch.
Right. And Nyx just heads over to the other one.
This one is actual battle scenarios. It is basically what you could potentially utilize from any of the pilot scenario pods, but you are actually in command of the battle group. It's basically you're just sitting there in your giant throne going, yes, my units. Yes. Move here. Do that. It's top-down strategy.
Yep.
They're no longer polygons. They actually have shapes. You have to know what armaments they have. You have to click on them and actually be able to read what they have at a glance and be able to internalize that and memorize that. And oh god, this is way harder. You click on a polygon, it was a basic number. Now it's literally looking at the mech building character sheet. And you got to be able to, within like a couple seconds, just go, I have internalized all that data.
Yep, he's just going to hop in, go through what he's got, and try and go.
All right. The scenario is very, very simple to start. Very slow. So it's going to be a -20 to your logic test. But the difficulty only comes from the nasty humbling understanding of how much data there is. And it warns you. One of the hardest parts about the confrontations, especially in tactical assessments, is the amount of data and the ever-changing amount of data and how to utilize it the best way. So go ahead and roll a -20 logic. You're unfortunately overwhelmed really quickly. This is
I'm going to give it one of my rerolls because why not?
okay. How many you got left?
Counting this one, 2.
Okay.
So I've got one more after this.
Okay. You stare at it. You kind of blink. Thunderhead, juice me. And there is a literal energy drink brought over. And you put on your fake gamer glasses and kind of like, okay, show me the money. And the engagement is actually one you did at the very beginning, just more complex because of it's no longer just a basic shape with basic stats. It's a mountain of stats. And why the engagement is so hard is it just
mountain of stats.
Mountain of data. And it's not just the mechs, it's the actual 3D representation of the battle. You can zoom in, you can zoom out.
It's positioning, speed, trajectory, enemy speed, positioning, and trajectory.
Yeah. And the only thing you've had experience like it was the last scenario on the other module. Go ahead and gain a new trade skill, Battle Tactics. Battle Tactics is the advanced form of logic. You will get your logic bonus in addition to rolling your Battle Tactics roll. So you get a +30 anytime you roll Battle Tactics.
Now, does this mean because it's a trade skill, I can use any of the trade skill stats on it?
Well, what do you mean?
Because for trade skills, you can choose for the trade skill whether it's int, agility, or fellowship based.
It's only.
Okay.
It's your
It was worth asking.
ability.
So.
Yeah.
Fucking, he's hunkered in.
Yeah. Snips will get up and kind of crack her neck. And you guys will be called to the cafeteria for lunch. But we got to do Jackie if Jackie's here.
Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, I can.
Yep.
Welcome to the Tactical Training Facility.
I see that.
I think I gave you a description earlier of it. Or would you like me to give you a description again?
I kind of get the idea. I don't know where I can go, though. Can I even fit in this thing?
Yes, you can fit in them.
Alrighty.
Barely.
Would you like me to give you a rundown of each of the modules in the room?
So
Or do you
can I
remember?
choose then? I see there's different. I see Nyx is over here instead of on these ones. What's the difference between these ones and this, for
So
example?
I'll give you the overview. So the main center one, that is the Master Tactician engagement. You need to be invited to that particular unit.
I see.
Only those who have completed the basic and advanced tactics training have the opportunity. And even then, if you do not excel and make a name for yourself, you do not get invited to the round table, so to speak. On the left, that is the Beginner Tactician's Tutorial Unit, which Nyx just completed.
I see.
It'll give you an ability to increase your logic and your int and potentially pick up battle tactics.
Right.
The right side is the Advanced Tactician's training program. This is after you complete the left side. Now down below, those are the pilot simulation pods.
Right.
Level 1 through 3. Level 1, there are basic engagement and all combat scenarios. It can be kind of insulting about how simple it is, but at the same time, there are 50 scenarios built in. They're all basic engagements. It's just survive.
Right.
It gets you real combat experience, and these are basically like the canopy will actually fold over you into a dome, and you will actually be enclosed in a makeshift cockpit that's very realistic, and you will literally pilot. The tier 2, the level 2s, that's where you get to really cherry pick all of the different possible combinations of scenarios and different mechs. You can upload your own mechs, your own specs. That's kind of where everyone just kind of sits forever and really understands kind of the limitations and different scenarios. The level 3, sorry, my voice is going. They're all Kobayashi Maru scenarios. Literally impossible, or should be impossible. The main scenarios have all been real scenarios that were actually completed by somebody, whether it's an ace, a vanguard, or some just pilot that beat the odds. The Kobayashi Maru scenarios are meant for you to bang your head against the screen in frustration and hate for how difficult it is. If you get a completion on a tier 3 or a level 3 chair, you get fame, like straight up. And it shows you're a S tier or higher pilot.
For sure.
There are theoretical scenarios, which you can access in the sub-appendix files, which are basically somebody put together through a lot of effort a scenario through their own design. They built it themselves. That doesn't mean it actually really happened, but every scenario in the main files that is accessible is something that actually happened. And there are rankings, and people are very, very possessive about their rankings. People will confront you and fucking beat you because you beat them in their rankings. How dare you? How dare you kick me out of the top 5? Fucker.
What are these things in the back, Matt? Are these like servers or just screens that are on the wall? Or
in the very, very back, that is the general computing power for this entire room.
I figured as much. Just wanted to double check.
It looks very pretty, is why I left it.
And then there's this one thing over here that I'm curious about.
Water.
Just water.
Water and energy
You know
drinks.
what? Sometimes you need it for sure.
Hey man, a lot of people get some salty. It gets salty in here, and they have to quench that thirst.
For sure. Well, why don't I get a number 2?
Drinks?
I get number 2, and how about you get yourself some tea, Matt? Take a second, and we'll.
Tea's not gonna help me. I've already drank tea. I'm just gonna power through until my voice fails, and then that's where we're gonna end.
Do you have liquids beside you?
Yes, I do. I got liquids. Don't you worry.
I see.
Don't you worry.
Are the liquids water?
They were.
Maybe get some water at least.
Please.
No, I got water. I got my beer. They both serve a purpose. All right, so
The beer's not going to help the throat thing, though.
Well, that's why I got both, my friend.
Well, take a sip from me, Mac. Do it for my birthday, which is
okay,
in like 4 hours.
No, I got this, man. I know. I've done this before. I am a GM of many, many years. All right, so my friend, you want to hop into a tier 2 seat?
Yes, Jackie is going to do some adjusting on the seat and get her bottom in.
No, it actually it reconfigures to be a comfortable seat. A dome will then enclose your entire the rig, and it'll be pitch dark for a brief moment, and then these little panels on these little mechadendrite arms come down and assemble a analog cockpit.
For sure. So let's get to her. One thing I want to do is upload my mech, my specs.
The Timberwolf?
Yeah.
Okay. That is a ground-based mech, which will limit the amount of engagements, but you can do a ground-based engagement.
For sure. Let's let's start with that.
Right, let me see what you get you. Okay. You're actually going to get the scenario, the Fall of Hephaestus base, which is a previous iteration of Ares base.
I see.
Yeah. You are going to be one of the deployable ground forces while the space forces are deployed. The space forces, unfortunately, their entire job is to save the transport ships and
sure.
disable the jump point so that the enemy cannot get its hands on the Leah tech, and then all jump-able ships can get the hell out of there. It does leave Hephaestus base isolated into its own fate, but that's kind of what we're looking at.
Alrighty.
So, what you're going to run into is a species of alien called the Amalgam. The Amalgam is a drop pod that's just a unit will come over and eject an incredible amount of these, just spewing all over the land. And what they do is they take whatever they can in the immediate area over a span of a couple minutes, and they will augment their alien bioform with whatever they can get their hands on, including mech remains, terrain.
Try to adapt to the environment they're in.
Right, and they'll use it against you too. And your job is you are deployed with a lance, and your job is to just take these things out.
Easy peasy.
Do note that if you fall, the Amalgam will rip up whatever it can if left alone, and it will devour your mech, the pilot included, and the knowledge in their head, and press forward.
For sure.
Stronger and more powerful than ever. So there is no mercy. You are authorized for over excessive force when dealing with these. Always use over excessive force. If you think one salvo will kill it, use two. Plus lasers.
So what I'm going to try and do is kind of test the systems. What can I do in here? I'm sure I've gotten a brief.
Well, the Timberwolf cockpit is unique. The cockpit will actually, in this simulator, will actually change. It takes about 30 to 45 minutes to get the settings into the computer, but once you have the profile set to your the cockpit preset saved to your profile, it'll just build it for you with all of the specs. And you can actually, because you're an Iron Eater and you're connected to the base, you can actually feel the spirit of the Timberwolf kind of growl in this simulator, like, ooh, we get to fight. I know I'm not fighting, but we're fighting.
It's good practice. All right. So what I really want to test here, which I haven't got to yet, some of these martial arts I've created, right? So what I'll be testing is Wall of Steel. I'll be seeing if I can use Chop in some unique manner with either the lasers or maybe like the missile somehow. And I'll also be kind of just testing to see if I can even do that in the first place, for one. And
you're given a named scenario though.
I know.
You may not be able to test it. And your Timberwolf, since it's here in spirit, is very competitive.
It's all right. I just want to see if it was possible. But yeah, Pounce with Fury.
Roll me awareness and tech use. Awareness will be your physical ability as a pilot to see your surroundings, and tech use is your utilization of your instruments to survey your surroundings.
One last question, Matt. The one I got last session, what were we going to do with Magnet for that? We were just going to make it so you can walk and shoot at the same time? Is that pretty much what that one did?
Yes, that was. Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you're attacking the enemy. Basically, in the Timberwolf, while you are moving towards an enemy, you get 1 full half move for free, and
All
you
right.
can attack at the same time.
So the question remained on the magnet side of things. So how are we going to do that for the future? Like, because you've just given me a reroll for this conflux, right? So I'm wondering if I don't use the ones per session, what do we do with it? Do we just like say that's it, or do I just need to kind of use it in the session? And
You do need to use it in the session. If you forget to use it,
it's not that I
that's-
forgot to use it. It's that
Yeah.
there was no opportunity that I chose before that we ended the session. So
I'll give you 15 merit for missing or for being unable to use that opportunity at that point.
if that's what you want to do for the future as well, or do you just want to?
That's just generating free merit at that point, though.
Well,
Matt.
that's a one-time thing. If you forget to use it in the future, you forget to use it. You need to use it every session.
Right.
So if you wait all the way through the session and you're looking for that one and you don't get it and you didn't use it, you didn't use it.
I mean, but I have to call it beforehand. I can't just like be like,
Yep. You have to call it beforehand.
Okay.
And that's the tough part.
and if I use my reroll on the one, what does that do?
Like to re-roll the one?
Yeah. For
Just re-roll
magnet.
the one.
So would we do the same thing as a single digit or 100 in that case, or?
Okay, you're going to need to...
Yeah, I didn't understand that one either.
No, when we re-roll numbers, if it's a single digit, if I roll a 3 and I want to use one of my re-rolls, I have to roll lower for. You know what I mean?
If it is something that grants you a lower roll, you've already rolled a single digit, you can risk it, but you don't get the I must roll lower. I'm not going to give you a double free stack single digit because you rolled a single digit and the reroll system says you can't roll lower.
Right.
And you get a special effect if you give up a good roll and you must roll a single digit to get something exceptional. Since you must roll better, it guarantees that you do. I'm like,
yes.
No.
And what we
So if
decided, Matt, was if it was a single digit or 100, it would stop it, and you'd have to use another type of currency in order to do it again.
Right.
But now you're saying you can't do it at all.
For balance reasons, yeah. We'll just leave it as a single digit. Or
Okay.
you can reroll 100, but you can't reroll the one, the single digits.
Okay, sounds good. So that's for everybody here.
It's unfortunately, looking at it number-wise, there's a lot of free reroll systems, especially with Ogre, who can literally make it so that if you roll under 5 and you have a couple extra rerolls, he can force you to roll a 1. So he just has that much reroll power. So we're gonna balance it. If it's 100, feel free to reroll. If it's a single digit, you roll a single digit.
You're stuck
Awesome.
with it.
That's awesome. Be happy.
Sounds good.
Be happy that you have your almost guaranteed pass.
I'm sorry. If you want to chat about it after session because you're not comfortable with it, I will absolutely work with you on it because I.
No worries. It's just 20 merit for that thing, and I understand that there's things about it for
If it is something that kind of removes a purchase, we can chat about it after session and potentially
No worries.
refund that or
No
rework
worries.
it.
I'm gonna stop you from letting people refund stuff because they want to, Matt.
Well,
don't let me
if
do
I end
that.
up changing how something works because of a balance issue, that is something I am willing to do a refund on because I said a thing.
I don't even want a refund. It may
balanced.
be a change of what it does,
we'll
but
do
I
that.
mean, we can talk about it some other time. It's fine.
Reworking abilities is easier than refunding them.
Yeah, so that's what we're probably gonna do.
Sounds
but
good.
for now,
so yeah,
you're in
you
the
wanted
fight.
me to roll the tech use and the awareness, right?
Yep, awareness and tech use
Tech use
for your ability to survey the area.
Perfect.
Very good.
Awareness. Going to use keen intuition.
Ooh, what a awesome ability!
Oh, yeah.
And it pays off. You know the trajectories, despite the nastiness of the rust clouds. You
It's
see
a little
them
familiar.
coming.
I've been here before. Things have changed, I'm sure, in the past, but it hasn't been that long since I've been on the field, right?
The Timberwolf, no, but the
Yeah.
you,
Yes,
this
I
is a
understand.
different vector, unknown territory.
Unknown
The
territory.
Timberwolf is. I'm
Hey,
ready.
this is good. This is good experience, though, for just things to take in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And there's a. You actually have a recognizable mech profile in one of the other lances. Slips Hurricane Crab. You actually see it. You know, you can actually see it on the tack net. She's in one of the 4 main lances pushing forward.
All right.
Sniffs survived the fall of Hephaestus base. And
Can I,
each time that the base fell, it was a complete just
Can I
destruction.
get my mech to move over to Snips?
You were in a different lance. Do not break lance formation.
Do not break a lance formation. Gotcha.
Go ahead and roll me your shoots skill twice.
Can I use Art of Killing since I'm an Iron Eater?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Okay.
you can. You can use your Art of Killing with an Iron Ear. That's why they're particularly a nasty bunch.
This is through Strength, and Strength has the unnatural. Nice.
Roll me it again. Well, you're actually rolling the Art of Killing skill, not just raw strength.
I can't. I added the plus
Oh,
strength.
it's under the... Okay.
Yeah. It's in Firefox. Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, it's stupid Firefox. The dust clouds got kicked up by the impacts for the second one. It's kind of hard to hit. But you, with overwhelming ferocity, just level several of these. And you're in the thick of it. So I'm going to have you roll 3 other rolls to determine your survivability.
Right.
Dodge. Absolutely dodge.
If I don't dodge, can I use Wall of Steel instead for toughness instead of a dodge roll?
You can potentially roll that if you fail.
Okay, sounds good. But I can I use? Never mind. Art of Killing, right? Art of Killing is also dodge, but you asked me to roll the dodge skill.
Yes.
So I will. I didn't pass that. It was a 78, and I had rolled an 80 there. But let's roll the toughness for Wall of Steel instead. Or wait, is it? I think I have it as something else. One sec, Matt. Axe style. It is an athletics test. Nice.
Okay. The scenario is slightly unrealistic because you do get the rekindled upgrades.
Yeah.
From the Timberwolf, and the Timberwolf is a little older and more mature, so it's combined with the Wall of Steel. You literally shrug off damage that would have just crippled you, and you're left with Mars and pockmarks and just a big ragged scar across the armor, but no penetration.
Did I feel that the my natural armor of my suit was the same as
the outer skin?
Yeah.
Of the armor? Yeah. You actually you have a ghost sensation across the actual armor.
Okay.
Since it's a simulation, but you have a ghostly just rake across your actual physical person, your armor.
Feels good. All right.
And you're just like, oh, that's why Iron Eaters don't survive mech combat. Because the more ripped up their mech kits, the more fucked up the pilot kits.
But this is a good feeling. This is something I was interested in. So
melee weapon. Your Timberwolf is notorious for actually ramming, kicking, and stomping.
Yeah. I mean, why not do that when you can shoot at the same time? What would you like me to roll for that? More Art of Killing?
Art of Killing, yeah. This angry mech. Right.
66,
go ahead and roll
baby.
me your axe chop, because the axe chop can be used as a kick or a stomp.
Oh, baby. All right, so I'm going to use 4 stamina for that one. It's going to be double damage and extra attack, so I'm going to roll Art of Killing twice. pass, and failure, but it's offense. Do I get a reroll on that?
Yes, because it's offense.
Unfortunate.
It's better. Yeah, you absolutely, utterly just obliterate anything you just stomp or kick.
Okay.
And the last roll I'll have you roll is your mech pilot.
I do have that. Surface. Nice.
Okay. You will actually get one more roll to see how well and how high you can place. Roll me influence, because your men are getting whittled down, and it's your ability to group up with the fallen and actually make an offensive lance, and it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's your ability to be aware of the other Iron Eaters and not get lost in the rest.
Okay.
I'll give you plus 10 to your influence test because
Yep.
you are an Iron Eater.
Can I use Star Child or Magnet in this case?
Yes, you can use both.
Okay.
You want to pre-use your magnet roll?
Yeah. For the plus 10, I mean, I don't get an influence that often, so
your Star Child will give you another plus 10 because you know Snips.
it's okay. I failed the roll, so it's all good.
You okay.
And we took away the reroll ability I have, so
yeah. So, oh no, we have a reroll engine. Ogre, do you want to see if we can help? Well, you also get another plus 20, so it's 31 or less.
31 or less.
Sure. Take a reroll with the plus 10 because got it upgraded,
you upgraded
so
it.
it gives a plus 10
30.
now.
Plus 30 total. Fortunate.
Hey, do it again.
With another plus 10, so plus
Yup.
40. He built a reroll murder skill. This is why I was like, oh god.
Well, less than 63.
And you have
48.
Yeah. You're able to stay with the group and not get lost and singled out in the rest because there's so many of these things. And every fallen mech makes the enemy more and more powerful. Fortunately, they fight amongst themselves for parts. So there are these horrifically torn, just beat up things, but they do have active weapons, like especially the lasers. But you're able to stay in the dwindling lances and just kind of reform. And you're able to make it off the battlefield with the last 4 surviving mechs. Your Timberwolf is fucking pissed. The amount of damage it took was not insignificant. Even in a simulation,
All arrow missiles
you're
used.
limping out. You're missing both your missile pods. One of your arms is destroyed. The other one barely has one functional laser. The canopy is raked. There's
Doing
just
lots
rust.
of melee.
Yeah, it's just the last thing that actually comes in. You actually just whip the nose fuselage forward and flick it up, almost like a uppercut. And then when it lands, you just kind of do a hop and just stomp on it before you just kind of have to hobble out to the point.
Fucking,
And,
there's a Timberwolf down in the bays howling in anger.
Oh, it is. Like you'll get a notification. It actually is going just growling at anything and everyone that walks by because it is angry. You will actually get top 3 placement for the scenario.
Good shot.
Because there are only you and 3 other surviving mechs. Snips has the top placement.
As expected.
Yeah. There is one placement above it with an edited, kind of crossed out. The name behind it is Atlas Prime, and it's just get dashed out as it does not count.
Sweetness.
Yeah, the addendum behind the reason why that score was marked out is the Atlas Prime is a non-functional mech at the recording of this score, and while your operation reversal would have been legitimate, see clause 1. All right.
Clause 1?
Yeah, it was non-operational during the time of this score.
So only I could do it because my mech was operational?
Using the Timberwolf, yeah. If you use a non-operational mech, especially if it's a unique class
Right.
with a
Oh,
spirit.
so if it's newer. So if it wasn't one that was in operation at the time of the event.
Well, no, you can use whatever mech you want during the operation, but if it is a unique class, like the Atlas Prime, which just got refurbished and got turned on for the first time, the time of that scoring of that scenario doesn't count, because that mech who knows how it would operate, because it's not working.
Oh, so they put in a theoretical document.
It's a theoretical, because the Atlas in the base, who knows how it works.
So somebody went, oh, I bet the Atlas Prime could do this without actually knowing the capabilities of the Atlas Prime.
Right,
And
but
yet,
now it's
just
on.
just a couple of days ago, the Atlas Prime went for a walk.
Yeah, and everyone went, "Oh, Jesus, that's
So maybe that was the hangar manager guy that went in and tested it out.
The Atlas Prime logged its score with a guest pilot, which means just some random ass yippee that just kind of sat in the pilot seat and did fuck all. The pilot,
Yes,
basically, the mechs logged its own score.
But yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Which is the problem with mechs with too much spirit.
Free will.
Yeah, they kind of just pilot themselves sometimes. Fuck the pilot. All right. Timberwolf is howling in indignation, but it is in victory, and you have slain no less than 55 enemies by yourself.
Good score.
Yeah. But the most important bit, the biggest score multiplier, is survival. If you can get through the entire engagement and make it back to the fallback point, because there were several hundred mechs deployed, only 4 make it back. And if you can make it among the 4, or maybe make it 5 or more, that is a times 1,000 score multiplier, because it is so ludicrously hard.
Yeah. Hey, and I gained some information about the base because of that. Sounds good.
Yeah. All the mechs that made it back have such strong, spirited personalities that just refuse to die. They refuse to go down. They refuse to take damage. They refuse to just keel over.
I bet the Timberwolf really appreciates that, as you're saying, the just the howling going through that. I'm sure that would.
The Timberwolf originally fell during the fall of the Orion base, which was the fall. The base is named before Festus. This was a new experience for it, but not dissimilar to what happened to Orion.
Right.
This base has a habit of being abandoned and left to its fate whenever pressured, because it is a major jump point for all supplies from the core world. So the Thunderhead goes, all right, protect all the Leotech, sabotage it, and then I'm sorry, everyone on base. Take cover. We'll come back.
Hey, at least they come back.
Mhm.
You know, eventually.
Yeah, this base has been reclaimed about 5 times. They come back with such an overwhelming force that any aliens here, even with a hive ship, just get. They've learned that this is just not a good point to take.
Too many assets get deployed in response.
It's also really deep into what the aliens consider enemy territory. Have you ever seen a movie, A Bridge Too Far?
Yep.
Yeah.
If you go too deep into enemy territory, it's just not worth the effort.
Well, it could be. It's just every single time that's just they can't connect the bridges.
It's extremely rare for an operation like that to actually pan out.
Right. And this is a bridge too far for the enemy. So far.
Pretty much every major war effort that has, like in real life, undergone a situation like that where they pushed that deep into enemy territory trying to cut supply lines, it's almost always resulted in the complete annihilation of the army involved.
Yeah, it's never gone well. Yeah. You're a top 3 placement. That is noticeable. You kicked a guy out of the top 5. And you moved the guy in 4th place to 5th place. So, people are really possessive of their scores on The Sims. So, good job.
Thank you.
Go ahead and increase your weapon skill, because that's what you mostly used.
I
Your
actually mostly just used Art of Killing, pretty much.
Oh yeah, but you increase your melee skill by 3, your weapon skill.
Okay.
Yeah. So your Timberwolf is angry, but he's now kind of calm. But he was literally howling in the just the engine roaring. Just everyone's just kind of like, "You done?" And kind of stomping its feet in its hangar. You get a lot of notifications from the hangar master and some other people, like, your Timberwolf's acting up.
Yep, I know.
All right, so everyone else had done another scenario. You get one more. Sorry to make everyone wait, but unfortunately, Johnny gets one more. The tactical seat above is available, or you can move to one of the other pilot simulation levels, or you can stay where you are. But the tactical tier 1 is open.
There are other scenarios within that seat that you can run through as well.
Oh yeah, there's thousands of scenarios.
Well, I have to do a. Do I actually use my my stamina per se in these?
Yeah,
yeah,
you did. You're connected to your mech. That's the thing with the Iron Eater. You get to use your stamina even while you are using in a sim.
All right. Recovery does require a toughness test, so I'll just kind of try to get my stamina back. Get some stamina back.
Okay.
And then go again in the sim.
Maybe advisable to pick one where your mech can actually go on the slaughter spree at once.
I thought it was on a slaughter spree.
It went on a slaughter spree. It's just that these things fought back and bad. All right.
So
are you just looking for something, or are you gonna spin the roulette?
I'm gonna do the exact same one.
Exact same one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, same series of rolls. Awareness followed by tech use. I'll give you a +10 because you're doing the same scenario. So the deployment's pretty straightforward, but the chaos after that is very unpredictable.
Pass that one. Tech use again.
Your awareness will be covered by telemetry data from the other lances. You're not alone.
Yep.
So you can't see it, but You're like, I know where they're supposed to. Oh, and then the telemetry data from the other people who pointed out, they're like, okay, incoming here. I rolled really well for the other awarenesses.
Good stuff.
Okay, ballistic skill, dodge, weapon skill.
Okay. Art of killing with strength, natural. There goes-
Basically, just art of killing for all of them.
that was the ballistic skill failure. Dodge. Good dodges. What next?
It's another art of killing for your weapon skill. Going in for the melee.
Yep, there it goes.
To maul them. Get them.
Let me see that. All right, weapon skill done.
Would you roll?
42.
Okay. Yeah, you take a ton of battle damage. You need that influence test with a plus 10 this time.
Sure.
In addition to the plus 20 you got last time. So plus 30. To kind of be extremely aware of the closing space.
Not this time.
Okay. You do not place anywhere in the top 500. You are lost to the dust. You actually find out what happens if you aren't able to collapse into the retreating lance. You were singled out and torn to pieces. And I'm gonna have you roll a willpower test.
Sure.
You're able to control yourself. Your Timberwolf howls in anger and just wants to stomp around and just throw a tantrum, and you can kind of feel that burble up into your chest, and you want to punch your fist through the monitor and the whole thing. It's just, but you control it.
Good stuff.
That anger, you're able to dissipate it and just, oh, okay. No, we're good. That's my baby, but can't let it affect me. All right. Unfortunately, you didn't make it back, but go ahead and add 2 to your perception. Every time you do that scenario, that's one of the nastiest ground scenarios because due to the lack of visibility. These things are able to get close, and they love melee combat. They really do. So most of the telemetry data that you can get for your missiles actually come from locked on data from other lances. So an enemy comes running in for combat, and they get a lock on him, and they send you the data, and you're 500 meters away, but you fire across because you can't get a lock on anything in front of you. So you're always firing missiles across and lasers forward. All right. By the time you guys are all done, you guys all look up, and Snip's gonna cracks her back and rolls her neck. All right, chickadees. Lunchtime. Let's get some chow.
Meat.
Oh,
Mix is
fuck.
just like, damn it, and I had just gotten the hang of this shit.
Don't burn out.
It's just like, I haven't yet.
Your food.
Food.
Oh yeah, I need food. I lost so much weight yesterday.
All right,
Well, it could
meet
be
up by the door.
worse. It could be worse. You could lose all of your skin.
I already did that.
It's fun, isn't it? But not in a fun way, but in a, that's neat sort of way.
I mean,
Jockey Neeks.
I was awake for the process, so
So was I.
yeah, no, it's weird experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a very
Neeks,
weird
pull your
experience.
poke in.
Oh, sorry. I was in the pisser.
Oh, are you now?
I'm back.
As the two weirdos are now talking about having conversation about how weird it is to be awake while having your skin removed.
He's like, no, he's not even weirded out by this. This is usual,
This is normal conversation now, and that should say something about you more than us.
right? Nix is immediately just like, food, 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 food. Next in the path of tested meals.
Meat man!
Meat!
Give
I have
me
you
the
meat. And he
give
slams
me
down a big
meat.
plate for you.
Yes! It fuels me.
What? You returned.
Who'd you say this to?
That's Nix.
Ah, yes.
You have returned. Oh. You think you're good? Ogre,
Yep.
I've been talking to you for like the last 10
Um,
seconds.
Sorry, I thought
Do
you
you
were
not
talking to
fixate
Jeffrey.
on your character's name ever?
It's hard sometimes.
Well, I've noticed that in several games. Like Glass, you never locate your name. Nix, you
We
never
don't
know.
need to. We
It
don't need to
takes
address
me.
that now.
It takes me a couple months to really lock in on a character. I'm sorry,
We can talk about that after session, please.
but I am paying attention to Nix.
Indeed. Well, Kogo's like, how can I feed you?
Protein, energy, necessity, please.
He will give you several filleted fish, like big old deboned filleted fish with a soy ginger teriyaki glaze.
He's like, ooh,
And a big rice bowl.
this is amazing. Thank you.
Yes.
He immediately wanders back to his usual spot and begins devouring.
All right, Jackie was like, "You back so soon? Are you never going to try any of the others? Even a little bit?"
No, I'm not. No offense to them, not at all. I just,
No, it's fine,
I
it's
have
fine.
my tastes, you know.
Well, you're in for a treat.
Oh,
And they pulls you a giant bowl of seafood gumbo,
very nice.
and then puts another bowl the same size.
One for each hand. Ah, I love it. All right.
It's on a tray.
She'll take for to pick up the tray and give her a little nod and say,
Each of you are given your usual protein shake.
put that on the tray as well. Give her a nod and say, see you later, lady. And sit down.
Cody, you get over to a piece of grease.
Yeah.
Hello. How
Hello.
are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I don't get a lot of traffic,
Well,
but I do have pretty loyal customers.
good to know.
Here's what I have for you. And it is a little cliche and a very kind of straightforward dish, but it is a kind of a piecemeal gyro dish. And the bread is handmade, very fluffy. And you have that kind of the big old meat spigot in the back with the several stacked layers of different meats, and it's they shave it. And you have your Kaziki sauce. I think that's not what that is. Tzatziki sauce. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also handmade. And it is just a giant pile of gyros. A couple are different, but you have 3 different types, total of 6, and you have your protein shake.
take all the food.
Mhm.
And
You're also given a little glass of wine too.
ooh, nice.
Mm.
Athenian wine, always best.
So Jackie, Luna says in a tone modulated to Carrie, when are you just gonna ask her out?
And she'll just kind of put her thumbs together and be like, "Oh, you don't need to rush things."
No. But also no need to wuss around it.
She'll just look at you and then look back to Lily and be like,
Just saying. I mean, make your own decisions. I'm just saying.
I will. We're only like 5 meters away.
Yes. Like I said, and modulated voice to Carrie. She knew what she was doing when she said this. She knew exactly what she was doing. Oh, I think she's ignoring us.
Just eat her gumbo. You gotta let her snack. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
It was-
not Jackie. I'm talking about Lily.
Oh,
No, Lily's fully at work.
she's a busy girl.
In the zone. Maybe it hasn't
The
even
boss
noticed.
takes
it's
her
the
job
heart-
seriously.
It's basically the heart of lunchtime. You know how that is in the service industry.
Oh yeah. Hmm. I'm terrible about these things, by the way. I will loudly proclaim you at the world just to watch. I was gonna say just to watch you turn pink, and then I realized you never take off the damn helmet.
No, I have. She has it off right now.
Okay, just
She
like
has how she's supposed to eat.
Yeah, well, that's actually. I was just assuming there was something iron eater about that. Honestly,
The face mask can come down to the neck.
this is honestly. I'm just. See, I
Sure can.
just want to see the face turn pink. That's it, really, because it amuses me immensely to embarrass people like that. Anyway,
Everyone has their kink. It's all right.
I mean, I'm not gonna say you're not my type, but you're also twice my size, and I have a policy about, things twice my size or more. Just
That
saying.
makes you sound like a size queen.
The other way around. It's scary.
Okay.
Any comments from the peanut gallery?
No comments from the peanut gallery.
Just too
I am
busy
the peanut
snickering.
gallery.
And then pocket change Jackie's gonna go get some coffees, hot chocolates.
Pocket change, Jack.
Sounds like
Go
a
or
mob
snip.
name.
Does. No. It sounds like somebody who's really bad at gambling.
Well, we are gambling after all, rolling them dice. Yeah. What else do we have to do for lunch, Matt? Gonna just drop a
It's just
coffee.
any conversation you guys want to do, or do some planning or plotting or scheming. But afterwards, you guys are given the rest of the period between lunch and dinner, and then dinner to bed as personal time to seek personal projects. If you want to utilize downtime actions in this particular case, you can. Or you can go to specific training areas, and then we will give you the opportunities at the training areas.
we're doing training areas as a group in that case, or
Is it all individual choice? If you guys end up going to the same place, we can do that. But it's this is my way of giving you guys to the opportunity to work on
Do
your
whatever.
personal shit, because it's going to be very important for the future.
sure.
So I've got 2 projects. One is my programming shit, and that's going to take forever to complete. 2 is actually I never got confirmation on something. Do I have to wait until the metallurgist is done getting my new armor plates installed to make other modifications to the mech?
He's not going to install the plates. He's going to fix the plates, and they're going to be shipped to a location of your choice, and you're going to have yourself or somebody install the plates.
That really doesn't change the question of whether or not I can work on the rest of the mech while there is.
Yeah,
while
Absolutely, you
there's-
can. It's just the outer
Okay.
armor plates doesn't affect the internal components or the frame.
Cody! Monsieur, I am the one of the mech teching.
Yes.
We were going to work on that energy thing.
Yes.
As a part of that, I also wanted to work on a amplifier for,
Define.
me.
You looking for an amplifier for yourself?
I'm looking for an amplifier for the. Well, okay. When I was doing when I was in the pods there doing the training, I discovered that it will translate into psionic links.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're going to be fighting the Xenos, and I can amplify myself, I could make myself more effective against targets that are psionically active. So,
Speaker system.
what's that?
You want a speaker system?
Psionic speaker system.
Well, if you're
Psionic.
able to... Well, that's the thing. How do you... I don't know how you work, so we have to start from there up.
Yeah, that's right. We still do just need to actually get you to understand how it works.
Yeah, so...
Which is easier said than done, since none of this shit makes sense. Yeah, okay. Let's start on actually getting a working knowledge of how I do my thing. Then, let's start with that. Yeah.
Yes. And then we can go from there.
Do you want to do that after lunch then?
And sure, I'll take you apart and put you back together.
Well, be gentle, dear heart. Jeez. Please make it sound mysterious.
I'm straightforward.
Oh.
Next, are you gonna look to Cody?
Since he's heading back to the research bay to do the work, I'm not planning on looking after him. My plan is to head back to the tactical wing and see if I can work further on the advanced segment.
Alright.
My planned position requires some advanced technical or tactical knowledge.
No, that's completely fair. I think I need to go give Timber some love. He worked hard for me in those simulations. You know, the spirits of these mechs, they're they can kind of travel throughout the base and into the simulations with us. Pretty neat, eh?
Really?
Well, they're effectively software, right?
I guess it's like an echo of software, right?
And I mean, what with you being an Iron Eater and literally connecting to your mech, you probably carry an aspect of your mech around with you wherever you are. So if you connect to any scenario, you'll probably have Timberwolf there looking over your shoulder.
No, for sure. But we did really well in our first run. It was base defense. But then the second one, we got fucked up. So I think I need to give him some love, kind of process what we did, maybe gain some insights somehow. Anyway, Cody, if you...
Something that may be advisable to you is to check out at least the starter level of the tactical simulator. It may help you get your head around, and through you, Timberwolf, get your head around positioning and tactics to best make use of your capabilities to slaughter your enemy.
I mean, strictly speaking, all of us should at least be able to pass through the basic level of the tactical simulators. We have to have as soldiers wanting to be effective on the battlefield, we do need to be at least have a basic grasp individually on that.
Oh, I do not disagree. I'm talking. My recommendation for Jackie here is because Jackie, no offense, Jackie, you are a very reactionary impulse fighter, it seems. You're new gen like me. That's why I went to that path, because it helps break some of that. No, I have to go after the nearest target to who can I hurt to cause the most damage.
No, that's fair. It's just like I said, got to give Timberwolf some love.
Yeah.
You know, every time I hear somebody say "no offense," whatever comes out of their mouth next always sounds more offensive for it.
No, that's fair, but
I'm not saying it was meant to be. It's just like the moment you say "no offense," you immediately are like, "Oh yeah, now it's time to take offense."
I guess you got to kind of like think about it at that point, right? You didn't have to before, but since you brought it up, now I have to think about it.
Exactly.
Anxiety, right?
But
it's just...
I gotta go to the bathroom, guys. I will be right back. Sorry.
All right. See you later, Nix. Take care. Don't slip and fall.
I make no promises. I'm heading to the tactical room. If any of y'all wants to join me there. Out of character, actually going to the bathroom.
I know.
Don't die en route. Goodbye.
Gripping the toilet, say, let's fire!
So what I'll be doing is some downtime mech cultivation, Matt. I think that's my plan.
Cool.
And,
all right. So we got cultivation for Jackie.
Cody's going to be working with me to figure out the energy system, and I'm going to do some programming while he's taking me apart.
Gotta do your programs.
Hey man, I like most of what he's going to be looking at. I can do fairly automatically as he's studying the hardware, and I just kind of like activate things as necessary and then turn them back off. Like, I'll be able to do some programming while he's working on me.
Gotta get your programs.
Figuring out how this whole...
You're not getting my joke.
No, I got the joke. I was just ignoring you. I'm much more cruel than that, Matt. You know this. I'm not so cruel as to not get the joke.
Yes, you are.
Don't worry, I'll have just Luna's head on like a side table as she watches me.
I don't know if you can actually remove my head. I don't know if that would kill me or not.
Probably.
Well, no.
Force and leverage.
Let me rephrase that. I don't know if my head can be detached in a survivable fashion. I believe so, though.
Oof.
Actually, you know what? I have someone I can consult. Hey, Milo.
I'm Milo.
Can our heads be detached for the duration of repairs, refits, and things like that?
Mm-hmm. Not for long.
How long?
How much battery you have?
Oh, so it's a power issue?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm hooked into a power system while he's doing that, it won't be an issue.
As long as your head has power, you're perfectly fine. Your
Yep, no.
power manipulation thingy-madoodle is in your chest or your
Copy.
stomach, somewhere in the torso thingy.
Copy that. Thank you very much, Milo.
I'm Milo. It's not safe here.
It's never safe here. I'm gonna look at Cody and be like, right, I know apparently the part we're looking for is Slap's chest, and we'll just have to keep my head plugged in while we're doing that.
Yeah. So out of character, do we know about Milo yet? In character?
I told you guys about her.
Out of curiosity, just some morbid curiosity here.
Mhm.
Have you made a backup file of yourself?
There's a master file saved back where I got built. Otherwise, I actually cannot create a direct backup file of myself, as it. To put it in the simplest way possible, there isn't a big enough hard drive or one of the correct nature on this base.
You would need another one of your own black boxes.
I would need what? It's not black box, it's a brain box. Same thing, just different name. But yes, I would need another brain box for that. Without said brain box, yeah, no, that wouldn't work.
What about for Milo? I'm
Milo?
assuming he's into AI.
Well, I mean, she's got her like the same thing. She's got a backup in the master system. Like Milo, technically speaking, very technically speaking, is actually in a safer location than me when it comes to reconstruction. Not only is she nearby the facilities necessary to recreate our full bodies, she's also near a qualified technician.
I have so many questions about how you work.
I won't have the answers for like 90% of the questions I'm sure you have.
Are you like now just basically an AI program?
I'm an AI with a soul.
Is Milo an AI with a soul?
Yeah? That's what makes us different from normal AI programs.
Hmm.
I don't know whose soul, though. I do know she used to be a soldier.
Interesting. Can somebody manipulate your AI coding?
Not as far as I'm aware. Well, yes and no. Our software is more complicated. But I could, technically speaking, and actively do, reprogram my own updates. There's certain issues with the updates that we can receive in the form of behavioral modification. Not playing that game.
Is Milo playing that game?
Yeah, but no. Milo's code is sufficiently corrupted that so long as she doesn't accept any updates, she'll be fine.
And someone
Hold
got a
on.
hold of the hardware and forced an update. Understood. Interesting concepts.
Well, yes, it's not as easy as you might expect to alter us, however. The level of coding required is... The coding is specialized, to say the least.
I know, that's fair. It was just more of a curiosity of
Is it physically possible?
physically possible, especially for the ones who made you.
Well, there's not... So they're trying to send me the system updates that are required for the full functionality of me as the quote Luna animatronic, right? They keep sending me the packages, but my processing capabilities and my coding knowledge is sufficient that I can take them apart and remove what I want and keep what I want. What that actually ends up meaning in the long run is that, technically speaking, someone is actively attempting to reprogram me currently. But I intercept all updates onto an external server, so they can't actually be applied to me. And if I was a normal animatronic without the level of knowledge I have currently, that would probably be a problem. But because I'm not, and I am who I am, it's not. Make sense?
Yes. I don't know. I'm just a little curious because if they can do that to you, and they can do that to Milo, and Milo's connected directly to you, and that was my
I've
worry.
I have complete control over what Milo sends me as well. You see, Milo, while she does have direct connection to me, can't just upload things to me. Not any more than any other software system could. She would have to counter hack me, and doing so's. I'm trained for that.
It was just
Not impossible. Not impossible. Just more difficult than if it was anybody else in this particular situation. In short,
fair.
I'm in a situation where I, as a specialist, am able to maintain my own safety. But if I was not the specialist I am, I would likely be in greater danger than I actually am at the moment.
Fair enough. It was just one of those curious things of how
No,
safe are
it's
you? How safe is Milo?
how safe is everybody else?
Yeah, because no offense, I don't need you getting control, like hacked midway through a fight.
No, I can also cut myself off if a update starts getting forced through, or attempting to get forced through, because at the end of the day, Milo, she's still over on Enigma. Yeah, it's not easy to overcome that gap without a accepting receiver, if that makes sense.
Just wanting to make sure.
No, like I said, it's a valid question. I'm not
Also helps
blaming
me
you for
understand.
asking.
Also helps me understand your system a bit better.
There's some parts of it that I don't understand myself. I don't really know how the transition technology works. I know I can cut the signal, and I know it requires me to be here to receive the signal. It requires a sender and receiver on each end for it to actually function, so it is a direct transfer. It's not bouncing through relays. I also know that it is real time, which puts it at. I've been trying not to consider the implications of a entity transfer at faster than light, to be frank, because it has some implications attached to it. And I don't feel like getting stuck in a laboratory for the rest of my existence. Notably, Thunderhead doesn't seem to want me stuck in a laboratory for the rest of my existence either. I believe that is more because there's more uses for me active than there are in research. Especially since the program in question cannot be replicated due to the apparently the procedure to make us is bad.
Heretical?
So the reason, part of the reason I'm also going to very much avoid trying to do the whole, you know, reset, like coming back from my backup thing, is because the information stored there gets corrupted over time the more you get rebooted from that backup. Because the every time it gets accessed and the information gets copied, it damages both the original and the copy, and the gaps have to be filled in with programming instead, which steadily removes what used to be there and continuously adds in what they want to have there instead.
Good to know. So I'll promise not to remove your head then.
No, remove my head. It's going to be, it might be a necessary part of the process. We just have to plug me into something when you do it.
Yeah.
Because, honestly, I confirmed it. I can lose anything below my eyeballs and still be alive. As long as I'm plugged into power.
Got it. Follow me.
Off to see the wizard. Or is it be the wizard in this case, as she's following after you?
Oh, the wizard would be my master in this case.
Well, I mean, that would imply that your master has no actual power and sits behind a curtain and just kind of pretends to do things.
Yeah, that's fair. More like an actual wizard fruit?
Ah, Merlin. Got it.
Yes. We're looking more like a Merlin kind of wizard, old, all-knowing, and sagely.
Hmm.
That guides young Merlin, and that guides young Arthur on his quest to become king.
So long as it's not Gandalf, because he just smokes weed in the woods and grabs short people and tells them to go on adventures.
I feel like he does more than that, being the basis that he's an angel.
Well, I mean, that only happens later. Before that, he's just a dude with a staff that smokes really good pot and then, sends his friends on adventures. Without telling them that he's sending them on an adventure.
I believe it was very much telling them he was going on an adventure when there was a contract involved.
Well, yes, but you see, he signed the contract for his friend, effectively. He volunteered him for a job.
And man, haven't we all been there?
You know? That does summarize my life, doesn't it?
All right, so we've confirmed.
Shit, we're
Thunderhead.
the hobbits.
We're hobbits. Thunderhead is Gandalf.
Yep, that is what we have confirmed today. That, whatever else we take away from today, that is the most important lesson we've now learned. Wait, does that mean Thunderhead knows where the best Kush is?
Probably. It monitors everything on Enigma.
Well, not everything.
Okay. As far as I'm aware, it monitors everything on Enigma, and I'm very much fine with living with that lie.
Okay, yeah, if you want to lie to yourself like that. You see, I, on the other hand, am in misery, and you know what they say about misery?
Company.
Exactly.
Well, that's what you have Nyx for.
No, that's what I'm going to do to Jackie by continuously talking loudly about her crush on Lily.
I
in front
I
of
think
Lily.
I think you're just gonna, ruin the mood there.
Well, I mean, I can't help myself. I look at a couple that are that are clearly going to do the will you won't you for a while, and I just want to poke the bear.
I am never introducing you to Ashley.
Is that your significant other?
We will move because we do have a couple of people who I can't stay too long. So we are going to
Nice.
move to the next segment. I do love the RP. I really do.
Yeah, if you want, we could just do the rolls on the energy thing and then just move on then.
Okay,
'Cause-
Cody. This is going to be a hefty research.
Yeah.
And the efficiency of the downtime actions you're going to get is determined by how invasive you're going to be.
I will get a bone saw. I have to.
Bonesaw does F all against her.
I can just open my chest plate for you. It's fine.
We're going to get very invasive here.
Like Matt, I'm just going to activate all the maintenance protocols so he can get into the guts of this.
I'm talking about how much he takes you apart.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm letting him get all the way in, baby.
Okay, Cody.
I'll be a head on a desk if I need to
This
be.
is. I'm gonna have you roll a willpower to start, because the moment you go, all right, so I'm gonna make an incision here, and then I'm gonna use a tool to pull the skin bits off.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. And Luna the whole time is just chatting with you, like, no, this is totally fine. No, don't worry about it.
Yeah. All right, we got this.
You
We
know,
got this.
This is only mildly less
We
weird than my
don't
first
So
got
time.
Cody,
this.
you pull the skin away, and what you see underneath shocks you to your core, and you will remember for the rest of your days, and it is terrifying. You get a brief flash of something dark, something horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Very picturesque of kind of the memories into the past. Something of tragedy, something of blood. You basically get to see Luna kicking and screaming, being hauled towards this frame, which looks oh so peaceful, but all the rib cage, the arms, like it's all flayed open, like ready to accept its offering. And the person that this thing just picks your body up and just slams you into the space for a body, and kind of lines you up, puts your arms and legs in the appropriate space, and then the spring traps slam shut, impaling you, and it's just a gurgle of blood. And underneath is Luna's corpse, impaled into the animatronic frame, compressed, just mummified, just crushed. And Luna just kind of looks at you, just with her skull that is the teeth underneath the chin, just spiked directly into the kind of the nasal area of what's remaining of the skull. And there's these meshing metal teeth that make this kind of vibrating noise when it talks to you. Cody, what's wrong?
Cody man, you good there, Cody man? You look a little pale.
And the smell. Oh, you didn't understand the smell.
Hold that thought. I'll be right back. Cody's very calmly walk out of the room, hyperventilate for about 5 minutes, throw up, try to regather his focus, and head back in.
I'll have you roll a willpower test.
Would this be a spiritual attack out of curiosity or no?
No, this is you have jaded.
I do not.
Oh no, this is
I am
willpower
from
test, bro.
Enigma. Nope.
You go back in, you look at it, you're like, nope.
Do you want to do this another time?
Nope, we're doing it today. Just need a moment. We're fine.
Corpse is right
you're
there. Luna
really not.
Luna doesn't see it. Right there.
You're really not fine, man. You look really pale.
Nope, stay on
Can
the
you
table
not
over there.
smell it? She can't
Maybe you
smell
should
it, can
go
she?
to medical.
Nope. We definitely can't do this in medical.
Yep. What? No, I meant you. You look pale.
No,
You look like you're
I
getting
am
sick.
fucking fine.
You are. Don't lie to me. I can see it.
All right, one sec. All right. Deep breath in, deep breath out. For the A-rank budget. For the A-rank budget.
You can't even look me in
Focus.
the eye right now. Man, you think if you were this deep in a woman, you'd be more, pleased with it.
Ugh. Ugh.
I did not make it better.
Ugh.
Cody, I was
For
going
the
to give you a
A-rank.
punch. That comment that set you back.
For the A-rank budget. This is A-rank budget. If you figure this out, we can help Ashley. A-rank budget, Ashley. A-rank budget, Ashley. We got this. Deep breath in, deep breath out.
Don't look at it. Just don't look at it. Just plug your nose. You look back at it, and the only thing you can see is the profound, excruciating pain this individual must have gone through in their last moments, and realize their soul was literally sucked out of their body. The animatronic ate that person's soul, and somebody copied the soul in the transfer process onto a server. And what if they did that to Ashley? And then your stomach goes, fuck this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
sit down.
I'm just gonna pull myself back
sit
together.
Down. Nope. 1 second. I know how to deal with this. I'm gonna
Sure, because it doesn't look like you do.
He knows exactly how to deal with this. Purge it with fire.
Let me just set you on fire real quick. I'll be fine then.
No, I'm gonna ask Ziri. Does the animatronic monster need the bones to live?
Would it? Oh, Princess, I'll be right there. And in a blip of Leah particles,
Oh,
your master appears and kind of looks you up and down.
Oh, great. I'm trying to tell him that we don't have to do this now if he needs time. But no, here he is.
And
the boy.
Ziri
I'm gonna start pulling
kind of
myself together.
walks over, puts an arm around your shoulder, and walks you over to a mirror.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's already started putting herself back together at this point. She's like, man, come on.
No, she kind of taps it and is like, hold on the skin regeneration. I want to show you why Cody's so repulsed.
No, Okay, look.
You don't know where your body went.
All
and
right.
when you get to see it in the mirror for the first time, the animatronic killed you. This new body of yours killed your other body in the transfer process, and it's still mangled in between all the mechanical bits. Your mummified corpse rotted.
She's actually looking at it and just being like, yeah, I kind of figured they got rid of it, but then again, knowing them that it's still in me, not really that surprising.
Part of the transfer process. It had to kill you.
I know. I knew that from the start.
Well, let me get the doctor. We'll get the bits out. And,
I mean...
And then I'm going to have a conversation with the base commander.
What? I've already had several conversations with the base commander about this. Why do you think I'm still here? I have the base commander's permission to exist.
Right. But when you remove the skin, there is the naked truth, and also the smell.
I don't smell it.
Your rotted corpse says otherwise.
I don't smell it.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Indeed. Yeah.
No, I genuinely don't smell it. That means that my olfactory sensors are removing it. Interesting. I wonder if that's a way to try to prevent the electronics from noticing the change in the short term.
Most likely, yes. So,
Interesting that they would have anything to assist with the transfer process like that.
or are you your brain trying to deny it ever happening?
Oh, I'm not denying it. Well, maybe some subconscious part is, but I mean,
The brain is a wild thing. So, let's get the remains extracted and let Cody do his thing. And do you want a burial, or do you want me to just dismiss you into the ether?
honestly, if you could just make it, I don't care. It's meat. It's not me.
Very well. And your master, Cody, just cleans the entirety of the Luna's animatronic, and there is no more biomass, period. Just, it's nice and shiny.
Oh, you know, that would explain some of the squelching noises I heard when I balled up.
Yeah. Probably why people were so squeamish.
Oh, most people are squeamish because this breaks neck sideways.
You're bad. Ziri does the same thing with her energy body.
Hey!
Hey,
Hey!
I can do it.
Aren't organics so pathetic?
Mhm. That's why I'm ascended. And if you ever want to join us, you can. You won't be a Leah soul, but I can introduce you to someone to get you out of that mechanical body.
I'm pretty okay with the mechanical body.
If you ever change your mind, Ascended's the way to go.
Debatable. And I'm sure it's debated to death.
Oh, it is. It really is. There are strong
That said, Matt, much as
opinions.
that said, Matt, we should try to roll this. Either move on to somebody else and have us finish later if you want to keep having more role play in the process of making this, or just
I do want roleplay. This is a really important thing.
Mm.
So let's
All
hop
right.
to somebody roll me a 1d2, one's Jackie, two's Nyx.
I'll do it since I'm here.
Do it. Jackie.
Yeah.
All right. You make your way to the Timberwolf. The Timberwolf is actually slightly stomping in place
Yep.
of its own volition, just like, and it growls at anything that goes by. And everyone's like, "Whoa, the mech just growled at me." Everyone's like, "Dude, yeah, it's a Timberwolf. Dude, you don't know?" Your mech has started to get a name for itself on base.
Well, I guess I should take him for a walk. Can I do that?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh yeah. If you gotta go, I gotta take him for a walk.
Yeah, let's do some soul bonding and work on some cultivation and kind of go over the battle logs of the first win and the second loss to kind of, take that pain into consideration.
Okay.
Oh, cold.
All right. So, you make your way out into the rest plains with your Timberwolf. And your Timberwolf is he's angry, but he's always angry. But you took him for a walk. He gets to move around. He gets to snap and bite and shoot and kick, whatever.
So, cultivation rolls. What would you like?
Battle analysis first. Your Timberwolf is not going to just. It doesn't want to sit still. It's gonna critique both you and itself. Well, mostly you, because it's superior in every way. It can't error. Period. It's just that's that arrogance coming in. at the for the both scenarios, especially the second one.
Mhm.
It's like, oh, I can't believe you didn't have us do this. And I could have kicked this thing harder and better. Why didn't you headbutt, kick, / shoot, and missile pod these 4 separate targets? It's like, good point, but fuck, I didn't know you could do that. The balance required, the awareness and the timing.
Taking it all in the start.
Yeah, no, it's just like, oh, I can't believe. All right, what are you aiming for? Because through the battle analysis, you can actually do a kind of focus on bonding.
Can I look at others instead of just myself, or does it have to be my own perspective?
The simulation is only for your perspective for both. Okay. You would have to call Slips. Slips has the only telemetry data still existing for that engagement.
Yeah, I'll give Slips a message.
Yep. Major Slips.
Mom, do you have a second?
Maybe.
I got some questions about the past, if you don't mind me prying. I was in the simulations earlier, and you were also there, but in real time compared to where you are now.
Been in a few engagements, you have to specify. Actually, quite a few engagements.
So, I believe the battle was called the...
Can you name it?
No, it's not ringing a bell.
Oh no, you can't remember the engagement name? It's a named battle.
Mm-hmm.
That we were told of just today once.
It's all right. If I don't have
Hephaestus base.
The fall of Hephaestus.
Hephaestus, which is the god of the forge. I think it's a Greek god.
Yeah, Hephaestus was Greek.
Yeah, Greek god of the forge, Hephaestus. Before that was Orion. The current base is Ares. It's the same base. It's just it's fallen and risen and been restored so many times. It's got a new name each time.
Sorry, I got some chocolate on my page. Fall of Hephaestus. All right, it was the fall of Hephaestus. I managed to survive till the end.
That was a bad time.
It was. Telemetry data. I want to see what I could have done better.
One moment.
Thank you, Mom.
And there's about a 2-minute pause. That's you'll have to ask my king crab for it.
Very well, Mom. I'm just going to take
I'm
Tim
reluctant about it, and my king crab is probably the most stubborn, recalcitrant. Stuck in its way mech on base, and if you can get it to release the data, sure.
That's fine, man. I'm just taking Tim Wolf for a walk. So the
downside is if I were to give it to you, my king crab would feel offended.
No, for sure. I understand.
It didn't participate, and your mech is actually has a conflicting spirit to mine. Mine's a stuck in its way, calm, just go about its day type of mech. Yours is a hot-blooded warrior, arrogant, demanding.
I'm trying to teach him some manners, but take the chip off the old block, I guess.
You can rein it in, but you'll never teach it manners.
No, that's completely fair.
Just depends on how tightly you can hold that collar.
I've been following the teachings from the manual and been spreading myself out with Potentia, so I'm just trying to...
I'll do you one better.
Oh?
Telemetry data won't cut it. You're going to need people who were there. Let's do some cultivation. Tomorrow, you and I go on patrol. I'll bring King Crab, because he'll want to go out. And I'll bring one of the other survivors who's still on base, and their mech. And we'll make a patrol of it. And depending on your talent as an Iron Eater and potential as a pilot will determine how much you get out of it. And yes,
good, man.
There are still more amalgams on the surface. And we'll go hunting.
All right.
They're also they're about as bad as the worms are at salvaging. At least if you kill an amalgam, you can harvest their bits. So, but we have to travel a very long way away from base to find any.
Fair enough. All right, my calendar.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mum. And
stay in the rocky areas around base. If you go into the open plains, one of the worms might see you as a lucky meal.
No, for sure. Thank you, Mum. And she'll wait for her to hang out.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. All right, so back to bonding. Battle analysis will be through logic, I guess, would be a good battle analysis.
Yeah. One will be either fellowship or willpower, and the other will be logic.
Well, I have a high willpower, but I feel like I should work on my fellowship, so let's risk it for the biscuit. Unfortunate, would have passed that willpower. And logic. 3, baby.
Okay. Your Timberwolf is a very passionate creature. Logically, explaining to it does help mollify it a bit, but it's very much a creature of passion.
For sure.
Creature of in the action. But there definitely works. You'll get 2 external potentia in this outing.
All right.
Just communing with it. And that's kind of cool, because cultivating in this particular fashion with a mech with a spirit inside, you don't have to actually sit in the cockpit and meditate to cultivate. You can actually go out and pilot the damn thing
together,
and commune with it, and it counts as cultivation.
Sounds good.
Especially if you did something with it. So, and you can put that wherever you want.
Currently, I'm missing a cockpit node and not an engine node. I'm almost at full node placement, so I'll figure where I can put those two. All right, sounds good. So that will be my afternoon then, I'm guessing, for downtime actions. And
unfortunately, you did deploy.
Yep.
You ran around. You shot, some stuff. The missiles are really expensive, so you probably didn't fire any. But you ran around, kicked some stuff, and shot some stuff, and I'll have you roll a luck test. You never know.
Sure. There it is. Oh, good shit.
Okay. I'm gonna make a secret roll.
Sure.
All right. Well, shit. You go around and kick a couple of the rocks, and a mech just kind of shoulders out of it because it looks like it looked like it was a kind of wind torn spire that kind of was out of nowhere,
Right.
a mound. But when you kick it over, a mech kind of comes out and actually punches your left hip actuator and just buckles it.
All right. Can I wall of steel in this reaction?
Yes, you're gonna need a wall of steel.
Okay.
You found a friend.
What'd you have for me?
Wall of steel requires an athletics test, and I fail.
Take a reroll with a +10.
Thank you kindly.
All right. The hit shears half the armor off of your left leg.
So are we just calculating damage here, or just because?
This is the hit. This is actually an ability this thing hits you with.
Okay.
The ability is destroy part. It does 100% of the armor and the durability of the part it strikes with its fist. Your wall of steel will have it.
Okay, because wall of steel does ×4 to the soak. So, all right. Sounds good. Okay, I'll remove that from character sheet.
The mech does not pursue once you kind of limp out of its range. And your Timberwolf howls in indignation and then kind of backs up a little bit. And the clanner targeting system actually picks up KOD, Kodiak. And it gives it a wide berth like, clan Ghost Bear. And the thing kind of just sputters after it spikes out at you with its fist, its power claw. And then it just powers down. But you can feel the trepidation of your Timberwolf, just kind of like it's playing possum. Does this. Don't get close. Get a good backup, get a good lock on, and let's fucking annihilate it. We got missiles, we got lasers. Let's do it. Come on. Fuck this thing.
Just didn't think about it.
This is really close to base too. You're not sure how any of your people missed this.
Gonna give another ping to Major Snips and be like, find something interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually inside the rocks. Didn't even go outside. I'm gonna send you a little data ping. Just hold on. I'm just gonna send her the. So it's pretty much a grizzly, right?
No,
it's the heavy mech that has the claws, or
no? It's an assault mech.
It's an
assault melee stealth mech, actually.
Okay.
They're wild. Pretty much only Clan Ghost Bear fields them, and they're nasty. They're like, I think they're I can't remember if they're a 90 or 100 ton.
95 tons. They also have jump jets. They're really fast.
They're if I remember right, they don't have the best armor of an assault, but no, that's right. It's that they're built completely for knife fight range, so it's all AC-20s and SRMs and melee and fuck you in the face.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go for.
And it is 100 ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100 tons. Fast
So
and
I'm
heavy
gonna
armored.
work my way around, and yeah. Once I'm behind it, I'm going to give the data to Snips. Let her know. So
And
close.
Okay. Congratulations. The Kodiak has the opportunity to be rekindled, and it has a very powerful fighting spirit. It is badly damaged, but enough so that with the right resources, it can be restored and rekindled. You'll need to pay the salvage team a % to bring it back, but depends on if you want to sell it or keep it.
So I can't. I can only have 2, Matt, and this one's a land-based mech, right? So
You get 2 free. If you want to purchase another hangar, you can.
hold on. I thought you could only
It's
have
a
one.
hanger.
So it's
Is
a
it a
hang
hanger
thing.
limit?
It's not
Yeah.
actually like I can only have an earth and heavens thing. It's like
That is the usual stipulation because that's not a lot of Iron Eaters get the opportunity to have more than 2.
right.
And they don't go out of their way to give you more than 2. If you, by your own damn luck and initiative, find another frame and you are hell-bent on keeping it, they're not going to stop you. But cultivating more than one personality of the same either heaven or earth
Right.
can be conflicting towards your cultivation. So if you pick up the Kodiak, you're going to have to pick between the Timberwolf or the Kodiak, or you're going to have personality differences.
Right.
If it didn't have a spirit, you'd have no problem. The Timberwolf would get jealous because you're not piloting it, but that's the problem where the ground mech warriors have issues, personality differences. This is Clan Ghost Bear. You're looking at Clan Wolf. They're not allies.
For sure. So it's actually
As a correction, Clan Ghost Bear and Wolf are actually extremely close allies.
It depends on
They-
where you are in the war.
No, like in the lore, no, they are the only. They were the 2 that were the leading ones to tell the rest of the clans not to invade, and they were the entire time they were the closest allies and the only ones that were being really successful. Just that's just me being nitpicky on Mech Warrior lore, though.
You know what? You nitpicked me. You got me.
Cool.
Okay, they are allies, but the personalities of the 2 mechs are going to be in dissonance.
Oh, don't misunderstand me. They still dueled like motherfuckers.
Yeah. That's one of the bigger points. Having the conflicting fighting force between the 2 might make the storm more powerful inside for the cultivation, kind of like energy wise.
Yeah,
but that's just a
putting this guy together. Upon receiving it, the Hangar Master's just like, well, at least it's not the Atlas.
yeah.
But you're looking at probably 500 to 1.2 big ones, minus the budget required.
Yeah, to put it back together.
Yeah. But he kind of puts a hand on it for a brief moment. It might be worth it. This thing has got history.
Yeah, no, for sure. I kind of want to. I've been, I don't know, finding more information on these clanners about the past, and
Not in the hangar bay. Don't talk about it in the hangar bay.
All right.
Yeah.
Are we not in Iron Eater's hangar bay?
Oh, this is the salvage reclamation hangar bay.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. You know how that is.
I wouldn't have said that then. I apologize.
Don't worry. It's the vultures have not gathered just yet, but they're probably a minute or two out. If you don't assign somebody, you're going to have technicians crawling through the innards of this thing rather quickly.
What do you mean by assign somebody?
Get your own gear boys in there first.
Oh, right. So I'll give a ping to Cody.
Yeah. This will be towards kind of the...
This is the second half.
Right at the cusp of dinner time.
Yeah.
Nix. Sorry to cut you off,
Yep.
but we gotta move. All right, Nix,
Yep.
you're going back to the tactical room.
Yep.
Okay. I have a beautiful map. Let's do it. Bloop, 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 bloop. And none of these jerk-offs are there. Bloop.
Somebody go back to the training sim.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's coming back.
Oh, I will have to perjure myself a bit. I was wrong about them being against the invasion of the Inner Sphere. They were one of the Crusaders, but their main people they butted heads with was Jane Falcon, not with Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Mix is heading right back over here.
Welcome back, user.
Let's continue this shit.
Okay. All right. Battle tactics minus 40, as this thing is going to really push your cerebral and
Wait,
adroitness
battle
and,
tactics minus 40, not logic minus 40?
battle tactics, but you get your logic skill bonus attached to it.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can stack. This is a stackable skill.
Mm.
You can get up to a plus 60 when you use battle tactics because you get your logic skill and the battle tactics bonus. Pretty neat. Pretty neat.
Ooh.
Ooh, spicy. Okay. Increase your battle tactics by 1 check mark. As you're just... This is an onslaught. So much data. It's actually putting you in a situation where you have to actively check the stats and the disposition of your pilots and everything while the battle has already started. And it actually gives you a cool little intro. You're given a first-person view, and somebody runs up and goes, "Commander, we have a critical breach on the bridge. We're taking you to the command and control center in the core of the ship. Double time. The men need you. The captain and the commander are dead. You're in charge. We need orders or we're going to be overwhelmed." And you basically race into the command and control center, and you have no idea about the troop disposition, who's remaining, the battle damage, what they're capable of, and you're thrown in blind to a situation you have no idea about.
Yep. Yep. He's just throwing himself into it. Like, nope. This is awesome.
It's not a flawless victory, but I mean, first time in, you won, but there were
Right.
casualties.
Yeah.
But you got it. Just sitting there, just... Whew, I did it. Fuck yeah.
Yep. Got the blood pumping.
All right.
Yep.
All right. There's a couple more modules on this one.
Mhm.
They're particularly nasty. This one asks you, would you like to take a break before the next module?
I had a break before this one. Continue.
Okay. It's a minus 50 to battle tactics.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Which means
Oh,
it's
yeah.
an,
This
which
is
means
going to
it's
push
an
you.
overall minus 10 again.
Yup. Mm-hmm. Do it. Do it. Do it. 44.
About a 13.
Same thing. You are thrown into the fray. You are actually, for the initial part of the simulation, you are basically told, Captain, you need to abandon ship. Get into one of the command and control mechs. It doesn't have a lot of firepower. You need to stay out of sight. Take control of the battlefield presence. We have to scuttle the ship. Godspeed, sir. And you are sent just careening down exploding hallways and rocking ship. And you get into one of the deployment pods, which sends you into literally a cockpit instead of an escape pod. And you are just lowered into a command and control mech and just shot into space through a slingshot. Just yeet. We don't have time for you to warm up or anything. You can do that in space.
Yep.
And when you are literally, while it's booting up before the engine actually kicks on, you are taking control of the battle while trying to turn on your mech before you are the enemy just capitalizes on your helpless, frame. And you're barely able to get your shields on before a skirmisher group comes by and nearly takes you out. But you're able to send a scout lance after them to take out the skirmisher units. And you barely pull it together, but you take control of the battlefield rather quickly. Go ahead and add one more battle tactics checkmark. That should put you at 3, right?
Yep.
Okay. Last sim. You're still going to be at a -10.
Okay. Wait a minute. And throws his reroll into it. That one was the last.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This one's the worst one yet. Mostly because the actual command feature comes from you're not in command. You cannot make moves. You're put in charge of a squad. But the command structure keeps getting diminished as the battle goes on and on and on. And you can only make larger and larger decisions within your field of ability and your authority, to the point where you're the last surviving commanding officer, and you have a series of broken and demoralized troops spread across a very wide battlefield, some of which cannot report ends. You have to determine the battle damage. You're thrown command of this entire thing with literally no warning. And you have to pull out a victory, or at least a retreat. And you do. Go ahead and add +5 to int. And it will close you out. You have completed all tactical modules.
Did I also get that last tick to battle?
No.
Tactics, or no.
No.
It was worth a shot.
No.
Nick is just like stands up, stretches. Oh yeah, that was definitely worth it. Interesting. Rubs his chin, though I wasn't expecting to win already. Fuck.
The person in white, because you completed it with such meteoric rise.
Mm-hmm.
And because you're in the ACE program, Macy Killinson, the master of the battle tacticians, report here next time you have free time. I will put you through the ropes. Obviously, the current simulations were too easy. You can't have that inflated ego of yours leaving the base.
He just gives a nod. Understood.
What's that noise in the background?
I
Mhm.
have no idea. It's a
Oh.
phone game.
Sorry.
But yeah, no. It'll just be like, understood. I will be back on my next day off. For now, I have other shit to work on. And he's just going to head to his own, off to basically his room and start. You know what? No, he's gonna go back to the mech bay. To the dude who said to come back anytime he wants to learn more.
Okay. That actually puts you all the way up to dinner time. Do you want to skip dinner?
Oh, hell no. His brain is fried right now.
I must devour the foods. Devour!
Yup. So he'll head to the dinner room.
All right, Cody and Luna.
Yep.
Cody will be
Yes,
working
yes.
on your project, and Luna will be working on her project separately. These will be downtime actions.
Okay. How many?
So, due to the invasiveness, but the unknown that you are going to be working forward, instead of it being the worst downtime scenario, it's actually going to be 3 out of 3 downtime actions for 1.
Okay.
Could have been 5.
I just need to make sure for my. And this is Mech Building or Leah?
Neither. This is Archaeotech.
Archaeotech? I don't have Archaeotech.
-20.
Bark Rodents for a +10?
Sure.
We're gonna spend a
Close.
boon. We're gonna spend a boon on that to pass.
Okay. So, the technology behind it, there is about 70% of it that you truly you get it. This is, I mean, it's just robotics. And then you get to the 30% and you get to staring at the computer screen. None of it makes a single lick of sense.
It's electronics. Wait, that's not
It's
electronics.
not coding. They have computerized and digitized and coded the soul.
It's complicated.
And you're looking at a brand new
shit.
computer language.
Interesting.
And it is denser and more difficult than quantum computing. About difficulty of Leah to understand this. And it has no relation to Leah at all.
Mhm.
And you're just
Like, no. We figured out Leah. We're gonna figure this out. And Cody's gonna throw on his music and get to it.
Are we doing a music thing now?
Yes, I like music.
Me too.
okay. So
I
to
got
get your first check
whole
mark in Archaeotech,
Forbidden?
yeah, Forbidden Lore, you're gonna need 10 degrees of success. Each attempt will cost you 3 downtime actions. You have 9 downtime actions available to you from lunch to dinner.
We're using all of them.
And they're all at a -10.
Okay, 1 second.
Fortunately, no progress. Not this time. This is truly baffling. You're rolling more? Why are you rolling more?
You said 9 downtime actions.
Right, but each
Huh.
roll costs you 3.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, your
Yeah,
rolls were
man.
pretty atrocious.
That's all she wrote, man.
You have more time. Luna, what you got for me?
Yes.
Well, actually,
yes.
for that, because can I use Spark of Brilliance to re-roll the one of them?
You got a +10 on the rolls.
Fair.
That's how you wanted to use it originally.
Yeah.
So no rerolls.
Well, we have 9 downtime actions effectively. You said?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to work on my personality rewrite program because that's my plan moving forward for what I'm gonna do to those AI. I'll do a coding roll just so I can have the goal number set up on the screen, and then I'll just do a bulk roll off of a thing. So failure. Who cares? Well, I care. Does repetition definitely counts on this. What am I thinking? I will re-roll that failure.
Failure.
Yeah, I'll re-roll that failure. Cool. And each pass on that just adds another rank to my thing, right?
Mhm.
Unless it's a 1. Ah, screw it. I'll just
Single digits give you an extra bonus, and a 1 gives you an extra effect.
5. So that 5 is a single digit.
Gives you 2.
Gives me 2.
Pass,
So
pass,
repetition.
pass, double pass, fail.
Well, I was about to say, I'm gonna have a couple of these trigger repetition, because it's on a pass that it doesn't trigger, and I'm not gonna use my pass reroll thing.
Okay.
So, 77, I will start with that to do the initial reroll.
Okay.
And I do not pass that, even with the +10. And that'll... Okay, so that 76 becomes a 1 degree pass. And that 77 remains a failure. And then that other 76, let's just see if the reroll works on it. And it does. It's another single digit, so that's another 2. So that brings it up to tier 2. And then that brings it up to, I believe that brings it up to a 9 to get it to tier 3, doesn't it?
Yep.
And then I'll have
This is going to be
extra
a
pass on top of
program
it.
you're going to want to get as high as possible.
And I'll be at 1 of 9 at that point.
Cool.
Done.
Cody.
Mm-hmm.
You're banging your head against the table, just like, the music's not working. And then you get a diddy. Hey, Cody, I got a thing. Mind coming to the salvager's mech bay?
He's just gonna stand up, throw his data pad across the room.
You know, that's not very nice to your equipment.
It insulted him.
Also,
Nice.
before you go leaving, could you put my head back on my body so I can start reassembling then?
I mean, after that last comment,
Well, I mean, it's either that or you can have what's essentially a virus with a soul upset with you.
fine, reconnect to his head.
That is pretty
Cool.
terrifying to think about, by the way. That's you have a point that I don't want to acknowledge.
She's going to start reassembling herself because once connected to the body, she can start putting herself back together with the automated
Oh, it's
systems.
disgusting to look at. It's just chick 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 chick. Yes.
And Cody's just gonna go
Ice
walk over,
cubes.
grab his pad, and continue working while walking.
Your pads is like, why you do this? I didn't mean it. Don't hate me.
It's not your fault, Daddy was just angry.
You hurt your dad a pad. Sad now. All right. Oh. So you guys hurry and rush over. Let's just double check what I have. Oh man, I have so many stupid. Oh yeah, that's not the right. That's very much the wrong. That's not the right hanger. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Where the hell do your tokens go, guys?
I don't know. Away into the
Away.
ether.
Hell. They went to
I mean-
hell.
It's just looking for me. I'm already there.
Just you.
Hell, I'm still in the tactical room.
You're on your way to dinner.
No, I mean map-wise.
I'm
Yeah,
moving you
it's
over.
everybody is.
All right, I'm gonna give our wonderful Jackie an opportunity to look at her new Kodiak.
So, cost-wise, for the salvagers to get this over here,
It was a short trip. They're only gonna ask for 5%.
all right.
They actually had to comb the area for parts. So they spent the good part of an afternoon literally taking a vibro rake, which basically digs down into the rust and just they drag it for about 10 meters down. to collect stray armor components, plates, bits that was fallen off, and they actually recover one of the missing arms that way, and a lot of the plates, and they actually do that for about 4 square miles, which takes them pretty much all day. And they're going to continue well into the night to see if they can recover more before the rust hits.
What I was thinking was giving this to the Iron Eaters.
Oh, if you
Instead
want to
for
give it to
myself.
the Iron Eaters,
Yeah.
they'll actually give you what it's worth, because there's a lot of veteran Iron Eaters who are looking for a mech warrior with a spirit.
Yeah. Good.
So
what Nyx would give.
I mean, you
Because
could devote it. You could negotiate for it.
Yeah, but I'd have to know about it first.
You're part of the squad. It's kind of a big deal. The news spreads across the base pretty quickly.
Fair enough.
Cody,
Yeah.
you're ushered across the base with Luna rather quickly. Luna, you're still on the way while your skin is restitching, and a couple of the people are just like, what am I looking at? I don't want to look at it. Just don't look at it. Why are you looking at it? I can't look away. What is that?
I'm going to maintain eye contact at anybody that can't look
Oh
away.
God, it's those red piercing eyes.
As I'm just going to wave cheerfully. Hello!
And until you're actually the cover of your eyes grow back, it is literally a piercing, glowing red orb. Just an iris. So the
Fucking Terminator style.
Man, I love messing with people. It's great. Man, I'm gonna have the worst reputation by the time I'm done here. I swear.
you are the chiropractor, because it's just this bendable, just jello spine. Just like, look, I can bend like this. Oh,
That's how you can tell I'm a real chiropractor. Oh, I'm gonna convince everybody that every real chiropractor is just secretly a robot. That's what my new plan is.
yeah. Yeah, you get there, Cody.
Wow.
First impression. Oh. Second impression. Oh, it's damaged. Oh God.
That's a big old mech.
Right.
Just
You
let me
know,
know if Nyx gets there.
I'm just gonna
You're gonna be about a couple minutes late.
Yeah, no worries.
So I found this bad boy out in the field.
nice.
Yeah,
What's up,
Jinx, you
boys?
too.
Nods to Thunderhead agents on the way past.
Yeah, they're just stacked rows and rows deep, and you're getting a very large crowd. A lot of people, arms crossed, like almost all of them Iron Eaters. You actually see the ace in the background, kind of just slurping a smoothie, just like, oh, that's pretty sweet.
I think almost swept my leg off, but got her down.
Yeah,
Good.
you're. This particular engagement, your Timberwolf is actually not angry about. It's just like that Kodiak did not take my leg off. I'm fast. I'm fast as fuck, boy, and I'm tough as shit. Fuck that Kodiak. Yeah, that's right.
I'm just gonna look at it.
He's actually kind of like arrogant, because he's just like, yeah, use your big fucking move. What did it do? Got you nowhere. Took the paint off my side.
Why does this thing look angry?
Oh, it's so fucking angry.
It's a Kodiak.
You can actually feel it. The
Oh, can I?
Yeah, everyone here. It's not a wave of particular anger. It's a wave of inevitability. It knows what it can do. Get close, or I will.
Violence isn't always the answer. It just usually is.
So what do you need from me, Jackie? Fixer?
No, I'm actually thinking about giving it to my niece.
I see.
Another. I'm sure one of the senior members would probably grab at it, but
You
know,
hear from the crowd, "Who gets a look under the hood first?"
You see, I'd like to use that to kick something smaller than me.
I'm just gonna look at Jackie and like, I'd probably gonna,
How
What's
much do
up?
you want for it? Oh, I couldn't afford it. What am I thinking?
No, but Jackie,
What's up, Katie?
how much are you gonna get for this?
It's an assault class, and if I know my tonnage, it has an endo steel frame.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's completely clan tech, so that thing's worth, and it's more intact than your Timberwolf was. It's going to be worth
It's only
more than
missing
the
an arm.
Timberwolf.
The rest of it's just it took a big hit to the side that lost an arm, and then just the engine actually was the one that just gave out. It actually lost the engine was actually severed on initial glance. You're not sure the damage to the engine, but it may just be a connection issue. But the
Actually,
the left arm's gone, but it's being hauled in as you speak.
while I'm thinking about it, that's a Commerce test to give him a guesstimate of how much it's actually worth.
29 million C-bills.
That's because everything clan tech is fucking expensive.
You're not sure because new information tells you the Mech Warrior frames, they're always more expensive. They're
Well,
the price about
I'm
them is
basing it-
always inflated.
I'm basing it off of the Timberwolf. Just to give him an estimate.
Probably close to 13 mil to purchase this in just rec in the condition it's in, let alone what it requires to put it back together. And you're probably going to owe a chunk of budget too.
She's just like, yeah, this thing's probably worth like 13 mil or so. And then, whatever you need to keep it running budget wise. That's a hard estimate because, I don't actually know now. I can only base its worth off of what I've seen with the Timberwolves.
The major value it actually comes from is Mech Warrior personality, the spirit, and the amount of times it's been rekindled.
At the end of the day, its
don't
worth
know.
is going to be mostly whatever somebody's willing to bid on. Honest, this is the kind of thing you put up for auction because somebody's going to pay a stupid amount to own it.
I just want the family. I think the bear would appreciate that too. Letting the Iron Eaters have first dibs.
That's fair.
Yeah, well, it's your choice.
Nix, you're actually going to appear on site. Yeah, you could pay the driver a couple extra luxury creds to have him drive a little quicker.
Yeah, haul ass. Yep. There just shows
You'll
up.
hop off with 15 other people who are like, "Yeah, drive faster, please," or else.
Nick is just going to look at this, be like, somebody finally found a mech more in my battle range.
It grumbles at the lot of you. More people arrive. It's just like,
I grumble right back at it. It's
What,
just Nyx.
Aren't you just a grumpy old man?
No, Nyx is just giving it that growl of.
I was
bite.
saying that to the Kodiak.
Oh, yeah. Nyx is just growling at it. I've dealt with bigger.
And I want to look at Jackie. I'm like, so you still owe me for the axe.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Mostly I want help paying off the Atlas.
I know that was what I was going to help with.
I know
Already
this isn't worth
talking
the
of selling this thing. Wow. Okay, whatever. Waste.
I thought about it. And I mean, it'd be great and all. But I feel there's some history between Timberwolf and the guy, and I don't think it needs to be, put to the test. I'm sure they'd love a fight, and grudges are a great way to rivalship. I guess it's a great way to grow, right? But I feel like it's best used in the field for someone who can really put some love into him.
Nick is just shaking his head.
But yes, Jackie, however much you feel comfortable helping me shave off, I will appreciate.
Yeah, no, let's get your A rank budget. I think that'll be fine.
This will not get him an A-rank budget.
No.
No, that's too bad.
To get an A-rank budget, you need a technology that is usable, even if it's a prototype, but at least you can make more of it, so it's not one of a kind. That literally changes the face of warfare across the entire warfront.
And we're working on that.
It is very, very hard to get it.
Well, what we can do is use some of these funds to invest into your projects.
Thank you. Also, this might be great for helping rebuild your mech.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
it took
the
a huge chunk of armor off.
there's definitely something. My other mech back in the hangar needs some. I really need to figure out what it was beforehand and start working on that too. So I figured it'd be a good use of some cash.
Mm-hmm.
I think selling is probably your best bet, honestly. Like, you could just give it away, sure, and it'd probably get you some goodwill, but we're a little broke, Jackie.
No. The ironies are paid for.
I don't know what you're talking about, broke. Out of character. Remember, we've all got a fucking ludicrous pile
Oh,
of wreck.
we do have a ludicrous pile of wreck, but Luna doesn't view it that way.
Compared to mechs of this class, yeah.
She's like,
But
I want the bigger, nicer, expensive things. Hell,
Like,
I can't even
obviously. But no. Nix is just gonna look at it.
Like,
and
you don't even know how much that armor I slapped on my mech is worth. You don't want to know how much it's worth.
Nix is just gonna shake his
It's
head.
worth
and
more
be
than
like,
this mech.
You guys have already made your decision. Nope, not even putting up with it. And Nix is
Putting
just
up
gonna
with what
storm
now?
off.
Oh, did Nix
what's
really
wrong, Nix?
want it that badly?
Ah, I guess I didn't read
No,
that.
No, Nix is pissed. Not at y'all, at the entire scenario. Because he went and set up a mission to try to get some shit. And everybody else got shit. He got put in a training program. While he is immensely grateful that he's in the training program, he's pissed.
Everything's another step, and fucking Ace is all hyped up to be this grand thing, but it's just a pile of shit.
I think Nix is upset about something.
I will have to go talk to him later.
Some intuition tells me that he might be a little miffed.
Well, as a man, let me inform you. The best thing to do is to not talk about it and let it fester.
Okay, you see, and my thing is to be passive aggressive about it for the next however long.
It's fucked up.
I will just not talk about it either, but I will passive aggressively be upset about everything else around it.
That's funny.
Looking at you.
Thank you.
Okay, so The vultures are circling. Do you want to auction it, or you gonna
Honestly,
give it to the Iron Eaters?
financially, I would recommend auctioning it because whatever the Iron Eaters are going to pay you, it's not going to be worth as much as the auction. Because the people that are going to be at the auction are going to desperately want it.
Depends on the route you want to go.
You'll get more
s-
off auction, is all I'm saying.
I completely agree. There is something of belonging that kind of Jackie will put into to try and like understand that side of Jackie, because like I feel like that's my belonging to have the Iron Eaters get this and make the most use of it.
Keep in
Jeanette,
mind,
there's
you
no
could do
guarantee
an.
this ends up in the Iron Eaters' hands.
It's one of those. Keep in mind, you can still do an auction. You can just do an auction to the Iron Eaters. Go. This is only going to the Iron Eaters, but I want the best deal for it. And
That's
even
gonna be
the Iron
soured.
Eaters would. Huh?
Yeah,
That's gonna be
that's
a sour situation. You're like, I'll sell it to us, but only us. But I'm gonna auction it. But you're part of them. It's kind of a.
Hmm.
If you're gonna
It's
auction it,
either auction it to everybody or give it to them. Those are your only options here.
and that's completely fair. But personally, I think Jackie would not go with the auction and just do what you did for the first thought of give it to
Hey,
the
it's
Iron
your
Eaters.
property. Do as you please.
the base commander is actually going to ask for a moment of your time.
Of course.
Cody,
Yes.
you get first dibs to crawl through it.
I was just about to say.
It's like, and Cody's gone.
You know,
Okay.
when nobody's paying attention, Luna's gonna start seeing what kind of software defenses this thing has.
It's got a solitaire suite.
Is it active?
Yeah,
Son of a bitch.
it's angry.
So I'd have to touch it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna touch it.
and then you'd have to deal with its spiritual defense. Cody
think
could tell you
about
about that.
I'll think about it.
The Kodiak is one of the Executioner variants, and the Executioner mech, oh man, that's that went behind enemy lines and just fucked up infrastructure.
You need to understand that I'm having to think about it because I've got a negative trait, you see. There's a reason I do these things, and it's not necessarily because I think it's funny, even though I do take some amusement in it.
You just kind of slowly raise an arm, finger out pointed towards it, like, I'm gonna touch it.
I'm gonna touch your butt.
And the guys are like, don't do it. It's Angie.
Cody's
I'm
gonna look
gonna
down.
touch it.
Don't touch it.
Now she's been told not to. The urge has risen.
I have a squirt bottle here.
Oh, like I'm not waterproof.
You're not.
I am. You fool. Foolish fool. A foolish man. I'm gonna touch it.
All right. Nix, as you go by, you're on the same transport, and you.
Oh, he's not hopping on a transport. He's just heading to the back, muttering and bitching and punching a crate.
You punch a crate, and there's a familiar voice. Sucks, don't it?
Yeah, whose voice? As
Yes.
he looks over. He just
Just bring a smoothie.
he just glares. He's like, yeah, it sucks. It sucks that every time I go out to find shit, I never find shit that fits me.
You're on a path. You're a path. Many have tread this path before you, but only your path is yours.
He's like, yes, I know the whole philosophy, and I know I will eventually build one of my own. The problem is surviving to reach that point.
You'll survive. You're part of the ACE program. You're not poor.
Ah.
impress a couple of the individuals on base well before you leave. Say, minimum by the end of the week. And then ask the base commander to visit Hangar X at my recommendation. You have my pin. Just flash that. Base commander has the right to say no. But
He's just going to look at him and be like, "While I am grateful, how the hell am I supposed to impress people around here with this kind of shit going on?"
the individual pulls out their data pad, swipes a couple times. Your tactical skills have impressed Casey. That's very hard. Casey only likes to bully others. Meaning you have to be so good that Casey has taken a personal interest in you to bring you down and crush you under heel.
Like,
Otherwise, Casey doesn't even look at you. You struggle. You're not worth the effort to humiliate.
figured
She's
it was
sick like
something along those lines.
Yeah, she's a sick fucker like that. It's the only thing that really gets her off, I suppose. So, that's step one. You have a sponsor. A Grandmaster is a sponsor. That's two. If you can get one more personnel on this base of kind of in the same lofty presence as those individuals, base commander really can't say no. If you get access to Hangar X, well, you're kind of on the end now, aren't you?
He's just gonna cock his head. No, just to confirm, I'm supposed to get the okay from the base commander to visit Hangar
Yeah.
X,
You need to
or
impress Casey, and you need to impress one more person. Impressing Casey is basically making her mad at you. At least once. Which means she didn't grind you under heel in an instant, and you put up a resistance that lasted notably to mar that perfect, smirk, arrogant-filled complexion. If you can get her facial expression to change even slightly for a brief moment, that counts. And you
Alright.
just need to impress one other person of the same rank or importance. Personally approach the base commander, ask about permission to access Hangar X at my request. That should get you in. And then you'll have to see. But don't let something like fighting one of those old hunks of junk piss you off. They're slow. They can take a beating, but that's pretty much their entire premise. They can take a beating, but they can only look to the sky and to the stars and weep.
He's just gonna sit there and be like, "Well, now I have a goal. Doesn't stop me from being pissed off."
You're going to need to temper that internal fire. Things are going to piss you off. You're in the ACE program. Nothing's fair. Everything's shit. Everything's stacked against you. Especially you. You have no backer other than the word of someone to allow you to progress to the next stage. You have no financial backer. You have no technological backer. You have no background to speak of. No support structure already built and ready to do what needs to be done to get you to your goal.
Yeah, I've had no end of problems trying to figure that out.
In other words, you're fucked. But I think you could pull it off. Out of all the ace potential candidates that I have seen in my lifetime, I think you could pull it off.
Too damn stubborn not to.
No, it's not stubborn. You have something extra. I've seen more stubborn candidates than you, and they failed. Being stubborn is actually a bad thing. You're not able to adapt and evolve, and you lose flexibility because you're too damn stubborn.
You're just gonna chuckle. The only other option is my seemingly natural ability to either ingratiate myself into the friendship or utter hatred of whoever I meet.
Use those. Those are weapons. Don't ever neglect those. Hate is a powerful weapon and can be used, but sparingly. And finding your way to ingratiate yourself among others, that is a thunderhead given skill. Next step up would be God himself. That's such a blessing you don't understand, because you're not going to be an ace without a robust connection network. People willing to invest in you, people willing to go out on a limb and just do something out of credit. Are you kidding? No, you got what it takes. But I hate to see people just get so frustrated. So I thought I'd throw you a bone, with conditions, of course.
Well, thanks for the bone. I'll gnaw it into oblivion.
Well, if you can get into Hanger X, we'll see how far you can take it. Guarantee
Yes.
your collective peers won't get access. They don't even know it exists. So shh.
He just chuckles. He's like, oh, I believe you, but I wouldn't be surprised otherwise. People are stupid.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm over that type of shit. I don't need to mislead you. I don't need to.
Oh, no. I'm saying I believe you. But I'm also saying those people that I'm grouped up with are more than
Gifted,
meets the
talented,
eye.
top of their class, have background and a clan behind them that have nearly unlimited resources. They can afford to fail as many times as they wish. You can't
Yep.
afford to fail once.
Yup. How the hell did I get stuck in this position?
Because you exceed their ability. You have more luck than they do. You have that something extra I was talking about that just they can never have, no matter what they do. Cultivate it. There's not a lot of aces left. We need more, but we're not going to lower the standards because we're a dying species.
Yeah. And here, and I'm going really special snowflake and going to be a different type of ace. If I
Maybe that'll
succeed, it's going to be
let
real
us
fun.
succeed. And that he's kind of licks their thumb and kind of holds it up, kind of. There's a battle that's going to be coming soon. Better get your affairs in order. It won't be a big one, but it'll be a nasty skirmish.
He just smiles. Well, luck seems to always play in my favor, at least half the time.
You may not participate, but I'm going to need that luck of yours. So hold on to it.
He just taps the pin. Hey, I already said I'd help.
I'll let you know when the feeling gets a little closer. Hold on to those. I don't know how it works, but keep it topped off. I'm going to need it.
He's like, you give me a day's notice, and I'll have him.
I may not be able to. So, anyways, I've talked to you enough. I should go lounge somewhere else and waste a bunch of time and sit on my accruing pile of money.
Or you could just go loom and make everybody feel awkward. Have fun in both ways because you'll get to relax
5'5".
and make
I
people.
can't loom if I tried.
It just chuckles and looks at him. You're a fucking ace. Sit on a crate above everybody. You'll loom, but just by being there.
I like to be just. I'm so short and unnoticed that even as an ace, everyone's like, "Oh God, is that the ace?" And I'm like, "Shh." I like this. I like the lurk. That's my favorite thing.
Yeah, he just chuckles. Yeah, I don't know why, but I feel like you and McEdgelord Ace Candidate would get along.
I hate their type. They're not going to make it. And even if they did put a mech, I would never, as a benefactor, I would never invest in them. They have a sharpness about them that is easily shattered and dulled.
Interesting.
He's not going to make it. Not because he's enabled as a pilot, but she taps her. They tap their forehead. Here, this is where they're going to fail.
Interesting. I'll have
They're
to
not going
harden
to make it.
myself.
There's going to be another trial in about 2 months' time. You're most likely going to be invited. There's a lot of these, by the way, so that, if you're deployed and you can't make it, it's no big deal. But
Makes sense.
if you do, and you happen to have the opportunity to see that same person, they put you to the test mentally, because that's the hardest part as an ace. It's not building the damn mech or piloting it. It's the mental shit. Survival of the human species literally sits upon your shoulders, and if you fail at the wrong time, we're fucked. And it's all on you. Because you fucked up and you couldn't pony up and get the shit done.
Well
And
then,
we're going to push you.
well
we're going to see
I
if you
guess
can
I'm just gonna have to
handle
do
that
better
type
than
of
everybody
existential
else.
dread. So, anyways, toodles.
It just gives him the little finger wave.
He just slurps loudly on there. And somebody almost bumps into him. Is like, oh shit, that's the ace. Why are you up to my hip? Fuck. The hat gives him about 4 extra inches.
Nyx is just gonna wander back chuckling to himself. Just sit on the outer edge watching.
There's so many people. One of the larger Iron Eaters just kind of props you up and picks you up and sets you up on his shoulder. Why are you so small? And he kind of chuckles to himself.
He's like, why are you so small?
Do you want me to throw you off my shoulder?
Just look at him. Well, you're not in a mech, so you're obviously small right now.
Yeah, fair enough. I am my smaller self. But in soul, I am a titan. And
Honestly, he's just gonna sit there and banter with this dude. Then.
oh yeah, like you're sitting by, and there's a ton of Iron Eaters just kind of gossiping about specs and theoreticals, and I've seen that some bitch, and no, you haven't, you piece of shit, and you lying bastard. And it's a bunch of banter.
Yep.
Okay, Cody.
Mm-hmm.
There's a gaping rend in the armor, but it also exposes the internal parts of it. And just like in the Atlas, you can find and access.
Yep. You going through there, kind of start roaming your way around, taking pictures, making notes.
Go ahead and roll me 3 mech building. This will be additive successes, because this mech does not wish to share its secrets with you. Oh, fuck! Damn it! Alright, roll the other 2.
Alright, one sec.
Gosh, why are you always with the ones? Why? And they're not just random ones. They're like the big ones. Like when big shit happens. Oh my god.
I had to up my int first for that.
Okay, you got over 20. That's what you were looking for. Okay. This mech has been rekindled 8 times, which means it gets 2 legendary upgrades each rekindling. Uh, its spirit does not compare to the Atlas's, but it is a tier down and a tier up from the Timberwolf. It is a very private thing. It has some stealth modules that defy the laws of physics. It has the ability to bypass defenses, both metaphysical and physical, when it does an ambush strike. It has the ability to teleport short distances stealthily. It has the ability to regenerate its armor over time if its main engine module is actually still running. It has an internal power cell that will never run out, and will safely collapse if it is ever breached. This thing will probably only require about 850,000 rec points to put back together. There are a couple modules that unfortunately finding replacements for will be the biggest issue. Its frame is reinforced endo steel and its armor is reinforced endo steel. Thank goodness you guys have that stuff on site from the new worms that have been reclaimed. This thing has the ability to actually strike damage into much higher classification of mechs and actually just do a kill strike. It has one ability, as I said, that if it strikes and it just ignores defense, and if it hits a torso, it's an instant kill. But it has to be from ambush, and you have to be completely undetectable. It's not perfect in its stealth, and it is a huge frame, and it is a ground frame only, but on the ground, it is a apex predator, and it does have the ability to kill the Atlas in a single strike, but it has to be undetected, and it has to hit the specific spot on the torso, but it can.
And once Cody's done like crawling out of it, gonna pop his head out. I'm like, Jackie,
Hey, what's up, Cody?
I got the schematics and everything we need to know.
Oh, good.
With
good.
the one that'll actually, you'll commune with the spirit, and the spirit will reluctantly go, the computer module's that way, and you'll get a full schematic of the Kodiak. I'm not going to give you stats. I'll give you the Kodiak schematics from the clan computer. The clan computer, without the Kodiak's permission, is an isolated warp shield module. You can't not even physically touch it. It has this greasy soap bubble around it.
Okay.
On your way all right in there, Cody?
Yeah.
No, good stuff.
I'm gonna just hop on down and walk over. So you were ready to go make a deal?
Sure. The base commander gave me a call. Says she, they want to have a chat, so.
Do you care if I join you?
No, of course. I'm just being your bodyguard.
Okay.
Luna, what did you want to do in the meantime, right before they go out? Sorry to cut you off, but I want to get Luna's.
I'm touching it.
Okay. So you reach out and you touch it, and this thing is going to go. It's going to growl at you, but very like, it's like a grunt. Like, don't you do it. I'll fuck you up.
You're a stealth mech, aren't you?
It's gonna growl at you.
I like that. I want to know your secrets.
Roll me willpower test, please.
I don't have. Actually, no, I do have a decent amount of that. Not great, but a decent amount. Do I want to boon this? I will boon this to make that a pass. With the, that'll put me at 2 degrees.
Okay, you touch it, and it's like, you're like, huh! But your finger doesn't come off.
Tell me more, tell me more. How
Doesn't
do
want
you
to.
hide?
Who are you? Who are you to ask me?
My name's Luna. What's yours?
I am the Kodiak.
Mm-hmm.
I am no.
Kodiaks. Isn't that a bear?
Yes, Clan Ghost Bear, and I am the Reaper of all bears.
I want to know more.
Oh,
Let
you
me
do
in!
not deserve to know my tale.
Good
You are
churn.
not even blooded.
Hmm.
I can tell.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
On the other hand, I do want to know. And now I know there's a story here. And I like stories. Tell me more.
I refuse.
What can I do to convince you?
You cannot. You are not even a blooded warrior.
On
Such
the other,
stories blooded as mine would
my
fall on.
I'll give you that. I haven't killed anybody. My battleground's always been I guess you could say in the mind.
Doubt is a constant pressing enemy, yes. But
Oh, I
I
didn't mean doubt. I meant this, and I'm gonna try to access computer logs.
the foot is actually gonna jerk just slightly, and it's gonna kick you. Just a little toe, just and everyone's like, "Whoa, it moved!" And you're gonna be sent flying across the hangar bay and just slam against the.
Can she dodge?
No, she's closing her eyes and communing with the.
Oh, okay.
And you just.
Whee!
Oh,
I repeat. Woo!
yeah, you just kind of land and slam against the floor decking. Fortunately, you're not human, so it's just like
Picks self up, dusts off. Comes
everyone's
back
just
over.
applauding, just like, yeah, kick
Comes
its
back
ass, Luna. Kick
Comes
its
back
ass.
over. That was rude.
And you are weak.
I am tiny.
Tiny does not mean weak. You are just
Exactly.
weak and tiny.
I'm gonna. This time she's just gonna hop onto its leg so it can't just do that again.
Get off.
And she's gonna try again. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Roll me a fellowship.
Here, I'll pre-boon this. Why not? I will slap another boon onto that. Here we go. Here we go.
Just gonna
Pass.
go, I refuse. Get off of me, little child.
I'm not a child.
Get off me.
Tell me more. Tell me. I want to know your story.
How long do you persist at this?
She's going to be clinging to this thing's leg until somebody pulls her off of it.
No one does. It's just kind of like.
They're all just now watching me hug this thing's leg, and they're just like, what the fuck is she even doing anymore?
No, a lot of the Ioneators are like, I don't want it to kick me, but I want to do that too. I want to hug it. Maybe it'll accept me. Several of the other ones go over and try and give it a hug.
Go away. I'm busy.
Fine. And now you've started a group hug on the Kodiak, and it's like,
Very
Get it
hyped.
off. Get it off.
And
Yeah, I want its story from it. I'm trying to get its story at this point.
Basically, it would shake everyone off and crush you underfoot. Get it off.
I'm s-
Eh,
pop my head back out and like, see this one. What the fuck is this going here?
mind your own business.
People are literally hugging the Kodiak up to its knees.
Just Luna looks up from like the top of the pile where she's kind of scooched up so she's not crushed by iron eaters. It's just mind your own business. We're busy.
Pull my head back in real quick. Must suck to be a mother bear, doesn't it? Make my way back out.
You, I trusted you. I
Hey, look, I'm not involved with this whole thing.
am the Reaper. I am no den mother.
Isn't
Mix is just laughing.
Isn't it always the prerogative of the elders to raise the young to be
Silence you, you little
powerful?
baby chickadee.
I'm not a chickadee. I don't know what chickadee is actually.
You are a
Wait a
cub.
minute. She's going to look up online what a chickadee is.
It's a little. It's a little. It's a baby chicken.
Oh. I mean, that's not.
Specifically, one that kind of aimlessly follows around the mother chicken, just like
I'm not aimless.
get off me, little cub thing.
Not until you tell me more.
Ugh. And over the next several hours, you guys
I don't
just
sleep.
like a dozen iron eaters and you hugging this Kodiak, this reaper of mechs,
She's just like, I don't sleep.
and it will tell you one single tale, a harrowing tale, one that sends chills through even your exoframe.
Yes.
It has been around through several engagements, stalking with a dead pilot. It just needed its hands on the controls and its ass in the seat and the harness frame around it. And the pilot had some internal cybernetics, which allowed it to bypass the need for pilot. Pilot's still in there, but the engine's been damaged. It's been fighting since the establishment of this base, the first time,
She's actually
alone in the rust. It's fought worms, it's fought amalgams, it's fought whatever else out there.
Matt, she's actually going to send it some sympathy of it having spent that time with a corpse inside of it.
Hmm.
As she'll actually, if it's possible,
Which one do you want?
I have a spoon here. But I do have a Philly roll as well.
Delicious.
She's actually going to basically share with it her own recent memory of finding a body inside of herself, her own. And she's like, yeah. Having the dead inside of you is,
I will, once my engine is restored, permit you to remove my hallowed pilot and give him a proper burial.
I'd be honored.
That does not mean I accept you.
I wanted to. There's things I want to know, but that doesn't necessarily mean I want you. That's very presumptuous, isn't it?
Everyone wishes for strength and power. I grant both, but only to the
Yes.
one I choose.
Yes, but you're also bound to the land. No offense. That's not what I really want.
There's a humbleness in the ground, the land upon your feet. Build on.
I fully intend to build my own unit that can do both.
You'll wish for my power and strength.
I'll wish for your power, but not your limitations.
You'll see they're also a strength. Your weak understanding of what is a limitation holds you back. But that's
Explain it
the
to me then.
unblooded pilot's
Explain it to me then.
ignorance. I will not. You will learn why rob you of such a wondrous opportunity to fail.
Oh, I failed. I failed plenty of times.
I've
gotten
done
into-
speaking with the rest of you. I will slumber for a time, and then maybe I will tell you another tale.
I would love to hear it, and I will see to your pilot once your engine's restored.
Hmm.
After, she'll just kind of hop off. She's like, right, he says to go away.
We're not going away.
No, he's
It'll
like,
accept me. No,
he's
it'll accept
sleeping.
me.
He's sleeping now.
It's okay. We're gonna give him loves. He needs love.
He needs a new reactor.
Engine.
Or
Reactor's
engine?
fine.
Yes. He needs a new engine. Also, once his engine is running, could somebody let me know, because he's asked me to handle the burial of his pilot afterwards.
They'll kind of glare at you like, as if.
She's got to actually return that glare. She's like, "What's that for?"
Probably an Iron Eater pilot.
And he asked me to handle it.
Hmm.
Also, he's been here since long before the Iron Eaters ran this place. His pilot's been dead since the establishment of the base.
A lot of people don't believe you.
Shrugs.
Okay. Jackie, you kind of make your way across with the transports to the base commander's office.
Knock,
And
knock.
you're let in rather promptly as they finish. You actually are let in while they're finishing a conversation, and that person kind of bows ahead and leaves out a side door. You really are a magnet for trouble. Or a magnet for something.
It's,
Which one of us?
I think she's talking about me this time, Cody.
Oh, okay.
So, what am I looking at? By your word of mouth. I have information here on my desk. But tell me what you think.
So, I think I really wanted this mech, but I also feel like it's something that can be better used for the for us, the Iron Eaters, and I've come to understand that it's not always about the individual; it's about the family. And what I got from this guy, this Kodiak, is that he's all about family, and I feel like he's been through some stuff. Definitely seen some battles. And he can be a great asset to the team. Whoever goes for it, doesn't really matter. But I felt like it was best to continue the Iron Eater way and get the best use out of it.
Cody?
Well, I can tell you the tactical specs of it.
I'm sure it's
Fascinating.
impressive.
I can tell you it's secretive. I can tell you it doesn't like sharing. It gave me access to its schematics, though.
Very nice, Cody.
First
Thank you.
time. Didn't have a way with them.
For just in case it is helpful, Luna, and she is, once it's kind of gone to hibernation, does send them the info she got, the story she got from it, if it's helpful. I don't
It
know
is
what that.
actually very much is. Which means
Uh,
it's never been exposed to Leah, and it's never been exposed to Potentia.
Mhm.
It is a mech in the wild, a untamed variant. Very difficult to bond with.
8 rekindlings, stealth mech.
Stealth mech and assault class melee variant. Utterly ridiculous.
If I was
And
more of a stealthy individual, I might see. I think more personally, I'd take it over, but I still have the Timberwolf to tame. Well, Leashion, not tame. I don't think I'll be able to do that, but continue, Cody. Sorry for interrupting.
this is roughly the cost of the repairs. And I put 800. Shown like some cost about 850 rec, 850k
Not
rec.
including budget required.
Nope.
That's enough to make even some of the more wealthy members of the army poor. Broke even.
We gotta put that money somewhere, though, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to give you this option here. You've just begun bonding with your Timberwolf, but studies have shown that you haven't fully formed the bond with it. You've started, but if you're going to pick the Kodiak, now's the time. It'll severely hurt your cultivation if you swap later.
I won't be going with the Kodiak.
Okay. What's your intention for it?
Intention is it for you guys? Like I said, better use in the family compared to being auctioned off at a very wealthy rate. But
There's only about 3 Iron Eaters within jump range that could actually afford it. Only one would have interest. The rest of us who could afford it would just put it in storage because it's just part of the collection. But if you are gifting it to the family, it'll find a home immediately. There are some older veterans who couldn't even dream of such a mech, an option to them, who have lost their ground mech in a time long ago, and they just haven't found something that talks to them, speaks to them. We'll have a seance. I would be willing to have you and wish for you to participate.
of course,
Communication with it. It will pick.
that's something I like to see. Nah, I'll be there for that for sure.
But that's not something so easily given up. So, since you are not going to auction it and you're going to gift it to us, I will give you, in return, one of the options of your choice. There is a couple cultivation techniques that I, a Grandmaster, have personally cultivated. I'll be willing to give you one of them for the Kodiak.
I see.
If you are able to cultivate it at all, it'll distinguish you among all of your peers, and it will be helpful for you forever. And the more you cultivate it, the more profound it becomes, and the more mysterious too. that cultivation also comes with something very dangerous, because it's a technique that comes with a product that you must cultivate with, and it can destroy you utterly, truly. But I know you're not dumb, and I know you're talented, and you have the ability. Cultivate it, and you'll see. It may not sound like an even trade, but I don't share my techniques, my personal techniques, slightly.
That's completely fine.
The other one is, one of the three options is I can just pay you for it. It'll be a part of the price, since it's coming out of my personal pocket. But I'd be willing to extend certain liberties and our traits for it. There's a lot of stuff in storage. Perhaps you can take a stroll with your friends, your squad mates, pick a few things. Something that you can bring back. Anything
seems-
you don't use can, of course, just be redonated for other individuals, or, unfortunately, if they never find any use, melted down. They are gifted their eternal rest.
I think, Cody, that one seems pretty tempting.
So, money, items, or cultivation technique. Personally, I have a more vested interest in option number 3. I would understand if you took option number 1. I would not begrudge you for taking it.
It is not something you can share either. And I begrudgingly would offer it. I know that you owe Cody a debt. I would also be willing to potentially helping with that to an extent. You'd still owe him, but I'd provide maybe something that would quirk your interest.
So it's either one or that one you just said, Matt, for me. Just trying to
Uh,
debate.
Well, one would come with, something to hold Cody's interest in addition to the cultivation technique, or you can get paid for a large percentage of its worth. But again, it's
Oh, if we can get Cody a little something, I think we'll pick number 1 then.
Cody, the base commander will pull out a bauble from one of its drawers and set it on the table, and it pulses and writhes in a glass jar.
Pick it up.
It's an elite bio CPU. Percentage of finding one of these intact where it hasn't corroded and self-destructed or just been battle damaged is such an infantile percentage. There's maybe a handful of these across the front.
I'm just gonna look at
This
him like,
is the equivalent of an onboard AI.
I'm happy.
You're dismissed, Cody. This is an Iron Eater matter. This is very private. Just like your Leah tech is very private. You'll understand, of course.
Of course. Cody will stand up, salute, walk out.
Careful. If you open that, the expiration timer will proceed very quickly.
Oh, I understand.
I'll see you soon, Cody.
And the base commander will open up a side door, because there's only 2 doors in the room. One to the base commander's right, facing you, and the door across the desk. The other door on the base commander's left, one that didn't exist, will open up. And the base commander will crook a finger, and you will follow a very large individual, about as large as yourself, and you guys will find your way into a very
Hey, Matt.
private cold storage. Yeah, what's up?
Just one other thing that Luna does send via the channel she has to the base commander,
Mhm.
and that's just requesting permission to handle the burial of the pilot still inside of it at the request of the
Kodiak
mech.
has given you permission.
It is its request.
it.
So
Yeah.
no,
The
she just
Kodiak will lash out at anyone it doesn't give permission touching the pilot, and it'll be lethal.
yeah,
So
no,
if
she sort of figured that out. I just wanted to and then you can continue. I just wanted to make sure that that got actually passed on.
well, you've been designated the duty, so you've actually been sworn in, and you must do it now.
Yes, and she's fully intends to.
Awesome, cool. Mark that in. It's a short walk to a very cold chamber, and the base commander does not hand you a cultivation manual. They will hand you a ice-frozen frosted canister. This is the art of nano cultivation. This is what makes me stand apart among my peers.
She's going to take that in. Yeah, I noticed
This
from the. No, continue.
is 1 liter of raw, angry, uncontrolled nano. If you are not able to tame this, this will cause a great goo incident. But it must be like this. You must tame it. You must cultivate it. You must find a way to somehow make your potentia extend far beyond you thought possible. But I've done the groundwork. And the base commander will give you a broken, just slagged, shattered breastplate crest.
All right.
The answers are in this. If you're unable or unwilling to proceed, bring them back, and I will find something else for you. This is for not the faint of heart. This is the big leagues. If you can cultivate the art of nano, there is no mech that can go toe to toe with you, maybe besides a predator. And there is no foe in hand-to-hand combat who can keep you down. There's a reason why I'm base commander.
I see that.
You will need, as they tap their chest, a reactor core. The art of the nano has a crippling weakness: heat management.
I see.
It increases your heat generation by 300%. You need to get a core, and quickly, if you cultivate this. But the moment this canister leaves cryo, you're on a timer to learn it. They become wildly active the warmer
All
they
right.
get.
So keep this here then.
No, you're taking it with you.
All right.
You have about 2 weeks to learn.
Sounds good.
A little prophetic, actually. The cryo cell will actually fail in about 2 weeks. Yes, the secrets are in that crest. I have imbued my own methods. Anyone trying to get their hands on either, you have my permission to execute them immediately. I don't care if they're part of the Leah Project, under the Thunderhead Agency, any crucial member. This is my secret.
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
deal with the fallout, but that also means you may not survive that fallout. But I will reclaim these relics. You're dismissed.
She'll salute and take this back. So what I've learned is that I can't show it off. And I need to get myself a reactor core. Okay.
It won't be as bad heat management, but you'll feel the heat start creeping up on you more and more.
Right.
The more you cultivate the Iron Eater way with this, if you succeed. Instead of like 1 heat generation, you're going to get 30.
Mhm.
And it's going to be like, well, that escalated quickly. So, okay. We're about 9:30. Johnny, how are you feeling?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, I can go for another 2 hours.
2 hours. Oh my goodness.
Sweet.
What about everyone else?
I'm good.
We got
Here,
good.
I
You got me for another half hour.
Another half hour. Okay.
5-6 hours.
Fuck. Okay.
Yep, I'm in the same boat as Char here.
You monsters.
Hey, I'm California time, so
Yeah.
Hey, some of us have been up over 24 hours now.
wanna go?
That's why I said half an hour.
Mm. Okay. So, congratulations. You have sold off a very potent resource for a dangerous opportunity.
Could be a good time.
The best time.
Yeah.
Nothing to wake
You're
you up
given
like
a
nanites
crate
in your cup.
in which you can haul this stuff around
Mhm.
before you leave the office. The crate is an ammo crate. It is indistinguishable between all the other ammo crates, and it is actually an ammo crate for small, light arms. So basically, assault rifle ammo. So pretty useless shit in the grand scheme of things.
Things to make it look like you're not carrying around nanites.
Mm-hmm. The inside of the case does hide the Potentia presence.
Mhm.
That crest has a lot of Potentia. It technically is a cultivation manual itself for one single technique.
Sounds good.
And your base commander is willing to murder anyone on base if it gets out that that's available.
Well, let's have that not happen.
And the consequences.
Yeah, that sounds like a distinctly bad thing.
The same thing for Leah Tech. If you think the Leah Soul faction won't murder people to keep their secrets.
Oh, I fully expect them to. You know, the amount of like interdepartment or cross department murder that happens is concerning.
I
Just
mean,
saying.
it is a problem. Maybe you guys can remedy it. Who knows?
I mean, if we were smart people, we would solve it, but
Look, all I'm saying is this military is literally run by mercenary groups, not departments.
yeah, that's a problem.
I mean, that's something.
There's some there's some theory of it being them being effective, but it also is in their best interest that the war continue on. Just pointing that out. It's the source of their power, their authority, their money.
And capitalism rules outer space, man.
Capitalism rules outer space. Capitalism and good old fashioned bigger stick diplomacy.
And it is very effective.
Mm-hmm.
Debatable.
Shush you.
It depends on what effect you're trying to acquire, I suppose.
My stuff is better.
If the answer is end a war, then it is not better. Great way to continue one forever, though.
Indeed. All right.
So Luna's going to start raiding, or at least trying to look up Thunderhead files on Ghost Bear, since apparently that pilot was a Ghost Bear. And more specifically, their
That'll be a
burial
chiropractic
techniques.
endeavor.
Woo!
Which,
Well, I need to.
dangerous.
That's fine. I need to find their burial rites. Got to do it right.
Mhm.
You got to do a thing, you do it right. So, want me to make a roll, or do you want to wait for that for downtime?
That'll actually be a private thing we can do on the set. That's actually going to be you diving
Oh, a proper dive. Got it.
a proper dive. Because you're
That
going
takes
to
a minute.
some very restricted files.
That takes a hot minute to get through.
Yeah.
Fair
You
enough.
guys will be able to catch the very last 10 minutes of dinner time.
Yep.
You guys have to rush in and be like, "Give me these things before you close, quick!"
Just meat. Because pile of meat.
Luna,
I
your
know
meat
what
reserves
I'm
are very low.
I know what I'm here for.
Cody,
Yeah.
you've been entrusted with yet another very, very rare schematic.
I have. Um, all of it's gonna go get shuffled away into private servers. Hidden away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jackie, you're given a hoagie of all things, but on the meat is actually going to be fried fish,
I see.
specifically breaded fried fish with a very tangy chipotle kind of sauce. Catfish.
Thanks, boss.
Should be something to sink your teeth into.
Yeah, it's been a rough day, and lots of stuff have happened. So, you taking the time to get this ready for me, it means a lot.
Better hurry though. We're gonna close up, so if you need seconds, better
Will do,
order
man.
it soon.
All right. Jackie's gonna gobble that down, and get seconds.
Yeah, you literally make it right before the bell.
For the boss.
You have barely any time to wipe your face and your fingers.
I just need a little bit of that, just a little bit more, if you don't mind.
Just basically gives you the leftovers.
Yeah, eat that with love. All right.
And the clock ticks 10 o'clock, and a couple individuals who are running in are like, "Ah, son of a bitch."
I've got meat to replace my meat.
Yeah. Taurus will just stack a giant pile of different types of steaks next.
Food.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're gonna eat a pile of meat and go sit back down.
Cody's gone vegan for tonight.
What? You don't want any meat?
And definitely gone vegan for a bit.
As you watch Luna stuffing meat into herself, and that's having some images.
Yeah, no, we're
What's going on, Cody?
He saw my meat and got up. He saw my meat and it's made him queasy.
Stand up. I wanna made
No,
her
seriously,
snaps.
Cody, are you
Can I
okay?
get a to-go box?
Seriously, Cody, are you okay?
You know what? No, I'm gonna join literally anyone else at this point. Fuck you guys.
What?
Sorry, Cody.
Don't be like
I
that.
didn't-
Come back.
I didn't mean to. I promise, Cody.
Nope. Cody stands up, he walks over and joins this person. Doesn't know who they are.
Oh gods, what'd you do to Cody?
The short answer is actually the one I already gave as a joke. It turns out there was meat in me.
Why does that matter?
Because the meat was me.
Your old flesh sack.
Apparently.
Right.
We had to clean that out.
Yeah.
He found
for
it.
for the not murder hobo, I can kind of understand that.
He made eye contact with the half mummified corpse. And apparently it did not sit well with him. It's like he's never seen a dead body.
Nix is just going to walk over and sit beside Cody.
What did I say?
Nothing. It's friendly shoulder.
Yeah, you're eating my
Pats.
tofu fried.
Just looks at Jackie. What did I say?
Pats Cody on
Dunno.
the shoulder.
As she's stuffing her face. Oh,
I mean,
concentrating on the meal.
Everybody's seen dead bodies, right? Right?
Not everybody.
No?
The enigmatic people, they don't really do well with violence.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah.
It's a special
we-
case.
We used to sometimes have to scrape a chiropractor out of his chair after the system,
Doesn't really phase Jackie.
So, it doesn't really bother me that much to think about that. Though apparently it was my own corpse, which is interesting. I had me inside me. I guess the real me was inside me all along.
She'll chuckle to that.
It was smelly.
So,
You-
do
you
you have taste buds still?
Yeah.
I'm
You
just
taste
going to
things.
pass over some of the leftover. Here, try this.
Oh, sure. Just try some of his. Is that why you eat there all the time? Other than the fact that you
I
have
love
hot
it.
fur? Other than the fact that you have a clear crush on her?
That is true. But I just also think
Also good food.
yeah,
The food is a bonus.
and that's why she's the boss.
Hey, you see, you always got to get a woman that cooks. If you don't have a woman
Yeah.
that cooks, then I guess you have to learn to cook, and that sucks.
It's true. Then I'm the woman who has to cook. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. I was trying to think of where I was going with that, and I guess that's the summary here. If you don't find someone that knows how to cook, you gotta be the one to cook, and that sucks.
Well, she's definitely better at it than I am. So
Well, I gotta go. I'm gonna have to go break some laws and risk life and limb for some burial rites. So I'm gonna go do that.
Jackie will give you the peace sign and say good luck.
Yeah. I feel like peace isn't an option anymore. I'm sorry to say.
It's always an option.
And all that remains is war. I mean, look at all the Iron Eaters around. They all want war. I say that knowing full well you're an Iron Eater.
Oops, fine.
Anywho, actually, no, I have projects to work on first. Projects first, going to war second. Yeah, she walks off. Humming a song to herself. Hello, Major. I haven't done anything illegal today. Keeps walking.
Recruit Luna.
And she's like, Major, I haven't done anything wrong today. Salutes, keeps walking.
I'm not going to be having to bail you out, am I? In the near
What?
future.
Not as far as I'm aware.
Good. The next time, don't say anything.
What? I haven't done anything.
That implies you're potentially planning on doing something.
Does it?
Yes.
Does it just mean I haven't done anything?
It just means you shouldn't have said anything. Now I can only wonder. You could have walked out.
I could have
Not
just
as
walked out.
But no.
I could have just walked out.
Yeah.
And I
She said
chose.
And now you've piqued my interest.
Actually, you know what? Before I go on other methods of information acquisition, I got a question for you. Do you know anything about the burial rites for Clan Ghost Bear? Just a yes or no question on that.
That is not something we are going to be discussing or even ruminating, theoretically or otherwise, in the mess hall about.
Is there somewhere you'd like to discuss and ruminate on it that's not the mess hall?
I'll contact you.
That'll save me a lot of trouble. And a very deep trip into the archives. Into the spine. Anyway. As she walks off.
Jackie's gonna piss. What is it called? PSY. Yeah. PSY. At Cody and be like, "Hi. I'm gonna tell you something.
What?
Come here. Come close."
Okay, what? Leans across the table.
All right. So this is gonna be between you and me.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to work on a project.
Okay.
And I can only talk about a few things, but one of the other things is the the cooling thing you did for the major, not the major, for the base commander. Yeah, I'm gonna need to work on something like that.
You realize that's because I stole that technology from somebody else. But I can also try and reverse engineer. And I can't say that. I can working on reverse engineering that.
I just thought you had the facts for it already.
No, because the only I have parts to fix it. I can't make another one. Because in order to make it, I would need
the alien tech parts, right?
Yeah.
All right. Just something to think about. I'll put that on your plate, and I'll work on the other side of things. But just gives you a thumbs up. Sounds good. All right. What's next for you guys? Next, Cody.
I'm gonna go sit in the Atlas and do some programming.
All right.
I'm planning on some cultivation if you care to join me.
Cultivation's different now, Nick, so I'm doing it inside my Mech instead of inside the chamber, so.
And I get perks for being near somebody cultivating, so...
No, for sure. I don't even know if I can. She'll kind of open up her book and start looking. Can I do cultivation chamber stuff, Matt, or is it just all for...
It's less efficient, but yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's not even worth it at that point. If I didn't have the Mech on base, then it would be something I'd do, but since it's here, there's no reason not to. Sorry, Nix. Unless you want to... yeah, never mind.
Yeah, no, I'm not really big on cultivating in front of people when I'm trying to keep my ways to
No,
me.
for sure. I get that. I guess I'll head to the hangar and do some bonding with the good old Timber.
I mean, if you want, no, my hanger's full right now.
And I can't fit in there with you, Cody, but have fun.
Yep, I guess I'm off to cultivate.
Bam, bam. Salute the Major Snips.
Stay out of trouble, you hear?
Yes, Mom.
Salute.
I know you can't stay out of trouble, so I'm not even going to bother saying it.
And that's what I have Jackie for.
Uh-huh.
Nix is just gonna slip on past.
I got my eyes on you.
I haven't done anything recently.
You're just making it worse.
But I haven't done anything recently. Just appears out the door.
Feel the heavy weight of glare of your commanding officer.
See, she had the same reaction when I said that.
Oh no, Nix completely ignores it. He was able to resist the glare and the get the fuck away of the fucking Atlas. He's just like, water off the shoulder.
All right. Liam, since your chiropractic dive will have to be something on the side, you can go ahead and retire for the night if you'd like.
Well, it depends on what Major Snips has to say if she gets back to me.
It won't be within a day.
How long is it going to take them to get the engine in? Because that's when the...
You don't know. That's the thing. Because they may not be able to fix the engine.
Well, they might have to replace it.
Yeah, where are they going to get a replacement?
But that was the condition Kodiak set for getting the pilot out.
Right. So it could be never. It really depends on, is there a spare engine on base? Is there somebody with the ability to repair it if it's not damaged that bad? Like, a lot of big ifs. Could be tomorrow, could be never.
For all we know, it could have some self-repair on the engine that we're not aware of.
Could be.
It's an old mech. It's an old mech that's lasted a very long time on its own. Yeah, I guess my only question then would be is how long will the chiropractor thing take, you think? Because I just want to know if I'll have downtime that I can roll on for working on my programs.
Depending on how deep you want to dive and how thorough. It really depends on how thorough.
I'm going to be there for a bit then. Got it.
Yeah. Because the best chiropractors are never quick.
No, she's not going for quick. She's going for thorough. So
yeah. You know what? Go ahead and roll a little bit on your programs.
No, we could just do it after I finish the thing with going into the spine for the info. Like I'll just have to remind you to let me do the downtimes there. How's that sound?
Sure.
And then I'll just handle it once we know actually how much time it takes.
Okay.
All right, I'm off. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night. Take care.
All right. Nix, let's handle your downtimes.
Okay. How many downtimes do I have?
You guys are going to go to bed, depending on how little sleep you're wanting to get.
Well, I require 4 less hours of sleep because I have my meditation shit.
You're going to get 4 downtime actions. You'll lose 1 of it to the sleep cultivation technique. So 7, so 14.
+2 because of World Soul. So 16.
Downtime action hero.
Right.
It's good. It's real good. It's paying off.
16. I'm sitting here trying to figure out what I want to cultivate. So give me a couple as I go through notes and see what I've got pre-prepared for and stuff like that, you know?
Sure. Would you like me to jump to someone else briefly?
Yes, please.
Okay. Jackie, yours is simple. Cody's is not simple.
As that
Jackie,
should be.
what you up to?
Cultivation. Bonding with the mech.
Okay. What are you studying?
Well, what I'm trying to do is build the battlefield awareness. Iron. That was the first Iron Eater's technique I learned.
Sure.
So I was thinking about working towards that. Have a potentia in the cockpit, the chassis, the engine, the power core, the armor, the internal components, the left arm, right arm, left leg, right leg. Am I missing any?
What for each weapon system?
Okay, so it doesn't matter. So it doesn't. Okay, it has to be. I can't just say left arm, right arm. It has to be like.
Well, you need one for each arm. You also need one for each weapon.
Okay.
The lasers, the big ones, the dual ones, you only need one for both because it's one weapon grouping, one weapon system.
Right.
So,
and the same for the LRM-20s?
One for each, yeah.
But it's one for each. It wouldn't be a pair. Gotcha.
No, you need one for each dual heavy blue lasers. So two, and then 2 more for the.
Yep.
So
Gotcha.
6 total for the weapons.
Yeah, sounds good. So I will just then, since I don't have that completed, I will work towards getting that extra 6 potentia.
Okay. It's 1 downtime action for 1 potentia.
Yes, I do know that for external kind of stuff. How much downtime do I have?
4.
4.
That's with you getting full 8 hours of sleep.
Okay. So let's make
less,
that.
You can...
No, I will sleep completely. Gotta keep well rested. So 4 plus 1, 5 times 2. 10 downtime actions. So let's do 1 for 1 to the 6. Alrighty. So LRM 20. LRM 20. Twin blue. Blue left. Question: is the twin linked on one arm, or is it like the top of both left and right, or what is the twin link laser?
Blue heavy, the micros.
I thought the micros were on the chassis.
Yeah, they are. They're on the fuselage, the nose.
Right.
The heavy blues are on the kind of where the hands would be on the arms.
Right. But you said there's twin heavy blue lasers.
Yeah, on each arm.
Okay.
Did you not know that you had ×2 blue lasers?
I thought I had 4 total for large.
2 on each arm.
Right. So, but one of them's twin linked.
Both of them are twin linked. You have
Twin.
4 heavy blue lasers, double twin linked on each side.
Okay.
That is one of the powerful rekindlings that the Mech has had, is that it was able to put an extra heavy blue laser on each in the same compartment space that normally only one would be needed.
Twin blue.
It's a kind of a big boy laser.
Sure. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Excuse me. We'd call this chassis laser. One chassis laser node. 2. Okay, I have 1 for each of the weapon systems. I don't think I'm missing anything else. Does anything happen after I spread myself out to all?
It will establish a spiritual permanent link with the Mech. At any point, you can extend your consciousness, even at range, to the Mech and actually peer through all of its systems. You can remote boot it up. You can actually have it actually just kickstart its own engine and actually have it navigate its way to you.
Okay.
This is going to be the full establishment bridge about, the connection of traits. And now when you pilot, you now can extend your consciousness to the entirety of the Mech while you're in its cockpit. And
So, for example, if I had inescapable,
you'll have to cultivate that tree, because you're still going to need to build trees to branch your own skills between the Mech and yourself.
right?
But it's extremely cheap, and some trees only need one check or one potentia in it just to give you the base bonus. Further upgrades, of course, increase the difficulty of the inescapable, but you could put inescapable on it. You can also train potentia into the Mech to grant you more traits that it possesses, so you can now gain its armor to increase your own armor. Like this, you're there.
My last question, and this will determine, I'll just use my next stand time action because of that, and we'll use the same conversation. Do I need external component nodes as well, or just the internal?
No, just internal.
Because I was thinking to the jump jets.
If you want to extend it to the external, that's just icing on the cake.
Okay. I'll do that, actually.
Cool.
So 17 nodes have been made. So pretty much I need to go get 2 in each of them next. But if I want to... don't I have to put more external potentia into these things to increase them, or is it just I needed 1 and done?
You just need 1 in each to build the focal points.
Right.
Any additional is just reinforcement in case damage. And now you can just any external potentia you invest in the Mech. Now is basically having it give its traits to you, but if you cultivate for yourself, you can now give traits to the Mech.
Okay, all right.
So if you cultivate for yourself with the Iron Eater book, you're giving the mech traits, but if you cultivate the mech, it gives you traits.
I see.
Yeah, but you have to establish that full focal point link that you've done. So if you want its armor, its speed, its ferocity, like that, all of that's for yours to take.
I see.
The more connected you are to the mech, the more you are honed in on its battle damage, and the more you feel it as if it's your own.
Yeah.
So, in the book you're reading, if you cultivate too hard with a mech, if it loses a body part, you literally lose that body part too. It just blows off of your body. It's pretty horrific. But hey, some people say it's worth it. You lost an arm? Well, fuck, I don't need an arm. You do need that arm. It's literally your shooting arm. I can control it with my mind.
Alrighty. So I have 3 left. I'll put. It's 2 for 1 when I'm doing internal stuff, right? Or is it 3 for 1?
It's gonna be 2 for 1.
2 for 1. Okay. So
did you want to look into your nano tech?
I'm not opening. Oh, you know what I will do though? Instead, I will look at the breastplate, study that first. Try to gain some insights from that.
Okay.
Before I even do anything
Star
with the
Child
nano.
is the only way you're going to get any progress with this.
Okay.
It's not going to give you a bonus. It's just going to give you a nasty roll.
Sure.
Okay. We're to start with influence. It's going to be at a -20. Just at the start.
So I can't pass -20 influence, Matt, since we only got so -20.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So
Yeah,
you didn't give me any influence for the thing I did earlier either. So
which one?
When I used Magneton.
I'll give you 5. Yeah.
Hell, I haven't even gained influence for joining the ACE program.
Yeah, about 5. Yeah.
Wait, was that to me or him?
Both of you.
Oh.
Cody, you can have 5 as well. You're
Leah Tech.
Hey.
You got a higher clearance. Just kind of comes with it. The swag.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Your swag is deepened.
Yes.
You have 5 +5 influence to your character.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I failed that test. I'm going to fail it either way with the -20. I'll probably have to...
Hey, pick a reroll with +10.
Uh-oh.
That's one way to pass.
And he can't roll higher than a 29.
So I pretty much need a 1 here. No, that should have been with the -20. I apologize. That's an 18. That's better though. So that's
Here, take a reroll with a +10 because you still would have failed.
It's true. So -20 -10. It's going to be a 0. Let's just roll that. Lower than 18. 6 is a pass.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is the art of nanotech. Here's the main issue. To do nano, you need to infuse a potentia into every single nano or nano cluster at best. But that's asinine. You will never achieve it, ever. It's too many. It's nanotech. It's a pile of gray goo. There's too many. How did the base commander do it? Why is this crest so important?
What if you made a... Well, the nanos have to cut them from somewhere, so if you're going to repopulate them, if there is like a control core, and then you put the potential into that, and then that spreads
the
out
secret
to it.
actually comes from looking deep into who this belonged to. because the armor of the Iron Eaters is literally the second skin. It's their body now.
Yeah. I get that.
This is the same for whoever this was. This was part of their body, their crest.
Is this the
The
base
only way you can
commanders?
possibly do this is if you build an organ
Yeah.
for Nano. And every Nano that comes out of the organ is already,
Potential infused.
yes.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
But it's not a full Potentia. It's a hint.
Yeah,
Because the
it's
Nano's
like-
not meant to last.
Exactly. They're cells.
And
Yeah.
the Nano has to be designed to, without a re-up of Potentia, it self-destructs. You have to build it that way.
It can't be recycled.
Well, it'll be recycled. It cannot persist
Yeah.
its
Yep.
its operations without the Potentia, because
sense.
otherwise it then no longer is part of you. It's a foreign body and could do damage to you and to its surroundings. So if its Potentia charge of your soul ever expires within the Nano, which should happen rather quickly considering it's not a full Potentia, it must self-destruct so that it can be recycled. It has to cease operation. The Nanos will, of course, have more power, and the longer the ability for them to operate, the more potential you have invested in this organ. But you have to somehow get an organ, specifically a Nano Cradle.
The only information we know about the cradles is from the Ace Mech.
Yeah, you've only seen one Ace. You've seen a Nano Cradle. You need to go get it.
Yeah.
Either you need to steal it, buy it. Just you need to get it, and then you need to get it in your body, and you need to get it working.
Yeah.
And somehow you need to get a mech component in your body, which is some tech heresy. But I believe in you.
Does it
Or
need
you
to be
need to develop
attached?
your own Nano.
Yeah. Does it need to be attached to the second skin, or is it can just be in the body?
It literally needs to be in your body, attached to your bloodstream.
Yeah.
So somebody has to do some nasty surgery on you. Or you somehow grow your own? But that's the first insight that you have gained looking into this crest. There's a lot more information to be gained from looking into this crest.
How long did that take for my downtime actions for the first though?
About an hour.
About an hour?
Staring at a piece of metal, just like.
Okay. So we'll say that's the last remaining 3 then?
Downtime action's about an hour.
Okay.
So you have about 2 left. Well, 30 minutes for you because you have downtime action. Here, so everything's
so even if I try to gain more insights, it's probably going to be at the same minus, and I won't be able to pass it.
Different stat.
Different
You're
stat
bigger
this time.
menace.
Sure. Let's see what stat it is, and then we can work off that.
Int's minus 30.
I can at least try and pass that. So int minus 30 with Star Child's failure. So that's just all right. Downtime action used.
Have a
You got
reroll
one
at
more,
plus
I believe.
10.
Oh, he's gonna have you reroll the plus 10. You
Minus
I've still
20
got-
this time.
I've still got 5 more after this.
What? That's ridiculous.
Can't roll higher.
Yeah. There it is.
Here, have one more.
And that's a pass.
Okay. There is a method to grow your own.
Okay. I'm sure the base
But
commander did the same thing.
It's
You have to build it with potentia.
no. You need alien matter.
I need alien matter.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You need a cluster of biomatter that's extremely malleable. It needs to be like stem cell malleable. And it needs to be able to take a shape quickly, and it needs to be able to be inputted into the body and incorporated without any rejection.
Like mesh tech.
Like mesh tech.
Yep. For sure.
You'll also need to design it. It needs to be flawless. Otherwise, you're going to create flawed nanos and or other medical issues.
Something to work
Which
on.
isn't good. No.
I got one more. So, what's the next one, Matt?
It's getting rather cold. So go ahead and roll a toughness test at a -40.
Oh, yeah. This is what I'm good at.
Are you sure? Oh, you sure? Yes, you are.
I am
Okay.
sure.
Okay. There's a physical component to this. You didn't realize how important it was, but the physical aspect of having this new organ implemented into your system, it makes you different. You're not going to be human with this organ, period. You're going to change
That's fine.
irrevocably.
I don't need to be human to be myself. So, it's just how it goes.
Bananas, you're going to have to instruct them through your potentia, just like a computer code.
Right.
Because they will act as you tell them to, or they think you tell them to. Because the problem with the nanos is, while normally they would have a computer code to follow, since it is a potentia grown and managed organ, they actually listen to the spirit of what you want to tell them to do, or your intent for them, which means they can also latch onto subconscious desires.
Makes sense.
Especially if you fixate on a goal, they will alter you without even you realizing it. The goal is to make them as close to a computer code as possible, so they're 100% predictable. You do not want nano clusters inside your body trying to interpret your desires and your needs, especially subconsciously.
I do have engineering, but if we're going to do logic in a sense for that, that's just something I have to work on. But that's fine. All right, downtime action used. And then I will keep the container in my Timberwolf because I don't think I think that's my safest place for the container.
Yeah,
for the ammo crate.
But authorized technicians.
Yeah.
Also, your Timberwolf will growl and kick at them.
And I don't think Cody was going to check a ammo container anytime soon, just for no reason.
You don't know what he'll do. He's
it's true. It's a wild card.
He's the wild card. He may have an inconspicuous container. He goes contraband.
What would be Jackie? Why would Jackie have a container in here? She doesn't use that.
That's a low caliber bullet. That is sus AF.
He could also be, this is not secure, and start freaking out.
Oh, no, I would secure it, but also at the same time, why is this low calibers just lying around the Timberwolf? It doesn't use this caliber.
Who's been inside the Timberwolf?
I smell fishiness abound.
It stinks like Luna did.
All right, heading to bed. You guys do your thing.
Okay.
All right, man.
please?
Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Dave.
going to bed.
Oh,
my
okay.
character's
Oh.
heading to bed.
Gotcha.
Okay, so
Neat.
Nix. Yeah, you.
So, ambient cultivation path. Considering I have been pre-warned of a particular bitch who likes to rub people's noses and shit. He's going to try to develop a technique for bettering his combat awareness and tactical acumen.
He wants to build a technique around battle tactics.
Okay. So this one's going to be really costly. This is going to cost you 5 downtime actions for an attempt.
Ooh. That's painful.
Yeah. Because it's not anywhere in your disciplines, and it is very not new gen.
Yeah, but technically I'm not new gen anymore.
You're something. You're definitely
Yeah.
something. But hey, that's your path forward. But once you got it, and it's a lot cheaper to further it.
So he's gonna start it off. He's gonna try it.
Okay. This is going to be difficult. I'm going to give you a -30 for the potential roll.
Ugh.
But you technically have quite a few bonuses, so it shouldn't be too difficult.
I've overall count as having a +30. So with the -30, it's just a straight roll. This is gonna be hard. Here we go.
Hey.
Well, apparently I succeed.
Nice job.
That drops my 16 down to 11 downtime actions. So what is this technique going to do, my GM of the infinite know-how?
So for your battle awareness and tactical acumen, you're looking at a brand new potential technique. So go ahead and write down a new potential tree.
This is an entirely new tree because I was trying to build it based off the ambient path because that's being aware
every
of everything
single
around me.
new technique starts its own tree.
Yeah, it starts
every
at 1,
single
right?
skill starts
Okay,
its own
yeah,
tree.
I've been listing them down as their own techniques. Just under the per path. Okay, so what are we naming this one?
This particular one is going to be the equivalent of keen intuition. So you can re-roll a failed roll at a -10 for either your battle awareness or your tactical sense, but only once per round. You have to pick either one if they both apply.
For either battle tactics or what?
Your awareness of the battlefield.
Mm. Will this compound with the fact that I already have keen intuition? Because I did buy that, I just forgot to list it in my talents.
Keen intuition will be for your personalized awareness. This is battle awareness. You specified
Okay.
that. So if you ever ask me, I want to get the kind of the lay of the land. Tell me what's going on. Kind of on a macro scale.
Mm-hmm.
This can of course be upgraded for additional rerolls, reduce the bonuses,
Reduce
depends
the
on how you want to cultivate
penalties,
it.
bonuses, yeah.
Let's see here. It would take me 5 to upgrade it once more.
No, it's going to
No.
cost you 4.
4?
Actually, hold on. Downtime actions. You've cultivated the first level. If you
So
want
it
to
would
upgrade
cost
it,
me 10. Because I don't have a master.
8.
8?
Because I said it was going to be cheaper once you got the
Gotcha.
the first. So it's now a 4 cost, but the next one is 4 plus 4 is 8, then 12, then.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I will add a second level to that to try to see it to, if possible, remove the -10.
Sure. That'll cost you 8.
Okay.
I don't really require you to have a roll. You've already cultivated the technique,
Okay.
so it'll remove the. So it'll just be a free reroll.
Okay. God, this character has just become reroll monkey.
I know players for a fact love reroll monkeys.
Yep. And I'm going to just spend the remaining 3 downtime actions trying to cultivate some unattached potentia in preparation for my drone.
Okay. You can gain 1 for 2. So you have 1 extra.
Fuck, I don't know. He'll sit and just.
You can put progress towards something.
No, he's going to sit there and study his ace shit.
Okay, cool.
Specifically the breakdown of the other mech, because he's got to develop more insights. So he's going to go over his videos.
Okay. Roll me mech building.
And I will give it a reroll because I still have fate points.
Nice. You're gonna need 10 degrees of success total towards your next insight. You have 2 now.
Okay.
Okay, that'll be it for you. And Cody, jeez, you're gonna go poke the bear. Well, not the bear. You're gonna go poke the Titan,
Yeah.
and it just grumbles. Cody, you've returned.
I know.
It's time for bloodshed, I think.
Unfortunately, there is no blood to shed here. But I did say.
Indeed, we must go into the field. Come.
Yes. Yeah. It's climbing.
And the moment you sit your ass in that seat, all the panels boot up, toggles flip,
And
dials
how many
rotate.
alarms are going off?
Yeah, the base alarms are going off. The mech's engine just ignites, and after a brief 2 minutes of boot up, which is preposterous, it starts to march towards the door.
Does the base commander show up?
The ace is the only one there, and just sitting cross-legged in their seat, sipping just to, like their drink. Well,
That was unexpected.
indeed.
He did say I would take it out again.
Yeah, and you go hunt amalgams and sandworms for the rest of the night. It doesn't even require you to. I mean, you can, of course, utilize its systems and help it shoot, but it really doesn't need you. It just needs your ass in the seat.
Yeah. So while we're out, I'm gonna take the time to kind of talk to it and work on the Archaeotech.
Mm.
Mostly, the conversation mostly is gonna revolve around the fact, hey, I'm turning myself into pure Leah. Are we gonna have a problem?
Your Leah cannot harm me.
Of course not.
You want a demonstration?
I'm just a demonstration.
No, do you want a demonstration?
Oh yes, I know about your anti-Leah tech. It's fascinating.
It's rather simple, the module.
Really?
Matter to energy and energy to matter conversions require precise calculations. There is a frequency disruptor built in. It's much more complex than the example I've given. It merely disrupts stable Leah conversions. The unstable Leah particles do the rest.
Interesting. So, as a note, you won't be able to use that. Or well, I won't be able
I
to
will
look in
use
the
whatever
area.
I wish.
Then that will probably kill me.
Oh, well, not now. But you cannot deny me my own components.
I would never deny you your own components. Just have to be smart about how we use it.
We? Are you claiming to be my pilot?
Yes, but
Bold.
I am very bold. But at the same time,
The
I have
test
to.
begins. And the seatbelt just and the
Okay.
crash bar, and you are strapped in. And you said the magic words.
I
I
did.
am your pilot. Okay. Well, let's see if you got it. And I need a pilot who's most importantly strong in soul and resolve. There are many pilots who don't have these things, so I'm going to test you now. Do not break. You can be trained as a pilot, but it's your willpower and resolve. That's what matters. Your spirit. If you fail, well, you will just be a seat, an empty carcass in that seat. But your soul will join me, and the many other pilots who have before you.
Char, how much merit do you have so we can up that willpower?
I have 11 merit right now.
You know what? 10 of that, or 9 of it could go to willpower, because I think you have 21, right?
I have a 26 willpower right now.
Oh, not bad. Okay.
I might want to spend 4 of it here.
I'll start easy, and it's just going to be a soul-crushing pressure. So basic willpower test.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I can help.
All right. So willpower.
Don't worry, Char.
plus-
I'm feeling it. JK, don't listen to me. I can make you roll 100. You don't want that.
Right.
I'm looking forward to it. Roll me a 100. Join the Atlas.
I'm just thinking here. And then I add my fellowship to this.
From which one?
My intellectual fortress.
Yes. Is that a Leah?
No, that was my braid.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Is it the whole of your, or are you just your bonus?
It just says we just said add fellowship.
Okay. How many? You said it's a braid. It's only a double purchase.
Mhm.
Okay. And it's only a
'Cause,
tier
yeah.
1.
Tier 1.
Okay. It's going to be your fellowship bonus to the total
Okay.
because it's a braid. It's not a complex. It's only tier
Right.
1. That's
Uh-huh.
10 merit. So whatever.
I thought a
your,
bind was 10 merit. Braid should be 3, 15.
Oh, still.
Oh no, it's a bind.
Okay.
Yeah. So your fellowship bonus to the roll.
All right. And oh.
Bonus is also just the first number in front of the.
Didn't even
So if you
need
have-
my fucking assistance.
Yeah.
So if you have 22,
Oh,
it's only a
not
plus
over.
2.
It's not over. Minus 10.
Okay, yeah. So out of minus 10, it was a 4 degrees of success.
No. The next
again?
roll is a minus 10.
Okay. So that's 12.
Have a reroll at plus 10.
Oh boy. Those are gonna drain real quick, I'll tell you what. Back to 22. Alright.
Oh.
Okay, so the
I got
first
3
roll.
more, Char.
Alright, so the first roll will give you +1 willpower. The second one will give you +1 willpower.
Okay.
Third one, minus 20.
Down to a plus 2, bruh.
Oh.
Continue. You're gonna fight until the Atlas is satisfied with whatever it's doing. Which is currently fighting shit while it's testing you.
Okay.
Go ahead and add 1 willpower to that as well, because you passed the third roll.
So we're at a -8.
Indeed. Oh my god. +1 willpower.
Minus 18 now.
Alright. This will be the last one
Mhm.
that it'll test you on in this particular attempt.
Oh. All right, guys.
Have a reroll at plus 10.
Hey.
4% to fail.
Has to be bigger than a less than 30.
Yep.
29 or less.
Nope.
That's in that 4%.
Ah! Do
Check.
you want to buy some willpower, Char?
That's fair.
Do you have a boon? Or
I
buy
do.
or buy a 2
2
willpower.
willpower.
I think that's 4 XP.
Yep.
That would be
Yeah.
4 XP. I think. Yeah, because I already used my boon for the day, so I'm gonna have to spend 4 more XP. So.
You'll pass. Add 1 more willpower. And it will grumble. You held together. And you didn't realize how much time has passed. He's already marching through the gates back into the hangar. And the base commander, fist on hips, power stance, looks up at it, kind of like, "Are we gonna have
Did
a
it at
problem?"
least drag back one of the worms it was hunting?
No, that's left for the salvage teams to rush out and be like, "Oh god, let's get it before it's eaten."
I
It
will
just
leave.
leaves carnage in its wake. It takes no trophies.
I will leave
Fair.
like marker points at each one of them.
Okay, so this is a communion level with a mech. So 2 pilots, a S tier, well S plus tier hero mech,
Mhm.
mech warrior with a very strong personality. You need to have an affinity rating. So basically, your
Attunement with the mech.
your friendship rating.
Mhm.
It goes up to 10. You have 1 out of 10. So you're not in the negatives because it can go to -10 as well. So you're at +1.
Yay.
You can go ahead and upgrade your bind by 1 tier.
Okay.
And what that'll do is it'll allow you to add double your fellowship bonus to willpower rolls.
So Matt,
if it
is this
was
fellowship bonus or is this fellowship characteristic?
bonus? So if it's 3, you have 30 willpower. It'll give you +6 to willpower rolls if you have a 30 fellowship. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's not the full score. It's just the bonus. It'll double the bonus that you can from your fellowship to get to willpower rolls. So it's not bad. Gives you.
Yeah.
What did you
And
have before? +8.
So, it was plus. So it gives me a +10 to resist mech spirits, and then an adds my fellowship bonus to it. For
What's your fellowship bonus?
my fellowship is a 2.
Oh, so it'll give you a +4 to
Yeah.
power rolls. Of course, it goes up the higher your fellowship gets.
Yeah. And then I have.
If you ever get it a 10 out of 10 on the braid, or
Yeah.
sorry, the bind, it'll add your full fellowship score.
Okay.
But you got to get it up.
Mhm.
But
It
hey,
gives me. Yeah.
and you get back. You're dead tired, both body, mind, and soul. And the crash bar lifts out, and you didn't even realize it dented your armor
It's like,
just a little bit to hold you in place.
pop the hood open.
And it just chuckles. Till we go hunting again, little Cody.
Yes. Hi, base commander.
Do you have a little fun with your walk?
I did promise the Atlas I would take it for a walk before when you were here, and I was just fulfilling that promise.
Be mindful of your promises.
I am.
Which means, while I must support your fulfillment of said promise, giving it in the first place is a different matter. I know you wish to commune with it, but it's not yours.
I understand, base commander.
The Atlas just kind of turns ahead. Nor am I yours, base commander. I am owned by none other than myself. You're a little big in your britches. Cody, you're dismissed. I think I need to teach this thing a little something about respect.
Yes, base commander. Salute. Run away.
And you just basically, all right, here, you useless hunk of metal.
This is gonna be an interesting fight.
No, this is going to be that hangar is locked down as there's now a duking match going on.
Yeah,
Fucking
no, the
dick
base
measuring
commander has challenged
contest.
the Atlas to a duel. Unfortunately, there is no pilot in the Atlas, so its gun systems don't work. But it'll be a slug match. Fist fight. And unfortunately, the Atlas will lose that one because the base commander uses nanotech, and there is a infectious nature of nano if you get into melee range. Ugh. There's a reason why the base commander is in charge. And that's why the ace and no one else on the base also gives the base commander sass or ever challenges the base commander for their position. It is a very happy and stable hierarchy system.
Especially when you give the base commander the ability to use its body again.
Oh yeah, no, that's just snap fingers, the mech materializes out of the chest cavity and builds itself, and it's like, all right, fist fight time. Well, that was a neat trick. Have at ye. No, it's without its guns, it's not gonna win a fist fight. Not with that mech. Any other mech, it'd fucking clobber, especially in a closed, tight, confined space. But fighting a mech that can literally change its form and just weave around your melee is it's not fair.
Not fair, man.
It's not fair, man. And that's where we're gonna stop for the night, because this is about the extent of my voice capabilities.
Sounds good, Matt.
My
Any
apologies.
extra merit for my birthday?
Oh, your birthday.
Happy
Give you all the
birthday,
sweet
bro.
25.
Nice.
Yeah, noise.
For your birthday, everyone will be given one extra boon or fate point.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Mhm.
Matt, I have Iron Man mode.
Except for Liam. You can't have that.
So what does that go to? A roll 1d10? One I
it's going
keep
to
it.
be a physical currency coin you can trade for favors later.
That's fair.
And
Cool.
or turn somebody into a important NPC, or you can use it for something
Sounds good.
special.
Sounds good to me.
You can also burn it for
Yeah, fun
to
stuff we
avoid
did last
certain
time.
nasty effects.
Yeah.
You can also it's a currency.
Yep, for sure.
And now I have enough merit to buy my second conflux.
Oh
Nice,
no.
nice.
It was the initial conflux planned. Remember Blat?
No. But my
That's
voice is
the-
shot, so
Yeah.
forgive me if I
Oh,
held
no.
that off.
Oh no, it's not worrying about it tonight. Just informing you that before next session, we will be building the reaping.
The reapening.
Because remember, it was going to be the conflux based around taking the turns of people who have died in combat.
Oh boy, that's something.
Right?
That's nasty.
Yup. Combined with my mysterious benefactor?
Oof.
I'm going to be everywhere in a fight and assisting everybody in the fight.
Maybe you are just the presence beyond the veil. You know, the meddler, as they might call you.
No, that's kind of the mindset that I've got for him. He's going to be a frontline command and control. He's going to be that guy that's up in the front as a, if not primary, secondary command unit. You know?
In
That's
addition
my
to being able to go, the other fronts need me. Oh.
right?
The aces on the other fronts are having a hard time. Do not worry, my friends. All will be well.
That's his entire shtick. His goal is going to be, he's going to be the ace that's on every battlefield. Whether they're physically or his hand is felt assisting those there, he is the ace of all fields.
That's pretty sweet.
That's this character's goal.
It's good you found one, though.
Yeah. It took
Sometimes
me
it
a
just
while.
takes playing. That's really all it is
Right.
sometimes.
Hey, and this is your first time through the module. Johnny's he's experienced in theorycraft and kind of path of character evolution, taking in every opportunity available and making it his part of his own identity. Like Johnny, you've gotten really good at
Hey, it's just practice.
Yeah, my
And-
only interaction with New Thread up until this game was with Farrak's game and his Blat will vouch for, that was, while it was a fun game, it was limiting, I feel like.
I always think it as something that, it may be limiting, but it also, that's how he wants to play it.
Yeah.
I like to play a very open, free flow style, which gives a lot more freedom to the players, more than I honestly should. But that's why I keep wanting to come back and host the damn thing,
Yeah.
And that's why people want to come back, man.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
people want to come back.
it's also why we are more prone to hanging ourselves than needing you to hang us.
Exactly. And there are going to be difficulties in my game, and I want to put almost an unlimited number of hurdles in front of you guys, but at the same time, I want you guys to succeed. Like, deep down, I really want your characters to succeed and survive, but sometimes situations of the story, just coupled with rolls and and bad luck, can take a character. But usually it's just bad decisions. That's all it is. Or risking it for the biscuit, as we say,
Mhm.
and not not getting it.
Well, thank you very much for the session.
I'll feel better next week,
No
undoubtedly.
worries. Get yourself some rest. I think
Yep.
I shall do the same.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pass out myself.
All right.
All right.
Sleep well, you three.
Yep.
Mm.
See you
Take care, guys.
tomorrow, Char.